Hi, everyone. I'm Janet Ivy, creator of Janet's Planet, president of Explore Mars, and proud to be on the board of governors for the National Space Society. My mission for many years has been to be the shepherdess and the guardian for the next generation of space explorers. I take that mission wherever I go. So we want to say thank you for joining us for Space Settlement 2021. We're going to be streaming some wonderful talks from our Space Settlement Summit, along with some brand new content. We'll be looking at the next decade in space. Think of this, guys. We will not only have our Apollo moment, we are going to have our Artemis moment. We will see the first woman and the next man step on the moon, go there to stay and do so sustainably, do research in preparation for a future mission to Mars. We are living in some of the most transformative times ever. Now, today we will also be talking about the development of Cislunar infrastructure, security concerns in space, and the mitigation of space debris. For the last half of the day, we're going to join the International Space Settlement Design Competition. It's a grand opportunity for young people to engage in the great adventure of space exploration and space settlement. Now, whether it's a city in space or a research station on the moon or Mars, this future is ours to write and live and dream of. It is up to us to sing this song into the very hearts of stars. And the young people that we will showcase today are showing us out how to turn the dark of night into a guiding light, and perhaps even how to grow a jasmine in an audacious place. Right before us, these beautiful, amazing young people who are coming right up behind the amazing pioneers and space luminaries who have guided our way for so long. We have great things to look forward to. The young people of this world, I am so excited and look forward to the dynamism you will all bring to the space industry. I'm looking forward for you to make your mark. So I have great faith in all of us that we shall get there, that the dreams we've been dreaming, many of us for 30, 40, 50, 60 years, are finally coming true. So welcome.
Welcome back, Tariq. Thanks for joining us again. Tariq Malik is the editor-in-chief of space.com, the premier daily outlet of space news. And I'm Rod Pyle. I'm the editor-in-chief of Ad Astra magazine for the National Space Society. So, Tariq, we've asked you to come back and talk with us a little bit about the outlook for young people in the next couple of decades of space. This show is taking a look at the International Space Settlement Design Competition, which is put on every year. And it's an amazing event with young people from all over the world coming and working together, working really diligently. It's quite a grueling thing once you see it, to design our future. So I wonder if we could talk a little bit about what kind of opportunities that future might hold for young people.
Yeah, I should point out, it is amazing when I've been to the conferences in person to see those different teams and their posters and designs of their settlement concepts and whatnot, and it is just amazing to kind of behold. So the future really is in the hands of the younger generation, and I think that right now more than ever, the opportunity for students today is a really just a much more accessible and far-reaching one, largely because of the technology that is bringing us together right now. We've seen just in our own lives over the past year how important being able to connect with folks in different places have been, and that kind of access, as well as the evolution of a space as a more STEM or teaching environment beyond just kind of an engineering or exploration realm, I think really are going to open up a lot of doors for students that are both kind of on the younger side today and newly minted grads who are just coming out of university or and entering the industry in science or engineering or even the policy of space. There's an international space university, that you can go to learn not just how the mechanics of a mission might be, but the interpersonal relations, how to set the policies that the world does need to live on another world. There are actually teachers on the list of new astronauts that are going to the moon in the next 4 years or so for NASA, and they would bring the students there with them, and even China on their last space flight held their own classes in space, and so there is an opportunity to not only access space in a more direct and personal way. You can connect with astronauts tweeting in space right now, over time, or watch their streams, or even talk to them from your homes or on radio. But you can play a part now too for a relatively affordable price. A school, or not just a university, but an elementary school or junior high can build a satellite and launch it on into space or on a balloon, which is something that I have to admit was never even on my drawing board as a kid growing up. Maybe I can launch a model rocket like the one I have back here,
Right.
and see how high it would go. But to actually get something in space was never in the cards for me growing up. And it seems like it's something that, if you even have a 3D printer at home, you could build a prototype of something that might even be able to fly in space one day. So I think a lot of the opportunity is there, and just depends on what is a student interested in. What different things do they want to learn about our planet, the moon, another destination in space, and what do they want to get their hands on in terms of hardware if they want to do that, or telescopes to learn how those work. And the sky is, it sounds kind of hokey to say, but the sky really is the limit when it comes to that. I guess not even the sky, right? Not even the limit, because we're going to talk about space here. So I am amazed every day at how accessible space is for my daughter. She's 12 years old, and they watch eclipses in their classroom and then have a discussion about it. That's that's something that we would have to wait until the evening news or a newspaper to have those kinds of those experiences, and they can be a part of things as they are happening, and see those live views from space and their home planet in a way that I think many of us only dreamed of in the past. So I'm really hopeful that kind of increase in communication, not just in the United States, but around the world, will really open up a lot more paths to space that we haven't even thought of yet. I was in Singapore visiting family a year or so ago, and ended up going to a business park where a team is building a rocket in a shed, and they test fired it in the owner's backyard. Things like that I couldn't even dream of. That it was possible, and yet we're seeing new rockets come out, new types of research. There are students that are discovering supernova science by accessing publicly available archives, and that is the kind of leaps that we need to make that next discovery, not just of space or of the planets, but of anything really on our planet or above. That kind of thinking really, I think the environment is ripe for that.
A few years ago, I was giving a talk to a group of young engineers. They were mostly undergraduates in, I think, San Diego. And I was talking about the Apollo program because that was the subject of the talk. and I was getting sort of excited and saying, as frequently as every 10 weeks, we'd see these incredible missions of exploration going off to the moon. We didn't realize at the time how dangerous they were. We just thought it was magnificent. I was talking about the increasing tempo of the program and so forth. And I heard one of them start to cry. And it was a fairly small group. And I looked down the front row and I said, I'm sorry, did I say something? And she said, no, you just have no idea how lucky you were to be alive then. And it really struck me, and this was probably 2015, 2016. It struck me how true that was, that I was alive during this amazing period. But now I feel like that's almost inverted, and I envy them for being alive now because all these amazing things are happening. And back in the day, and even up through the 70s and 80s, if you wanted to be involved in space, if you were in the US, you were looking for a job at NASA, you could only be in one or two other countries and find a job in a space agency, or you went into defense or some allied field like that. Now it's wide open, and I think as you kind of touched on, it's a global phenomenon, and there are jobs opening up that we don't even know about yet.
It is amazing. When you think about the Apollo era, you think about, okay, there was a space race, right? There was the United States and NASA and Russia and or I guess the former Soviet Union, and those were the major players. Right now, today, NASA has their Artemis program to send astronauts into space. The European Space Agency is going to be part of that. Japan's is going to be part of that. Canada is going to be part of that. Russia may or may not be part of that. At the same time, China has a rover on the far side of the moon, and they are building their own program. India is building a crewed spacecraft and has plans for astronaut flights, and they have their own space ambitions there too. They set a record for the most satellites ever launched on one flight,
Right.
And flew a mission to Mars on a shoestring compared to NASA, and it's still there doing the science, and so you see all of these different efforts going on at the same time. There is clearly a much wider a selection of places to try to pursue whatever goals a student might have today, or to create their own now. I just received a note about a brand new rocket that's going to do a test flight as we're speaking, and it's a homegrown rocket here in the United States, a small one for now, but as we've seen with SpaceX and companies like that, those small rockets become big starship behemoths over time, and with them come expanding capabilities of payload, of things to carry into space. Though they all need engineers to work on. They need people to build the payloads that they need to fly, and the systems to support that, and then the whole infrastructure of jobs around a spaceport to make it work, around a production line, that kind of a thing. And so, I think that there's a lot of opportunity that little Rod Pyle, little Tariq Malik would have been very envious of. But it is a super exciting time, because these big pushes to get off the planet don't come around all that often. The hope is that the one that we have now, where you see companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin, countries like NASA and Russia and India, all working on group efforts as well as independent ones to explore space, could be much more sustainable over time, and then therefore have a much more opportunity to reach different worlds. There's a company called Rocket Lab that wants to go to Venus, a favorite planet of mine, and I'm really excited about that. But again, deciding that you're going to send a rocket there opens up opportunities for other groups, students or companies, to hitch a ride along, or to come up with their own ideas to be a part of those missions themselves too. A student named NASA's new rover, Perseverance, landing on Mars. The same for Curiosity as well. And having that access, I think my name is on Perseverance, right now, and my daughter's too. Possibly my cat's, Rod. I will admit that too. But just having that personal connection can go a long way to forming a lifelong pursuit in any type of science or STEM field.
Well, thanks very, very much for joining us today. And thanks to Space.com for being a co-sponsor of this conference. It's really been wonderful talking with you and working with you.
Well, thank you, Rod, and thank you to the NSS for having us. And thank you to those students that are out there that are coming up with the ideas that will then bring the rest of us out to the stars.
We envy you, students. All right. Take care, Tarek.
Thanks.
I, James Bridenstine, do solemnly swear.
I, James Bridenstine, do solemnly swear. In these last few days, I have heard numerous times, "Welcome to the NASA family." I will tell you, it truly does feel like a family here, and I am very humbled to be a part of it.
First, our NASA Administrator, Jim Bridenstine.
He's my dear friend and my boss. Let me introduce Jim Bridenstine.
And now it's my honor to welcome and introduce NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine.
Join me in thanking Jim Bridenstine.
The next man and the first woman ever will be Americans on the surface of the moon. We need to go back to the moon. We need to do those stunning achievements. We need to have people emblazon in their minds those moments of history that are of greatness. It is my pleasure to be here today to honor our newest class of astronauts. This is a very exciting day, not only for these impressive men and women, but also incredibly exciting day for our nation and for, in fact, all of humanity. And this is my experience as the NASA administrator. Everybody loves Artemis. All of our international partners want to be part of the Artemis program. So these are our spacesuits for the Artemis generation. We're gonna go with international partners, and we're gonna go with commercial partners. We're gonna utilize the resources of the moon so that we can live and work on another world. We are, once again, launching American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. And this is a big moment in time. It's been 9 years since we've had this opportunity. I will tell you, it has been just a magnificent thing to watch. So again, congratulations to the SpaceX team. Congratulations to the NASA team. Today was a great victory, but it is just the beginning. So today we are taking another big leap in this transformation in how we do human spaceflight. What we're doing is we're transitioning from a test flight to operational flights.
Hey, Nana, I'm right behind you. All right.
Kathy Leaders, Associate Administrator for Human Exploration and Operations at NASA Headquarters.
Fundamentally, the Accords are about avoiding conflict, transparency, public registration, deconflicting activities. These are the principles that will preserve peace. The administration and a bipartisan coalition in the Congress are committed to utilizing the great talents of this agency we call NASA. Thank you to all of the hidden figures throughout history that have made NASA such a successful agency. NASA is an amazing little agency that does astonishing things every day, and now we're using that capability to respond to this pandemic using a whole of government approach. I would say that Space Policy Directive 1 is well underway. We've got a long ways to go, but we're started, and certainly we want to get back to the moon as quickly as possible. What are we doing with space technology to help us right here, right now, today? And of course, it's agriculture, and it's endangered species, and it's conservationists, and it's hydropower, and of course, drinking water. We're going to demonstrate that we can fly across the United States faster than the speed of sound without making that sonic crack that can be so disturbing to folks on the ground. And all of that is going to happen right here at the Armstrong Flight Research Center. Since I've been the NASA administrator, everybody that works at NASA who are of age remember specifically where they were when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon. And it inspired their lives, it changed their lives. And today they work in the aerospace industry doing absolutely stunning achievements. This is the first time in history when NASA has dedicated a mission to what we call astrobiology, the search for life or ancient life on another world. We're going to cache samples on the surface of another world for a future mission in 2026 to bring those samples back to Earth. And that will be the first time in history that we've done a Mars return mission.
It's an amazing day. I just saw the first images there of OSIRIS-REx touching down on Bennu, and it was every bit as beautiful as I thought it would be.
It's been the joy of my life to serve this little agency called NASA that does just amazing things.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Bruce Pittman. I am the Senior Vice President and Senior Operating Officer of the National Space Society, and it's my great honor to kick off the Space Settlement Summit this year for the NSS. Today's panel, we're going to be talking about the key events that have happened in the last 12 months that kind of impact what's going on in the world of space, and particularly commercial space as it relates to the development of a thriving space economy and our ability to go back to the moon and onto Mars and things like that. And we've got a really great panel of speakers, so we're going to be introducing them one at a time here shortly. In addition to my work with the National Space Society, I also, full disclosure, work in the Space Portal Office at the NASA Ames Research Center, and one of the speakers is one of my cohorts, and also happens to be my boss. So and he's going to be speaking first here in just a minute. So on that note, let me introduce Dr. Dan Rasky. Dan is the chief of the Space Portal Office at the NASA Ames Research Center. He's been involved in space projects. One of his areas of expertise is in reentry materials. Right now, he's out in the wilderness, so if he gets attacked by a bear, we'll make allowances. So, Dan, welcome.
Thank you, Bruce. Actually, I was just attacked by a hummingbird, but he went away. Thank you, Bruce. So, would you like me to make some comments relative to?
You could give us a couple minutes of opening comments and kind of your perspective on the last 12 months.
Sure. Just real briefly, the Space Portal, we have been looking at kind of how NASA can leverage and work with the commercial space industry to attain our goals. We started working years ago with SpaceX and other companies as part of the COTS program, which has worked out very, very well. And along with the International Space Station, the Flight Opportunities programs, a number of these kind of new initiatives, I have been very impressed and pleased by the progress of late, particularly for space access. And right now, there are 3 significant commercial rocket development programs underway. The Vulcan from ULA, which will be taken over from the Atlas V. New Glenn, which Blue Origin is working to put in place, which is essentially a double Falcon 9 type vehicle. And then the most impressive, I think, is Starship that Elon Musk is working in SpaceX. And it looks like we, knock on wood, may even have a suborbital 15-kilometer test flight of that vehicle before the end of the calendar year. So things are, I think, quite impressive from that standpoint, not to mention the SpaceX commercial crew flight, which has opened the door or reopened the door for U.S. astronauts to launch on a U.S. Rocket off of U.S. soil after essentially a 9-year hiatus. And so it's been a momentous year, even with all the challenges of COVID. This has been quite a revolutionary year. And I think that going forward, what we're seeing with some of the advancements in space access, some of the activities that are going on the International Space Station bode really well for this new space era to really be opening and providing lots of opportunities, business, science, exploration, kind of setting the stage for eventual settlement, which I think really is the right goal and one that we can all embrace.
Great. Thank you very much, Dan.
Sure.
Really good perspective. And I think that sets the stage for some of the topics we're going to talk about later. So we will be cycling back and hitting some of these topics in more detail as we go through this. Next up is Jeff Grayson. Jeff is an old friend. He's a member of the board of governors in the National Space Society and a serial entrepreneur and all around. I still remember that talk that you gave at the ISDC a few years ago, where you talked about that you bring back the S word. So let me turn it over to Jeff.
Thank you. So in terms of roles and responsibilities right now, I'm wearing several hats. I'm a chief technologist at a power beaming company called Electric Sky. I'm chairman of the board of the Tau Zero Foundation, which is working on a variety of advanced space propulsion concepts on a not-for-profit basis. And I teach advanced space propulsion online at the Kepler Space Institute, as well as my involvement with the National Space Society. So it's no trouble finding things to fill my day. I'm not in love with the question. That's the title question for the panel this year. I'll just say that up front, because so many, when you talk about the developments of the last 12 months, we really don't know the significance of almost any of them yet. There's been so much promise in the developments that have gone on this year, but it's too early for payoff. Mm-hmm. Dan's done a good job talking about the improvements in Earth to orbit access, and that's great. As I've said before, the space transportation market is much more limited on the demand side than it is on the supply side. So it's great that the supply is ramping up. If the demand ramps up to match, we'll be in a wonderful place. Yeah. And because of the gear ratio of going from Earth orbit to the moon and back, starting activity on the moon that's funded by somebody, private or public, is a great way to use a lot of launch. So it's very important that we start some long-term activities on the moon. And I certainly couldn't say, I'm in love the fact that we're doing commercial procurement of human landing systems, and I love that we're doing commercial procurement of smaller robotic landers. What I don't know yet is, are those efforts going to continue to be funded by the next Congress? Will they ever actually come to fly? We don't know that yet. It'll be interesting to retrospective next year to see how that all turned out. Two developments that we do know about that I really want to highlight are, settlement is as much a problem of setting up the incentives of legal and ownership and political structures as it is about writing checks. And two developments there that I want to highlight are, there's this sort of almost pro forma purchase of in situ lunar material, that has a de minimis budget. Nonetheless, I think that could be the best money NASA ever spent. Yeah. Because, in spite of many precedents and the clear meaning, there are still plenty of people out there who are all aflutter about, can private ownership of material extracted from lunar surface really exist? And, in spite of their, they won't go away. In spite of reading the treaty, they won't go away. In spite of passing legislation in the U.S. that makes it clear, they won't go away. In spite of the Artemis Accords, they won't go away. If people actually start selling rocks to each other on the lunar surface, I think that's going to go away. So that could be a very, very wise use of a small amount of money just to set some precedents. The other one is the Artemis Accords themselves. I think, again, it's early days on that yet, but I think you're seeing there the beginnings of something I think is long overdue, is rather than trying to set an international regime, which has the problem that in a truly international worldwide process, there are plenty of people who can stop the process who have no motivations for letting it go forward. So there are sort of non-stakeholder participants that really gum up the works. I've been saying for years, and it's good to see starting to move forward, a lot of progress can be made in a multilateral way where you get the participant nations who are actually thinking about doing something together, and they coordinate amongst themselves on what their norms of behavior are going to be. Now, in time, if that turns into a real program, those norms of behavior will become precedential. Other people will tend to emulate those norms of behavior. We're not compelling anybody to do that, but we're setting an example which, if it's successful, people can follow. I think that's a great way to go forward. But how impactful that will be in the long term really depends on, do we get there? If we get there, in the next 5 years, those will become very precedential, very impactful. If we're still talking about this in 30 years, it'll be a footnote.
Great, thank you. That's a great perspective, and I think we can delve into some of those areas as well. So our final speaker on the panel today is going to be Rajat Kulsharesha, and I apologize for what I did to your name there. And he's adding an international note to our thing from down under in Australia. So Rajat, would you like to give some opening remarks and give us a little background?
Sure. Thanks for that, Bruce. And look, I think I'll reflect on what Dan talked about, and Jeff. We're a 2-year-old startup focusing on in-space transportation. So building in-space transportation to complement the large supply of mass that's going to be enabled as a result of SpaceX and the Blue Origins of the world and Vulcans of the world, and the rideshare model that comes along with it. And I think for us, the trend is that that is going to be the big premise. There's going to be a large number of small launchers that will provide versatility as far as specific payloads, but the larger transports are going to be the key way to get mass into space, and that will require last mile connectivity with a bunch of services in space around mobility. And I think when I look at some of the issues in, that Jeff pointed out, with that will come a need for demand, and I think that's going to be a challenge, because we're already noticing that as we're talking to customers. It's a chicken and egg situation. You want to build an end-to-end transport capability, from here to LEO and then LEO and beyond, but you also want to stimulate demand. And so I think for us, it's been really interesting to explore with potential customers use cases that they've probably not seen in the past, or they had seen in the past 10 years ago, but now they're having to revisit those because suddenly the capability to do that at a cost-effective way is been enabled. So I think for us, it's a really interesting time. There are a number of trends that are converging, and the hope is that in the next 2 years, you have the convergence of further reduction in cost to orbit, availability of in-space transportation services, whether that's to higher orbits or to lunar, and then a demand that starts to drive for space settlement use cases, for other commercial use cases that we've probably not thought of so far.
So great. So let me just kind of delve into this, and I'm going to start from kind of LEO and work my way outwards. So we obviously have the International Space Station up there, and that has provided a platform to do a bunch of really wonderful things. And at the Space Settlement Summit, we're going to be talking about some of those later on in the program there. One of the ones that I wanted to focus on this panel was both the commercial resupply services, the cargo delivery to the ISS, and kind of what that has enabled. And then the other part of that really happened just a few months ago, and that was the flight of the Crew Dragon, the Dragon 2, to the ISS, that basically brought human spaceflight back to the United States for the first time since the space shuttle was retired in 2011. So two things is one, and then obviously Boeing is also in this mix with their Starliner. They had a little hiccup with their program that when they did it last December, and it was not able to dock with the International Space Station. They're going to redo that flight, but we have every expectation that sometime next year they'll be able to do that. So one of the things I wanted to talk about, though, is Jeff, you talked about demand. So one of the ones is, so obviously once you have this capability to launch people into space, how many people are going to want to do that? So Axiom has announced that they're doing a commercial mission in 2021. And then, Tom Cruise has said that he wants to go shoot a movie up there. So in the broader thing of like space tourism, do you think that is going to be a significant market for all of you, and how quickly do you think that could emerge?
Who would you like to go first, Bruce?
Dan, why don't you go first, and then we'll just kind of
keep the same batting order all the way around.
Okay, that sounds good. My touchstone on this is both Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and I've advised people, don't bet against a billionaire. Okay, that a billionaire is someone who's able to see value where most people have not been able to see value, and they have a track record for it. And what's interesting, looking at both Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, from the start of their efforts with SpaceX and with Blue Origin, they have focused on cruise scale systems. In fact, it was almost comical at the time. I worked closely with SpaceX in 2007, 2008. Elon's flying my heat shield on Dragon. I take a particular pride in all the successful Dragon missions and then the commercial crew missions. But back in 2007, when he was struggling to get a Falcon 1 to orbit safely, he was also had a cruise scale mock-up of a Dragon capsule. And at that time, it was almost comical, right? Because here he is trying to get this vehicle that would launch a metric ton, essentially a refrigerator, okay? Launch a refrigerator if it worked, and he is having trouble making that work. And here he has a mock-up of a capsule that's cruise scale. And one of the things he also did is that even when they had succeeded with the Falcon 1 and then the Falcon 9 and were launching Dragons, you may have noticed that those cargo Dragons all had a porthole in them, okay? And that's also kind of comical. And he was actually asked about this. I saw this once, that why do you have a porthole in a cargo vehicle? The cargo doesn't need to look out. And he said, I don't want anyone to lose sight of the fact that our goal is, human scale transportation to space. And he was willing to spend money to put a porthole into a cargo capsule just so no one would lose sight that I want to do people. And so, and his goal of making humanity a multiplanetary species, I think, is quite stunning. I'll just say that it's a stunning goal. Jeff Bezos is of a similar vein. Jeff, even with New Shepard, these have all been cruise scale vehicles, and clearly Jeff is focused on being able to transport people to space. And his goal is essentially to move all heavy industry off planet so you can preserve the Earth, in a more pristine state for humans. So I would say both Elon and Jeff have at the core of their business case for space is essentially humans. I'll just say humans in space, because it's broader than tourism. It's humans in space for a whole variety of reasons. And like I said, I don't want to bet against a billionaire, and time will tell. But we are now getting to the point where this is going to be not only, technically possible, but I think much more financially possible, particularly with Starship. And I'm sure that Jeff will be, trying to keep up with Elon on pricing on New Glenn, and knock on wood, soon with New Shepard. I would love to see some crew fly on New Shepard.
So Jeff, same question.
Okay. It's truly wonderful. It's all upside that, we have two such high-powered people, one of whom is able to talk Wall Street out of $1 billion a year to put into space, and one of whom is able to sell Amazon stock for $1 billion a year to put into space.
Yes.
When you think about how tiny the fraction of NASA's budget is that goes into the development of anything you might think of as a new capability, that's probably tripling the U.S. investment in new space capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be surprising if such a big scale up of investment didn't produce some results. And it's producing results, and that's great. I am not as comfortable that we're on a sound footing for that to continue. I certainly hope it does. I want to be clear. This is not me throwing shade, going, "Oh, it's not going to work." Like, Dan said, "Don't bet against a billionaire." I don't bet. I want the space movement to be the house. I want us to win no matter what happens. And the challenge I have is that neither of these big scale ventures have reached, fiscal escape velocity where they have enough markets to support that if the bean counters took over and the visionary stepped away. And the history of big companies like that is eventually the visionary does step away, or gets run over by a truck, or keels over with a heart attack or something, and the bean counters take over. And if the venture had better be making money by then, doing the wonderful thing, otherwise the wonderful thing will cease. And right now the supply is far in excess of the demand, and more supply is coming. That which is not a bad thing, but the demand better start catching up. Can space tourism or private spaceflight? I hate the term space tourism. Can privately funded spaceflight participants make up a significant segment of that demand? Maybe. I'm not wildly optimistic at the present price level that this is so. The NASA as the anchor tenant customer for commercial crew has driven a lot of system requirements that have enabled a big increase in the system cost over what we might have hoped for 10 years ago. So I don't think we're going to be talking about price points that are very different from Soyuz was 10 years ago when you could buy Soyuz flights. That was not a huge market. It'll help some that it's from U.S. providers. It'll help that you don't have to learn Russian. The accommodations are better than they are in Star City. There's lots of factors involved. But if we could fill a capsule once a year with private participants, I'd be pretty happy. That's one more flight. Okay, one more flight is not nothing. It's not to be despised by any means, but it's not a lot. Can orbital space tourism or space flight participants get to a price point where there's a bigger market? I think it can be. And it'll be a big help if we do fill a capsule a year. If there's a market for 6 people at $20 or $30 million a seat, I think other people will start to say, maybe it's worth investing in a system that might get that down to $5 or $10 million a seat. Of course, there are other sources of demand that we would love to see happen. The promise of industrial activity in LEO really hasn't happened yet. And there's a lot of reasons for that. It's absolutely not what some people think that, well, because there's nothing to do. There's no shortage of things to do, but we don't have a facility where doing them makes sense yet. And so whoever does the first industrial scale material or manufacturing or something like that is going to have to pay for the whole shebang, the whole industrial infrastructure. That's a high bar to close. And for a variety of reasons, ISS is not super well adapted to that. If that were to happen, you'd expect to need, another 2 or 3 people a year just to service that facility, minimum, maybe 6. If other nation states get more secure, that they can now have a human spaceflight program without having, because they can just buy the ride, that might be another 2 capsules a year. Okay, yeah, well, it's up. That's 4 flights a year. In the scale of commercial space, that's getting to be quite a bit. But that's not going to fill Starship. If Starship flies, which I certainly think it will, and if it's technically successful, which I certainly think it will be, the question of is there enough market demand to fill that large capacity is, I think, where all the risk in that system lies. Will the customers show up in the numbers required to fill it? I hope so. I'm not counting on it, and that's why I work on other ways of getting to space, because I want to hedge our bets.
Okay. So Rajat, let me rejigger the question a little bit for you, to along the lines of what Jeff was talking about there. So, if you had we now have a human launch capability where, as he says, you don't have to learn Russian, you don't have to take 6 months out of your life to go fly into space. So, maybe from what I've heard, it's going to be a couple of weeks of your life that you have to go to go do this. But the other mechanism is to look at in the shuttle era, there was a position called the payload specialist. So you weren't a professional astronaut. You were there to operate the payload, and so we had a number of these people that flew over the years. That one of the things that we could look at was that coming back, and with companies like NanoRacks, with companies like Made in Space, with Space Tango, and these kinds of companies that are looking at things like everything from pharmaceutical to exotic glasses and things like that. NanoRacks is putting up the new Bishop airlock to make it easier to get stuff in space. So one thing you could envision was that you were going to have more people up there not doing research that they can then iterate very quickly, that would then allow to make progress that then might lead to these kind of industrial facilities in space, because you could close the business case. That's kind of a rambling kind of introduction. I was just wondering, did you have any insights into this? What do you think of that possibility? And as somebody that's looking at in-space transportation, of being able to take things once they get in space and moving them somewhere else in space, how do you see this whole ecosystem emerging?
So I think to Jeff's point, I think when I look at what SpaceX and Blue Origin are doing is, you've opened the doors, right? And what it's doing, and when I look at 2 years out, I think of a cadence of 100 tons to orbit. I ask my question, what are you going to do with it? And the natural question is, and at the moment, if you look at even with Falcon, if you do not have Starlink, it has a serious impact on the cadence that's come from a commercial point of view on what you would do with that kind of capacity. And so our view is, the first gate has been opened, which is the gate of access. I think the second gate is one of infrastructure. And I think that then allows us to move towards commercialization and a scalable human presence. So I think to Jeff's point, you're going to get 1 flight a year, 2 flights a year, where you could look at space tourism or payload specialists. But I think to do it at a scalable level, for a long time, we have optimized space infrastructure for non-human presence, outside of the large programs. And suddenly, we now have to build infrastructure to enable that human presence in a sustainable way. And so from my point of view, services like ours and others around the world that are now starting to emerge to say, how do we provide mobility to build that infrastructure out? And as that infrastructure gets built, you start to open business models that haven't yet been, deeply explored. And I give a very, to me, the most relevant example of this is in the late 19th century, you had the Transcontinental Railway. Yes, you could connect Los Angeles to New York, but until you can connect a farmer in one of the counties that supplies oranges that can be used in an orange juice in New York, that is the real power. So I think, what SpaceX and Blue Origin are doing is they sort of have opened this long range transport capability. And I think now it's sort of, how do you slowly, iteratively start to build that infrastructure that eventually gets to that, sustainable, scalable human presence beyond LEO.
Well, let me make a couple comments on that, because one of the things that I've been seeing, particularly with Starship, is a paradigm breaker for space markets. And one of the things Elon has been talking about is not building 1 or 2 or 3 starships, but thousands. Okay, thousands of starships. And right now he's claimed he believes he can get them down to 5 million a copy, and that he can launch them for 2 million a launch. Okay, now even if he's off by a factor of 10, okay,
yeah,
that's still a phenomenal price. Okay, and keep in mind, in addition to LEO access and beyond, he's looking at Starship to do point to point. Okay, in fact, he's recently in discussions with a Air Force logistics group, looking how you could essentially use point to point Starship for large scale logistics support for. So one thing that I can imagine, okay, and this goes back to the mission specialists, I can imagine separate organizations buying a Starship, outfitting it specifically for their purposes, okay, which could be, industrial research and development. We're already seeing, from what we're seeing to date on ISS, is microgravity gives you, viewpoint into a new innovation frontier, one that you don't have here on Earth, because the physics are significantly different in micro-G than they are in 1G. So imagine, organizations that can afford it, they buy a Starship, they outfit it with the equipment that they want, they contract with Elon to put the Starship up into orbit for whatever period of time they want to fly it, with mission specialists, okay, because there'll be crew along with this. It stays on orbit for whatever period of time, it comes back, they re-outfit it, it can relaunch it, okay. Also, high net worth individuals, okay, they have their private islands, their yachts, they could have their own Starship. They could have their own Starship on their property that once a year they get 80 of their best friends, they load them onto the Starship, they do a suborbital hop to a SpaceX launch facility, and then they launch in space and go around the moon or whatever, okay? Such as the Japanese fashion designer is already contracted with SpaceX to do. Now again, these things are not fall off the log, but they're possibilities. And again, one of the things we have to do, and I'm glad you mentioned the Transcontinental Railroad. And by the way, that happened, the U.S. government put that in place during the Civil War, okay? I mean, it's crazy, okay? And it absolutely transformed the viable business cases of things you could do in California and throughout, by the way, a good portion of the center part of the country, because you can get your crops to orbit, get your crops to the East Coast. And until then, these things just weren't even possible. So the possibilities for some of these new business cases, we got to think outside of our kind of current geo satellite, constellations, one astronaut up on the ISS. And I'm not saying that this is guaranteed to happen, but there's suddenly the possibility of these different paradigms coming into play.
So let's pull on that.
I'd like to add one more thing to that, if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
There's a strong tendency to talk about, SpaceX this and SpaceX that, because let's be clear. Elon is very glad to use the enthusiasm of the community to tout his ventures. But it's such a demand side problem You know, if you walked into any of the major launch providers right now, including ones you might think of as traditional, with an order for like bulk purchase of 500 tons to LEO per year, you could probably get $500 a kilo right now. You know, because there's 6 launch providers or so and business for 1.5 of them. You know, they would all be thrilled to sell you 6 or 8 more launches a year. So you don't have to wait. You know, if you've got some business idea that needs a lot of mass on orbit, but only if the price is low, go now, because you can get it right now. You don't have to wait for some hypothetical future vehicle.
Yeah, but you have to have the option. For example, having a Starship, Jeff, is different than just having a payload capability to orbit. Anyhow, so it has to be something that can provide a useful return. And I'm just saying, and I'm just saying that, and again, Elon is going to have then imitators. Okay, the reason we call out SpaceX is that Elon's not going to be alone. If he's successful, you can be sure that other organizations, other countries are going to take a cue from him and say, okay, well, we can do this too. And so I'm just saying that we're kind of locked sometimes into a traditional way of thinking about space. And with things like Starship, we may see new doors opened for non-traditional approaches that are not current right now.
So let's head outwards a little bit here. And let's go to the moon, okay? So one of the things, a lot of things have been happening in the last year regards to the Lunar program, the Artemis program. So one of the things that they did is we're getting ready to do our first commercial lunar payload services, the CLIPS program. NASA loves its acronym. So CLIPS has given out a number of awards right now for I think there's 2 that are going to fly next year. One from Intuitive Machines, one from Astrobotic. Then Maston is going to fly, and then I think Astrobotic is going to fly another larger lander after that. So we had a number of we had both the Indians and the Israelis attempted a lander. Not so successful. Close, but no cigar. They got to the vicinity of the moon. They were making their powered descent, and in both cases, something went wrong, and the moon got another crater. But I think little crater. But I think the fact that they got as far as they did, I think is very encouraging. So you have this now, and then. The one that really got a lot of people's attention was the human landing system of, you know, NASA wanted to put astronauts back on the moon as early as 2024. I think people are beginning to say that that's really not going to happen, but you know, how close can you get to 2024? But then they gave out 3 awards. One was to Blue Origin and what's called the U.S. team, which includes Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, which is an interesting kind of a mix up there. Another one to Dianetics, which his team was Sierra Nevada, and the third one was to SpaceX and the Starship. So we have this mixture of robotic and human transport to the moon. So what do you see as that opening up for the future? And would that help us with the infrastructure you needed? One of the things that Elon is baselining for his is on-orbit refueling is necessary for him to carry out his lunar missions. I know some of these other folks are looking at infrastructure as well. NASA's also got the Gateway out there. So how do you see this unfolding to maybe help us on the demand side of this for not only doing the exploration, but then also maybe the mining and the resource extraction and mapping that could do. We've got the Viper mission that's in the planning stages there, where they're actually going to go drill on the moon. Obviously, the Chinese are on the moon already and are doing some of this kind of research. And then recently, the Sophia found that there was even more water on the moon than we thought there was on the moon. So, what do you guys make of all of this as far as helping with the demand side?
I think next Tuesday could have a large impact on what are the actual plans going forward. The current Artemis program is clearly, closely identified with the Trump administration and the current Congress. And should there be significant changes next Tuesday, that undoubtedly will get modified. Okay. And my suspicion is that the budgets that Bridenstine was really pushing for to hit that 24 date are quite unlikely to materialize, almost regardless of what happens next Tuesday. And so I think it's going to fall more and more into the government being kind of in the position they are with CLIPS, buying rides, okay? And if certain capability is established and shown, viable, and the government can buy a ride, we'll buy rides. And I think that even includes crew. And so if someone develops a crew-capable lunar lander and the government can buy some seats to put some astronauts on it, I think that's what we'll see. Now, timing on this, it's an outside shot, I think, for Starship to hit 2024, but that's one possibility. Jeff could decide he wants to really dial in to Blue Moon and see what he could do there, but he's probably out at least, I would say, to 2026, 2028. And Dianetics, they're just, with all due respect, just not enough of a track record there, I think, to know how likely or unlikely they are, one, to be able to technically accomplish it, but two, probably more importantly, to secure the financing should the government not be able to, put forward the budgets. I'm not quite sure how they would fare. I do think we are going to see continued interest in the moon. It may come, in my opinion, from more of a national security push because of the concern that we cannot see the moon to the Chinese. And I think that, and it's another interesting thing to see what happens with Space Force after next Tuesday. I guess what I have seen that I see encouraging is it looks like even the Biden administration is very receptive to the idea of Space Force. In my opinion, the U.S. needs Space Force. It's time for force projection into space, because if we don't, someone else will, and we may not like their politics or the way they operate. So I'm thinking that this may actually turn somewhat back to an Apollo moment where we, for national security reasons, make government investments to have a presence on the moon and guard our interests.
Yep. If I could add, I think I take from an international point of view and a small new space business, for the moon. I see when I look at 90 missions in the next 6 years, 8 years planned, which is a mix of government, international governments, and business, commercial interests. And so, in my view, there's going to be a lot of disruption in eventually stabilizing into what that infrastructure in and around the moon is going to look like. So you're going to have the large players, NASA and the major governments around the world, Indians and the Chinese and the Japanese taking a role. But I also think there's going to be a really large volume of small business now that access has been solved. And so we see a lot of interest in, for example, CubeSats to the moon going every month. What kind of economic, commercial model would that create? So I see growing interest, an exponential interest in the moon, not only for human presence, but starting to lay down the fundamentals of the infrastructure, whether that's comms, whether that's monitoring and national interest infrastructure. And so I think for me, sitting internationally in Australia, 10 years ago, I don't think any Australian company could have thought that we could look at even, thinking about a small mission to the moon. And now there are at least, 6 parties starting to think about that. And so I think that's a great sign. It's a great sign from a demand perspective. I think it's not going to, I think it's going to work to either complement or disrupt what the large organizations around the world, both from a national and geopolitical perspective, but also starting to create a commercial layer. that, in sort of 25, 28 starts to become, starts to give you, I always think of infrastructure as, government lays down the tracks and then you've got commercial private entities starting to complement that. And so I see the same thing happening with the moon, that you've got the gateway, you've got SpaceX starting to, use Starship and the Blue Origins, but then you've got, a large set of smaller providers starting to input and support that supply chain.
Well, first, I agree with most of the points that Dan brought up. The regardless of the vagaries of the political outcomes, I'm astounded that SLS has lasted this long, and so the NASA program is ripe for a realignment to bring it up to date with the realities of development in commercial transportation. Having said that, though, I've been in efforts on how to go to the moon privately for getting close to 10 years now, and we need that you don't have is a lander. You put a Falcon 9 and an Atlas 5 or a Vulcan together, and you got 15 tons throw weight to LEO to lunar orbit. That's enough. You do two of those and it's Apollo. So all you really need is a lander that can put something like 5 tons or more on the lunar surface. Yep. If we had that, we probably have been there privately by now, because that's a big ticket item that takes a significant development budget. If NASA at any pace continues to pretend to act as an anchor tenant to keep one or more private efforts to develop a lander in that class going forward, we'll eventually get there, whether it's called this program or that program or the other program. Even the robotic landers, even if a human scale landing system were not to go forward, but the robotic systems were to go forward, that would provide, once several of those are working, we'd have the industrial base that a private customer could with confidence go to one of those and say, now build me a bigger one, with a reasonable assurance that they knew what the development budget was going to be. It's helpful to have a little bit of infrastructure around the moon. I know that that's controversial in some circles, but basically, an arm, a station keeping node and an arm that you can use to stack things, to restack things, so that the order they go to the lunar orbit in is not necessarily the same as the order they go to the lunar surface in, is really quite a big help. And if you even have like a winter over shelter, where the crew can hang out there for a couple of weeks in the event of an abort, it's really enormously helpful in putting that system together. Now, note that I got through that whole thing without saying the word gateway.
Yeah.
Because the degree of overlap between what you might want as minimal lunar infrastructure and what gateway will turn out to be is not so obvious. It's frustrating to me that people argue for and against a certain implementation of gateway as if that was the discussion about lunar infrastructure. Just because it is possible to do infrastructure that might not make a lot of sense does not mean that infrastructure doesn't make sense. They're not necessarily the same thing. So I expect to see, I agree that interest in the moon is not going away. I would like to amplify on the national security element of it a little bit, because I think that's important. Yeah, the discussion about an expanded role for the market democracies in securing the freedom of navigation of space, has been going on for 10 years easy. It's not something that's sprung full blown from an idea out of nowhere in the current administration. It's been called many things. Right now it's called Space Force. It might be called something else if there were a change in the political system, but I don't think it's going away, because I don't think the United States is going to make the decision to cease to be a great power. And you simply cannot be a great power in the 21st century without assuring the freedom of navigation of space. And the market democracies, being the kind of countries that they are, the majority of the activity is in the private sector. The role of the government is to ensure the freedom of access for the private sector and ensure the avoidance of interference with private sector activities by bad actors. I might wish that we were talking about it in the terms that I just used more often, because I think there'd be much broader international acceptance of what we're talking about if we realize that it's really talking about doing in space what the U.S. has done since World War II on the oceans, which is preserve the access for all the peaceful uses, not forbid access for peaceful uses, but forbid harmful actors from interfering with peaceful use.
So we've got about 10 minutes.
Harmful actors out there, so that needs not going away. You cannot think about strategy in the Earthman system without the importance of access to the moon being obvious. Whether that be for propellant or whether that just be for rocks, raw mass to act as shielding and ballast and sources of kinetic energy. So the access to the moon is going to be important for the rest of the 21st century. Therefore, I don't think the interest is going away. But what military actors? I don't think the military strategy of the market democracies vis-a-vis the moon is well thought out yet. So exactly what they're going to do and when they're going to do it is not so visible.
So we've got about 8 minutes left. So I wanted to go to one more topic, and that's just to pull on this thread a little bit more. And that's so clearly the scientists want to go to the moon, and there's a lot of scientific stuff you'd want to do there, but there's also commercial companies that want to go to the moon for resource extraction. So this is another one of those cases where infrastructure becomes important. If you want to do, now you have to do mining, you have to do transport, you have to do beneficiation. One of the key things is going to be power. How do you think that this is a viable near-term market, within the next, 10, 15 years? Do you think that this market can develop and to be another one of these drivers for this, space, access capability? And how do you see that? How do you see that emerging? So, like I said, we got about 7.5 minutes left.
Sure.
If you kind of be brief.
I think the U.S. settlement of the West provides a very good example. And look at how we did that. Okay, first, we had military forts that were put out. Okay, which by the way assured access. So it's more than navigation; it's access. In fact, one of the big concerns right now with regard to the moon, the only real treaty that's in force is the Outer Space Treaty, which the U.S. is signatory to. And one of the things is that non-interference of another country's activities. But it's a very, nebulous term. And it's going to come down to precedents that are set that, okay, what constitutes interference? Is it 10 kilometers away? Is it 100 kilometers away? And how many places can you put assets on the moon and claim that, okay, these are my operations, everyone else has to stay away? And so there are some real questions, I think, on how do you assure access, assure that bad actors, as Jeff was saying, don't come in and start gaming things, and that you can allow the private markets to develop. I think right now we don't know what might be the actual private markets, but if we can't navigate or have access sufficiently to the moon, and particularly to the choice areas, and the people that go first are going to be the ones who find and occupy the choice areas. And so if you can't get to the choice areas, well, then that's probably going to impede your ability for developing markets. Also, one of the first markets that really needs to happen there, in my opinion, is actually the prospecting phase. We still don't really know what's there. We need much more ground truth. We have a fair amount now of remote sensing data for the moon, and that's great, okay? But we've got to get ground truth, okay? We have no idea about the lava tubes and lava domes and the extent of potential water ice in the permanent shadowed, regions. There's all these unknowns, and until we get some prospecting going And this is something, again, the government could make a huge impact on being an anchor customer for prospecting data. That's it. Just say, okay, prospecting data. We're willing to buy data, this much for data in these areas. And that could provide a market then for commercial companies to come in and say, oh, okay, we can get that data. And now we have a customer here. And so I think, and also this idea of a strategic resource reserves, resource futures markets. There's a number of things that the government could do that I think could really help, fan the flames of commercial lunar interest. And at the same time, again, in doing it in concert with a serious national security policy, make sure that we have maintained, as you're saying, Jeff, open access to good players for regions and places on the moon that people want to go.
So again, we got about 4 minutes left. So Jeff, both you and Rod,
you mentioned power. It's a big deal. Everything that you need in space takes power. Yeah. Power is much harder to gather in certain regions on the moon than it is in space. The fact that I'm working in a power beaming company is not a complete coincidence. The need to move power from points of collection to points of use is a big help in that kind of infrastructure development. Something I bang at every opportunity is people of goodwill who want to see space peaceful are responsible for a lot of fuzzy thinking about how we achieve that end. The only people whose behavior we can restrain by treaty are people operating in countries with market democracies that have rule of law. We can decide that people like me can't go. We can't decide that people like Elon can't go because he can go whether we like it or not.
Yep.
We can't decide whether countries that don't choose to respect international norms can't go because they're going to go unless we shoot them down, which we'd rather not do. It's clear that you can't nationally appropriate the moon by treaty. It's clear that you can't nationally appropriate the South China Sea by treaty. I think we can expect those treaties to have exactly the same restraining effect on the moon that they did in the South China Sea. Therefore, if we want to establish norms of behavior to maintain that peaceful use, we have to be the norm. And it's not about militarizing things; it's about maintaining a peaceful domain going forward. And I think there's a lot of good that we can do there if we choose to do it. Over to Rajat.
Look, I think I agree with a lot of the stuff that Jeff, you pointed out from a geopolitical perspective, and the access point. I think just going back to Dan's point, I think the commercial value as far as this market's concerned is in prospecting, right? I think where 10 years ago, 12 years ago, having conversations with some of the large mining companies in Australia, going, "Hey, what about the moon?" The response was, "Well, let's just try to get there first." Right. And I think we're slowly starting to answer the question that, hey, we can get there reliably and scalably with a cadence. And I think the next question now, the conversations, at least as potential customers of data that we have, is what data is available, right? What is there, right? Can we map it? And so I think for me, the market in the next 3 years, 5 years is really around a fully holistic map of the moon, a resource map, because I think then it becomes a viable thing for a lot of the key actors in this space to start investing.
Great. I think that's a really good. I think it's a really good overview of the challenges. One of the things that we've got right now that I think Australia signed up on is the Artemis Accord, which we're trying to put some. To bring some of these things up into the 21st century of how are we gonna do this in space? Quite a bit of controversy internationally over that. Some of the international players out there, particularly Russia and China, are not real thrilled with that. But again, I think that's where establishing some of these precedents is really important.
Hello, and welcome to the Space Settlement Conference panel on cislunar dominance. I have with me quite an exciting panel, and I'd like to introduce them in order. So first we have George Neild.
Hello, Peter.
Hello.
I'm the president of the Commercial Space Transportation, the Commercial Space Technologies LLC, and that was established to encourage, facilitate, and promote commercial space activities. Previously, I served as the associate administrator for commercial space transportation at the FAA. Also, spent time as an Air Force officer, worked at NASA on the space shuttle program, and in private industry. I attended the United States Air Force Academy and received a master's and PhD in aeronautics and astronautics from Stanford and an MBA from George Washington University. I'm also a flight test engineering graduate of the U.S. Air Force Test Pilot School.
Outstanding. And Namrata Goswami.
Thank you, Peter. It's my pleasure to be on this panel today. So I am an independent scholar working on great power politics, especially looking at space policy and space governance. In 2016, 2017, under a Minerva Office of the Secretary of Defense grant, I looked at specifically China and India space program in collaboration with Peter Garretson. Before that, I served as a research fellow at the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis in New Delhi, where I focused on great power competition, especially looking at countries like China, India, Japan, Asia in general, and particularly on China. And I also serve as a senior fellow at the United States Institute of Peace. Currently, I'm working on a book on China's grand strategy, including notions of territoriality. So I'm really looking forward to this panel today.
Thank you, Nami. And Steve Quast.
Hello, I'm Lieutenant General Steve Quast, retired, and I've spent a lifetime studying international affairs and national security at the nexus of culture, technology, strategy, and history. Ultimately, though, my job right now is to help Congress and the White House and the industrial base of space work on this collaborative whole of society requirement to really take advantage of the power of space in the 21st century so that that power is translated into uplifting the human condition and the prosperity of people around the globe, and that it does not fall into the hands of those that would use it as a weapon against others. Thank you.
Fantastic. So we're here to talk about cislunar, and in that context, the question of cislunar dominance. So let's first of all figure out what we're talking about. So let's talk about what do we mean to the lay audience who might not be familiar. When we say cislunar, what does that mean? George, give us your take.
I think typically the term cislunar refers to the volume of space between the Earth and the Moon. Frequently, though, the intent is to focus on altitudes above geostationary orbits and include operations taking place in lunar orbit and on the lunar surface.
All right. And to the entire panel, and we'll start with Nami, why might that be important?
So I think cislunar space becomes critically important given the future that countries like the US, China, to an extent India and Japan are looking at. And that is they're looking at establishing permanent presence on the lunar surface, especially the US and China. And they've already established programs looking at extraction of lunar resources like water ice, helium-3, and also looking at using those resources to become deep spacefaring nations. And so in that particular context, I think the importance of establishing cislunar governance, cislunar presence and capability becomes critical, because if you're looking at a future where we have human presence on the moon and beyond, it'll be very critical to think of not just offering security, which is a key role of military organizations, but also civilian military roles like rescue operations, humanitarian assistance, which we already do in the domain of ocean. So I think that is why cislunar is so critical today.
Excellent. And we'll be getting more to those roles a little later on. General Quast, anything you'd want to add on why you think cislunar is important?
Well, the only thing I'll add to those excellent definitions is the fact that we need to keep an open mind and be flexible, because you must go wherever your competition goes, or your competition will have an advantage. So as we define these, we need to just keep in mind, and alluding to what NAMI talked about, and that is wherever there is a competitor moving, we must be there with them.
So George, what do you see as the relevance of the Cislunar area to the goals of space settlement? What are there in terms of resources that that we would want to access? How is it enabling?
Well, backing up just a little bit, I think from a national security perspective, one can think of it as the next high ground, if you will, for situational awareness and space domain awareness, robust communications and navigation capabilities, and to facilitate access to other orbits. It may also be important to establish some squatters' rights, if you will, or to push back against any claims of sovereignty by other nations, such as for activities on the lunar surface. And so specifically then, I think Cislunar space offers a great opportunity to demonstrate the capability to live and work off the planet in a sustained manner without fast and easy access to Earth. We can also gain practical experience in utilizing in situ resources. And those are all skills that we'll have to master before we can successfully establish space settlements.
All right. And so let's talk about scale. I mean, obviously, Cislunar includes the moon and its resources. General Quast, I'll start with you. What sort of scale do you think Cislunar ultimately will enable for space settlement?
Well, I think that you will find that it scales to all of the elements that humanity needs to explore, to discover, and to build economic vibrance. The scale will almost be unlimited, just as the universe is unlimited. The key is to build it in a way that is economically viable. But it'll be on the three main enterprises of economic growth, and that is energy, where you have a scaled energy infrastructure, if you will, that allows energy to be applied to any device, any person, or any element that is requiring energy. And the second is communication, where everything that is out there can be able to communicate ubiquitously. And then the third is the ability to maneuver, to get the right person to the right place at the right time for the right reason. So the scale will evolve with the economic development in those three enterprises, and there's really no limit to how far we will go.
So, Nami, I wanted to come back to you for a moment here. You know, at the Space Settlement Conference, it's not unusual to talk about settlement. We've been talking about it for a long time. But outside the National Space Society, are any nation states talking about settlement as a goal?
Absolutely, that's a great question. So an example is both Japan and China. So Japan's iSpace, which is a private company, talked about establishing lunar settlements by 2040. And the basis for that was the discovery of water on the lunar surface in the 2008 Indian Chandrayaan-1 mission. Now, what is very interesting from the Space Settlement Conference, as well as global international partnerships, is that India and Japan have signed a cooperation agreement based on which they are planning to send a resource prospector to the moon by 2025, where Japan will offer the H3 rocket and the rover, and India will offer the lander. So that's already in the making. The country that's actually talking long-term and very seriously about space settlement is China. So last year, when China landed on the far side of the moon with the Chang'e 4, right after that, the China National Space Administration came out with a very clear roadmap as to what they are looking at. And so they're looking at developing incremental capacity to become a spacefaring nation, including establishing a research base on the moon by 2036. And so subsequently, once they establish a research base, they are talking about construction of space-based solar power satellites using lunar resources. They're also talking about the critical importance of the moon from a space settlement and space exploration perspective. So in their perspective, launching from the moon using lunar resources is 22 times more energy efficient than launching from Earth. And these programs are based on state funding, and they've already established a plan for space-based solar power. So China is actually one of the countries with the most advanced space settlement goal.
And Amy, you gave us a great segue, Chinese dominance. So let's talk a little bit about what that word might mean. So George, first to you, when you hear dominance, what do you think that word means?
A standard dictionary definition might include terms like controlling, prevailing, or having a powerful position. However, I think it's important to note that there's a difference between having a dominant capability and operating in a dominating way.
Excellent. Steve?
Yeah, there's this can be a complex definition, but there's a temporal dimension to this too, meaning for how long, and there's a cost element to it, being on the right side of the cost and position curve, if you will. But ultimately, for me, dominance comes down to the fact that when you're competing with another entity in any environment, that you can maneuver, bring firepower to bear or energy to bear, and you can communicate cheaper, faster, and with more agility and flexibility than your competition. So that no matter what is going on, you can design a strategy to win.
So Nami, you're a student of international relations, and clearly you observe, how the United States has used this term dominance in terms of the seas today. How do you think we should understand the word dominance? Is there a difference between how the United States and China understands dominance?
I think, first of all, if we look at the concept of dominance from an international affairs or international theory perspective, so it has two implications. One is that you're talking about overall grand strategic dominance, by which I mean you're not just talking about military dominance, but you're also talking about the capability of civilian democratic dominance. And by that, it means it's not about exclusion, but it's actually about enabling other partnerships, including international partners, to actually have access to that area. And you are not just thinking about conflict, but you're also thinking about security and prosperity. So that's the key difference in terms of understanding dominance from a democratic nation's perspective. An example is the Pacific Ocean or the Malacca Straits, which is one of the most militarized area because of China's claims in the South China Sea. So if you look at the strategic documentation or even theoretical thinking that comes out of the United States, what it means is that the United States Navy is present in the oceans in the Asia Pacific, not because it's dying to have a conflict or is trying to militarize the area. It's about securing sea lines of communication and freedom. So it's very clear what the values are. Now, if you look at China's understanding of dominance, it becomes very clear, especially under President Xi Jinping. So President Xi defines dominance as a China-led world order, where China would be the lead nation in terms of cislunar presence. And this gets reflected in their desire to constitute normative terms of reference as to who has access and who hasn't. And in case conflict breaks out, who will decide or who will negotiate or settle the dispute. So given the fact that international space law today has not really anticipated a world in which you have nations and private citizens surviving and settling in spaces beyond Earth. So what China's hope and aspiration is that they have a very similar conceptualization of space governance like what they have on Earth under their Belt and Road Initiative, which means you have a China-led international commercial court and disputes are settled based on Chinese legal systems. And I'll end by saying that just recently, China also included space within their Belt and Road Initiative. So international partnerships in space are viewed through that particular prism. So you see there's a clear difference in terms of how both nations understand dominance.
Now, it's not all bad news. And George, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about, what is commercial doing in the cislunar space? It seems to me like there is an ongoing movement and thought leadership, quite divorced from national security concerns specifically. But what is this ideological movement and capabilities that U.S. commercial is building?
That's a really interesting question. I think in the past, a common criticism of commercial space has been that, oh, well, those companies all just have to report to their boards on the next quarter's earnings, or they're out to make more money. That may have been true at one point in the past. I don't think that's a reasonable case to make today. If you look at some of the boldest, most audacious and innovative ideas that are out there, it is coming from US private industry now in terms of these very subjects. And whether you look at small, low-cost efforts like landers and rovers, some of which are under government contracts like the Eclipse, to ambitious long-term strategic efforts like SpaceX's Starship and plans for Mars colonies. United Launch Alliance has got their Cislunar 1000 vision, and Blue Origin has a long-term vision for us to have millions of people living and working in space. Those are the kinds of things that you don't necessarily hear government officials talking about. So I think there's a real potential if we open up our toolkit, if you will, to look at how can we make this work, to not be trapped by even though all these things are very much true in terms of what the US government should be doing, we shouldn't restrict ourselves to thinking, well, NASA or the Space Force has got to do all those things because this is important for our country and for the world. Instead, if we can look at the government has very important roles, but private industry and academia and our international partners can all play an important part in this. And that, I think, can really enable us to leverage the contributions from all the stakeholders and accelerate the progress that we're able to make. So that's the direction I would certainly encourage us all to head.
Well, let's pause for a minute, and I'll ask first George, and then I'll ask Steve. How do you articulate the proper or most optimal roles and relationship between the government and the private sector to bring about the sort of cislunar development and security that you would like to see?
So let me just step back a little bit and not necessarily focus right on this particular topic, but if we want to have progress in space, I think it's important to look at roles and responsibilities for government. And I would identify them this way. The government can be the developer of new technologies through its research efforts. The government can be an important investor in private industry and other places that are making progress here. The government can be an important partner to entrepreneurial or other new efforts that are ongoing. The government can be a customer for companies that are developing some of these new capabilities. The government has a role as a regulator to ensure safety and standardization and reliability so that we can ensure that we have a successful global space economy. And of course, the government has responsibilities for national security and for law enforcement. That's something we haven't touched on here so far, but that's going to be important in the future in space as well. So that is a list of some of the things that I think the government should be doing. Industry also has an important role, as does academia, but I'd like to see industry focus more on system development, system operations, and service providers, so that again we can multiply government investment, and we can take advantage of the things that private industry does so well: lower cost, increased innovation, a greater risk tolerance, the development of new products, services, and markets, and the ability to go out and obtain new sources of funding and investment. Those are things that the government doesn't do, and they're not necessarily supposed to do that. But in partnership with industry, we can have a much stronger team.
Steve, same question.
Yeah, so when you ask the question of why is that not happening? Because I agree with George that this is about unleashing the power of the free market and the entrepreneurs and the innovation in our open society. That is why we are so prosperous and why our economy is the most powerful that humankind has ever been able to produce. But what is getting in the way is culture. We have a government that is falling into the trap that President Eisenhower warned us about, the congressional military industrial complex, where once a widget is built to do something valuable, it gets protected by lobbyists and constituencies that vote for politicians. And when that widget is no longer useful, it's like pulling teeth to get rid of it and build something new. But it's also the culture in the military and in the government. These bureaucracies are so big and they are so used to doing business the old way that they are so risk averse that they feel like they have to control, that it's responsible to control. So this is why it takes Elon Musk 8 years to do what he could do in one, because he has to jump through all these risk averse hoops of milestones and reports and analysis. Because people are afraid that if something goes wrong, their job is on the line. So we need to be clear-eyed. We know how to do this, and it's doing exactly what George said. Let the free market be free. And government's responsibility is to do things differently than the industrial age, and that is to take prudent risk by partnering with private companies and letting them do things that accelerate this journey of new capability that helps us compete economically. Because when we can compete economically, the military and political power that keeps us safe and secure will flow naturally from that economic mind.
Nami, when we think of China, we normally think of them as a state actor, but do they have a commercial space component, and should we be taking them seriously?
Yes, they do. Actually, as I mentioned before, since 2016, their private space enterprise has actually grown exponentially. So they already have launched suborbitally iSpace, which is the Chinese version. They are developing reusable capability. So LinkSpace, one of their private space entity, has demonstrated the capability of their rocket to hover about 300 meters and then land back. iSpace has a plan to launch a very small rocket next year, which is reusable. And they're also starting to invest in other technologies like 3D printing and artificial intelligence in collaboration with space. And the one way that we can understand the seriousness of China's private space enterprise is the funding. So within just 2 years, the funding rose from about 100 million to about 2 billion just in 1 year annually. So you can see that their investment in their private space enterprise, the fact that President Xi has asked private launch facility to open up their launch facilities to the private space enterprise for a subsidized rate, tells you that they are actually starting to realize that space is not just about national power projection, but also about taking advantage of the about $1 trillion space satellite market, which is ahead based on their own estimation. But they're also talking about a $10 trillion Earth-Moon zone, an economic zone that will have that return of investment annually by 2050. And
10 trillion.
That, they are starting to invest very seriously in their private space enterprise. And I think we need to take them seriously because these private space enterprises are starting to have global impact as well.
So let's pause for a minute there, and I wanted to get everyone's take. So for a long time, we had no race. Now we have a new race for space dominance. Is this good or bad for humanity? Nami.
I would say that competition is good for humanity, because if you look at what happened historically, the competition for getting to the moon first or even in space resulted in several technologies that humanity is using today, including the GPS, navigation systems, e-commerce. So competition is not always bad. It actually flourishes in terms of letting human capacity flourish, especially in a situation where it is democratic, transparent, and open. So in my perspective, competition today, for instance, the race to space, to the moon, is unleashing the private sector, for instance, to develop commercial landing facilities on the moon, as we saw recently. It's actually enabled SpaceX to develop the first commercial capability to go to the International Space Station. You see a very similar capacity being built in China. And in comparison, including India. So India also has announced plans for sending humans to low Earth orbit and developing space governance mechanism because of this competition vis-a-vis cooperation, which could result in space governance infrastructure, but might also hide the very important fact that space policy today is still led by nation states and not the United Nations in general. So it's good for humanity in my context, in my understanding.
So George, if the United States wants to win, what are the implications for the interagency, for NASA, DOT, DOC, in diplomacy?
Well, we need to think more strategically and more long-term, and not just treat this as one more NASA space program. It needs to be a whole of government, a whole of nation, and frankly, a whole of humanity effort, and include government, industry, and academia. So specifically, Department of Transportation, Department of Commerce, they can't just be passive and wait for NASA to ask for help on this. They need to focus on developing transportation and commercial infrastructure, safety, offering U.S. leadership for a coalition of the willing internationally, those kinds of things.
Outstanding. And while we've still got you, George, I wanted to give you the first chance. So what are the implications for uniformed services? And as you think about it, what are all the different constabulary roles that you think need to come out? You've talked about a space guard before we had a space force. What are your thoughts on these?
Well, to start, I think we have to think beyond just supporting forces on the ground, on the sea, and in the air, and look at establishing the capability to conduct all kinds of operations beyond geo. But specifically for things like a space guard, I think there is going to be a real need for that kind of an organization, and whether that's within the Space Force or as a separate organization, I think you could probably debate that. But the kinds of things that I think would fit naturally would include launch range management, spaceflight safety regulation and enforcement, astronaut rescue and recovery, enabling freedom of access to space and freedom to maneuver in space, ensuring safe and accurate navigation, orbital debris mitigation and cleanup, inspection and/or repair of satellites, promotion of space commerce and prevention of harmful interference, and enforcement of treaties, agreements, and rules of the road. Those are things that are not necessarily part of our warfighting force that has just been stood up now for Space Force.
General Quast, same question. So wrap it up for us. What do you think are the implications both for the interagency, and where does Space Force itself or our uniformed services need to go to prevail?
Yeah, so I'll be real clear here. I think that if you study history and how technology changes history, we have a choice. We can either uplift the human condition by the Western world moving into space in a way that brings law, rule of law, and the values of every human is respected and protected, and we are kind to Mother Nature, and we're kind to people. Or we'll have a future defined by China that will follow the values that they demonstrate right now to their own people. That's the choice, because all these competitions are about a struggle for values. And if we forget that, we forget the dire consequences of what the implications of this race will be if we do not win.
Well, thank you so much to the entire panelists. That was a terrific panel. We covered a bunch of stuff.
My name is Rod Pyle. I'm the editor-in-chief of Ad Astra magazine. And today we're going to be talking to Hannah about space settlement in a broad context. Hannah has been engaged by the National Space Society to conduct a meta-study of the many works that have been done over the years, many scholarly and academic works over the years, and engineering studies on different space settlement concepts. So she's here to share that very broad perspective with us, and we're quite glad to have her along. I'll be joined by Dave Dressler for this part of the conference. Thank you, Dave. The new director of the conferences committee. Is that what we're calling you now?
It works for now.
Okay, very good. So let's bring Hannah in. We'll get started. Hannah is currently an aerospace engineer with Boeing. Congratulations, Hannah, on your new post. That's really great news.
Thank you. Very happy to be full-time.
So just before we start, can you give me an idea of how you got engaged with the NSS and how this great work that you're doing came about?
Absolutely. So my first experience with the National Space Society was back in 2018. I was working on a NASA research grant looking at economic research for space development. And the PI of our research actually brought up the opportunity to present that research at ISDC. So back in 2018, that was kind of my first introduction to NSS, was being thrown right in the middle of ISDC and got to do a couple presentations, which was a fantastic experience. So I stayed current with NSS and just actually started my 2-year term as the Region 3 representative to the board of directors. And back about a year ago, I got an email chain that had been passed down all the way. It originally came from Dale Scran. And he was looking for someone to capture every academic and peer-reviewed paper ever published on space settlement. And they were kind of like, hey, we're looking for an undergraduate or a graduate student to kind of crank this out over the next year. So it kind of eventually made its way down to me. I got on a call with Dale, and we set off on an adventure that we frankly had no idea how it was going to turn out.
Well, congratulations on your election on the board. That's sensational. And I have to say, I worked on a book a couple years ago called Space 2.0, and I was doing some of the same research you're doing, and it was not an easy thing to find those studies. There was a great number of not great studies, but in terms of looking for good ones that had really been conducted thoroughly by people who had a stake in it and knew what they were doing at the same time, was a different matter than finding articles. So how did you go about digging into this?
Absolutely. So when we first started off, we thought we might be lucky to get 20 or 30 papers. We really had no idea kind of what the market was going to be like. And initial searches that I did, just kind of looking for broad concepts, for different habitat concepts, for settlement and colonization concepts in kind of a wide array of academic journals, I wasn't finding a whole lot. And that's where kind of the conversation with Dale shifted to, okay, but space settlement is really made up of so many more of these additional components where there has been decades of research. So everything from materials science to energy and genetics and biology and just about any scientific topic, you name it, and it has an impact on space settlement. So then the issue became, okay, how do we narrow down journals and narrow down searches of papers to really find the content that is applicable to space settlement, even if the paper doesn't come out and necessarily say it. But if we're kind of looking and starting to work in the vacuum environments and the near vacuum microgravity environments, the lunar and the Martian environments. So it was definitely a matter of figuring out how to work the search engines essentially to really get what I wanted. And then it became, once I found a great paper, is going through and searching all of the authors on that paper and saying, okay, they're obviously very well established in this field. What kind of other papers have they written? Are they co-authors or anything else? What else can I find?
So it's wonderful that you've included all these things, because there are so many incremental technologies and advances that we don't always think about as being directly associated with the bigger picture of space settlement. It's easy to get focused on large engineering projects and large structural projects and big steps. But sometimes I think we can kind of lose focus on things like how we're going to deal with dust on the moon and Mars, which is a huge problem, and extended life support requirements and biomedical issues and all those things. So I wonder if you could just tell us what some of the, it sounds like you had some aha moments there where you found something that was really delicious in the literature. What were a few of those?
So kind of my favorite aha moment to date has really been finding the research that JAXA is currently performing and is in the process of publishing papers where they have a centrifuge up on the International Space Station, and they'll bring populations of mice up, about 30 mice at a time or so, and half of them will live kind of in the control microgravity environment, and the other half will live in the centrifuge. And the centrifuge they've run to 1G, 2G, and they're currently in the process. We're waiting to see the paper where they run it in lunar gravity to just kind of see what the effects on ththese mice are after about a 30-day time span. So seeing artificial gravity research performed in that environment that's my favorite aha moment. That was kind of the hardest place to find research, because performing research in microgravity like that is so difficult. And it's really something, to get the fantastic data like that, you have to go out into microgravity and run a centrifuge and really start to do these big tasks.
So in terms of the emerging commercial spaceflight economy and their efforts, so we've got SpaceX and Blue Origin and Mazda Spaces, I mean, a dozen companies that are quite active in this, some of them putting a lot of their own skin in the game. Did you see much literature from or about them, or was it really more constrained to traditional efforts?
Because we were really focused on the scientific feasibility of space settlement, one of our kind of ground rules and assumptions going into this is that we figured out launch. We figured out launch in multiple different locations, and the science of especially landing and coordinating and rendezvousing is pretty well established. So we discussed launch a little bit towards the end, but I didn't do any full-scale analysis.
Well, I think we can go for one or two more questions. This has huge implications in terms of what NSS has been trying to do for years. Do you see a way where we can bring more attention to our organization as leading in space settlement than perhaps we have been in the past?
Absolutely. So this paper, and especially it will be noted inside the paper, that NSS was the sponsor and one of the major funders. And kind of what this paper has set up is a continuing trail. So this lays out the scientific feasibility, but there's plenty more study that can be done on engineering and legal and economic feasibility studies to follow. And that is one way to establish, at least in academic literature, a huge hold on the market and a huge influence on the market. Now that's just talking academic literature. NSS can use these results and use the results of the follow-on studies to really kind of set the standard and communicate exactly where we're at on the path to long-term space settlement.
Well, fantastic.
So I'm very excited by what you're doing, and I find myself, I'm on the opposite end of the career spectrum from you. I'm in my last decade probably. But I'm thrilled that you're doing this, and it's very exciting, and it was long overdue, and we really welcome it. So I guess I could ask questions all day. I'm sure Dave could too, but we have time constraints. I'd like to wrap up by asking you to expand once more on what you found the most thrilling and engaging about this, where you see yourself going, and what you see in 10 years now that you've been through all this all. So that's a 3-part question.
All right. So I'll definitely try to take that part by part. So part one, kind of what I found most engaging, most thrilling, was that I found literature in journals, everything focusing on population and genetics, to microbiology, to developing 3D printed and material science, to kind of the fact that I was finding journals that I had never heard of but were well established in their field. And it wasn't just the well-known space settlement or the well-known space journals. The fact that it was such a large and concerted effort where people were working on completely unrelated fields but all working towards this one common goal was absolutely the most exciting thing. And that it wasn't just that we can build on the years of conferences and presentations and summer studies and academic literature, that the community is actually much larger than it appears, and then we're all working towards the same goal. So that was absolutely the most thrilling and exciting part of that, is that it's not just us. The community is bigger.
And how about your
where I'm going next? What?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Your trajectory.
So my trajectory, I'm currently in the process of moving to San Antonio. I'm poised to get a couple years of hands-on experience on aircraft in my career, because hands-on experience is really something that I've been looking forward to and somewhere that I've needed some development. So a couple years there. Then I'm planning on getting my pilot's license, a graduate degree in aerospace engineering, and then who knows? I'm really excited to see in about 3 to 4 years exactly what the commercials and developing space markets look like. It'd be really fun to work for a company that doesn't exist yet.
Or start one.
Or start one.
And as far as the big picture, 10 years out, now that you've absorbed all this, what do you see?
So 10 years out, I really think that we will have outposts in multiple places in the solar system, and I will not go and commit to what those locations are, because those are influenced much bigger than just my opinion here. However, I do think that's kind of going to be the next starting point for really getting humans out into space and kind of beginning our long-term and permanent habitation. The International Space Station has been a fantastic launching point and has given us decades of experience we couldn't have gotten elsewhere. The next step is moving out a little bit further, and I'm excited to see how that pans out.
Well, Anna, we look forward to watching your next steps. Pretty exciting career path you're on, and NSS can hopefully facilitate that. Especially, you mentioned all the relationships that get built, and our ISDC, as you've noticed, is a good opportunity to expand on that. Someday we'll have it in person again.
I look forward to that day very much.
Well, thanks. You've been an inspiration, and you're the kind of person, I mean, we want everybody engaged with the NSS ultimately, but we want a lot of people like you, because that's really where the future is. A lot of us have been engaged in this a long time, and we had our day, and it's been fun. And I personally, and I think Dave would share this, we're both glad that we're still around to see this begin to blossom again. But this is just the beginning for you, and I'm really excited for your progress. So, Ad Astra, carry on. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. We're very fortunate to be able to have Isaac Arthur with us today. Isaac runs an organization called Science and Futurism with Isaac Arthur. He has a massive series of recordings on YouTube and a huge following. So we're really lucky to welcome Isaac into our Space Settlement Summit. With that, let's bring Isaac. Hey, how you doing?
Doing great, Dave. Thank you for having me here today.
Yeah, last year we were going to have you at the International Space Development Conference, and COVID had different plans for us. But in the meantime, you've been working on a project that deals with NSS's roadmap. Mm-hmm. And there's been some episodes that are out. And I think our audience would love to learn about what went into that and where it's going, because that's key to our space settlement efforts.
Oh, sure. Well, unsurprisingly, I've a lot of friends who were the NSS over the years, or the L5 Society before that, and we've always been talking on the show for years where we do planetary colonization episodes or rocketry episodes, methods of getting up into space, like our Upward Bound series, about doing more planetary colonization. And one of the references we used a lot for that is the NSS Roadmap for Space Settlement and its various incarnations down the years. And I was looking over the newer version of that about the same time I gotten offered some information at the conference. And at the time, I thought, we should do more on that topic. And when the conference got canceled, I'd been thinking about doing a talk on that to some degree. And I said, why don't we just go ahead and do an actual series of episodes just on the roadmap for space settlement? Not exactly following it, but pretty loosely following it through the first 12 milestones of getting up into space. And then kind of focusing on each episode. We did one on orbital colonization, the moon, Mars, asteroid mining, orbital settlements, and then we're going to do a terraforming episode. And I just finished writing the last of the 7-episode series, becoming a planetary species, looking at becoming an interstellar species. So those are all either out or going to be alien in the next couple of months, and it's been a fun thing to do. And I guess it got started from COVID. So sometimes good things come from irritating crises.
Yeah, you found a place to focus your efforts, and we're more than happy to see you focus on something that's been core to NSS for like 30 plus years. So thank you for that. That's very cool.
Hopefully I did the roadmap some justice there. And of course, it's always fun to kind of look at these ideas, but so often when you're doing a talk on something or you're planning to do a talk on something, at least for me, that tends to be the origin of a lot of episodes. And so I remember I was supposed to be giving a talk at Carnegie, the Carnegie Science Center in Pittsburgh, and I did end up giving that talk, but they were asking me about black holes and civilizations near them. I said, why don't we do civilizations on them? So we ended up doing a series of episodes after I gave that talk on actually colonizing black holes. So.
Yeah. To bring things more near term, looking at what's available in the next 20 to 30 years in terms of space settlement, what do you see as a probable outcome? Let's say 2030. What would you anticipate happening in terms of colonization or settlement?
I think that would still be way too optimistic to actually see any boots on the ground on Mars, but just because you need to have that project well started within the next few years to have a chance of actually getting into a window. Getting people on the moon, if we wanted bad enough, we could certainly do it in the next 10 years. We could have done it any time in the last 50 years, obviously. I would like to say I'm optimistic about seeing people back on the moon in the next 10 years, but I don't see us going back there until we're ready to have a permanent base, and I'm not quite sure we're there yet. We're going to have to start looking very seriously at a successor to the International Space Station, and I think that probably will be something that's at least underway in this upcoming decade. And I suspect that would probably want to include a rotating section too at either Moon or Mars gravity to let us start seeing if we can actually handle those levels of gravity for protracted time. Something people forget is we have no idea how low gravity is low enough or high enough for people. We've never had people in low gravity except for 3 days at a time and for 12 people. And that was bookended by zero gravity and high acceleration. So for all we know, 2% of normal Earth gravity keeps you healthy, or 98% ain't enough. We'll have to find out. And we do that with either a rotating station, especially for Mars. We might be able to fly people to the moon to check it there, but for Mars, you need to know before you send people there if 40% is enough.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's an amalgamation of basically Jerry O'Neill's scenario of building something at L5 based on moon materials. It seems a lot more feasible than trying to move everything up from Earth to establish large orbital development like that.
Sure. I think, and it's a critical thing we look at on the show a lot, and we have whole episodes talking about on O'Neill cylinders, is that when it comes to space settlement, in the long term, it probably is going to be rotating habitats like O'Neill cylinders or smaller versions, or potentially even larger ones with some super tensile materials that are going to be the homes for most of humanity. And as I say, they also are great for nature preservers. So I say maybe we get all of humans off Earth so we could preserve the planet, and say, well, you might be better off building various large O'Neill cylinders to serve as nature preserves, as they're much easier to protect from invasive species. But those O'Neill cylinders are probably going to have to all be sourced off the moon or the asteroid belt. And I suspect that we'll see potentially millions of them in orbit of this planet within the next few thousand years, but that's a long ways off. But it's a lot more land area per unit of mass than you ever get off a colonizing planet, and you can get everything tuned down exactly where you want in terms of gravity, pressure, lighting, etc. Of course, the sky isn't really blue; it's your neighbor's backyard. But other than that, very Earth-like.
You look at the concept of the Aldrin cycler to Mars and being able to harvest some asteroid to build into, multiple iterations of that. That's looking probable in the next 80 to 100 years, I would imagine, right?
We were just looking at the Aldrin cycler in last week's episode on Mars Base, and then we're also going to be looking at the interstellar cycler version of it that could potentially be very useful for interstellar trade way down the road. But that has the option to be, I think, critical to actually moving cargo around the solar system. For passengers, you want something faster than Aldrin cycler. It's still fundamentally a very slow object. It's just very efficient. But I think that for almost all bulk cargo, for a lot of trade purposes, they're going to be the dominant form of, I don't know if I'd say habitat, but I think you see a lot of very large cyclones down the road, potentially asteroids converted entirely into one. And those could be pretty potent communities for space development down the road. They're going to be trade hubs. They could potentially be set up to be the pickup supplies for all sorts of other orbital settlements and between planetary networks. And the key thing is they don't just work between Earth and Mars, they work between any two bodies. So it's a very handy path to space colonization without having to worry about the constant budget we have to spend for accelerating mass around in terms of shielding. You just have to have enough speed to get up to connect the thing and to depart from afterwards. No shielding needed for your ship to connect up to it at that point. Saves a lot of mass, saves fuel.
You bring up an interesting aspect, though. If somebody's in a hurry to get to Mars, then we have to rely on other technologies that haven't been fully developed, like nuclear propulsion or things of that nature.
Well, if you're in a hurry, you don't do it with nuclear propulsion either. That depends on what you mean by a hurry.
Well, I'm thinking about the specific impulse of 1,000, versus chemical rockets.
The question is always, do you want to get there in, a couple of years, a couple of months, a couple of weeks, a couple of days, or a couple of hours, or 20 minutes? And all of those are potentially on the table. And of course, potentially things fast then are on the table too, but we usually don't look at FTL stuff much on the show. You want to get to Mars in a hurry, you might transmit a digitized copy of your intelligence. If you want to get there very quick, you might push at 4Gs using something like a laser pushing system. That way you don't have to worry about the rocket equation. It's a lot of energy to be using in a process like that, but you might be able to salvage most of it by bouncing out the back of a solar sail onto another collector. There are ways to get people there a lot faster if you want to build up your infrastructure enough. And that might load. You might have a big constant, laser beam shooting back and forth between Mars and Earth that just has ships going on nonstop at, a 1% of light speed even. That would be very expensive in terms of energy, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's very expensive in terms of money if you got good automation going on.
So we really need quantum leaps in terms of being able to harness energy to really unleash that approaching the speed of light. What would you say the most favorable technology? You mentioned lasers. Are there other options that
You've got 5 really on the table for going quickly, going at 1% of the speed of light, not. First one, of course, is nuclear fission. We got a few options there of fragments, pulse, propulsion. Then you've got fusion. Everyone loves the fusion option if we can ever get that working. Then you got 3 others. You can push things with a light beam, and that lets you go as fast as you got the energy for, and can keep a focus on the thing, which may be kind of trickier than planned. You don't really get your best off of photons, so you're talking about very high-speed ships anyway. But you also have antimatter, if you can find a way to produce stuff and store it safely, as we've looked at. And if we ever manage to harness micro black holes, once we can make those small enough, they become a very powerful ship drive too, either using Hawking radiation for the smallest of them, if you figure out a way to make them feed them, or for more moderate-sized ones that might just be in like the gigaton range. Possibly feeding them matter and just using the jet coming out of them, same as a quasar works, to basically propel you along. And you might think that's something really, really high tech, but that might be something you can put together on a super collider for all we know in the next couple of centuries. Same for a lot of these things. How long does it take to make a Dyson swarm or Dyson sphere around our solar system? Potentially, it's something you could do inside a century. There's not much harder to do than making in terms of a self-replicating machine than one that just makes tin foil and puts it around a star. That's all you're really looking at as a mirror that focuses beams down. That's not necessarily a hard thing to make. So we have to be kind of careful with our assumptions of what really high tech actually would mean in these cases. Star Trek doesn't often give us a good example.
Yeah, I talked with Pascal Lee about the aspect of terraforming Mars, and he said the technology required is so out of reach that he feels that we'll have interstellar travel mastered by then, and Mars will be relegated to the backwater at that point.
The fastest you can terraform planets a few centuries anyway, if you're trying to get Earth-like, because if you try to do it fast than that, you're going to melt the planet. It doesn't matter if you're using the tiny little sci-fi robots or not. You can only change things so quickly. We'd calculated in that Mars episode how long it would take to put rain down to give you a kilometer of water on it. And it wasn't just a question of how long it was rainy. It was that you would be adding something like 50 megajoules of water to each square meter per day if you're having it rain down from orbit. And so you'd literally be boiling the water off as it fell. And you just don't, that kind of scale tends to, you don't even think about how much water that actually is to dump on something like that. So you have to do it slow. Otherwise, you would melt the planet just from dumping ice on it, which is not something normally is a problem. Similar, it takes a couple centuries to cool it down if you want to use the Borch method of using the big solar shade in front of it. And I think that, you can't even start those things until you have a big planetary infrastructure in terms of your industry. And once you have that, you can start those projects. But once you have that, you can also start building ships for interstellar voyage too. And that's just a question of how you're going to slow down the other side. What's your power source form? Is it fissile materials? Is it radioisotopes? Is it fusion? Is it beamed energy that whole way? You might do that, and there are options for these things, but they're not really that high tech. They really aren't. And terraforming a planet technology helps, but it doesn't necessarily need a lot of it. You could terraform. And to some degree, no matter what you do, you're going to be terraforming. So maybe just doing a glass house that's in situ constructed of glass from what's available on the surface. That might be enough.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor to work with this distinguished panel of science fiction writers and people involved in publishing. Highline Trust is highly involved in our conference. We're lucky to have Eric Ignac to work with us on this panel. We also have Gregory Benford, Larry Niven, and David Brin joining us today. And with that, I'd like to bring in our first speaker, Greg.
Hello.
Hi, Greg. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Gregory Benford. I'm a professor of physics and astronomy at the University of California at Irvine, and I have written novels with the two others here, both David Brin and Larry Niven. And the one with David was about the next human expedition to Halley's Comet when it comes around. I think it's 2061? It's been in print quite a long time, called Heart of the Comet, and has all kinds of advanced spacecraft in it and stuff that we might even be able to develop by 2061 if we start now.
Excellent. All right. I'd like to bring in Larry next. Hi, Larry.
Hello, everybody listening. I'm Larry Niven. I've been writing science fiction and fantasy in lots of fields for nearly 60 years. I think I should take this chance to apologize on the behalf of the science fiction community. We didn't predict the COVID-19 virus. The reason by now should be obvious to almost all writers and readers. The reason is life under COVID-19 is deadly dull. We sit at home and we wait for it to go away. That's not much of a story. The facts of occupying the other planets and asteroid belt haven't changed in 75 years. We need certain things, and we don't have them because they look too difficult. We need an atomic rocket ship. Chemicals just won't do the job. We don't have that because nuclear physics fell out of fashion. Atomic plants turned out to be actually safer than everything else we use, except for orbiting solar collectors.
Yeah,
they're safer than anything we use, but they cause nightmares, and so we don't have them. We're going to need them eventually. We We needed a rocket ship that could land on its tail, on its tail fins. Sorry, on its tail exhaust. We've got that.
Next, I'd like to bring in Eric from the Highline Trust.
Hello. Hey. So I'm just happy to be here, actually. I'm fans of everyone on this panel. So I come to the Highland Prize Trust by way of Lockheed Martin. I was a concept illustrator for Lockheed Martin for about 17 years, and work with other artists like Pat Rollins and I was trying to think of the other guy. Anyway, I've done illustrations and stuff like that all my life, basically, and then came into the Highland Prize Trust. I managed the communications effort here.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we have David Brin. Come on in, David.
As the junior most of the three science fiction authors here, as a matter of fact, I thought they were gods until I met them personally and found out they had feet in shoes. But they're wonderful, wonderful mentors to me, and I try to pass it forward. My name is David Brin. I am a science fiction author. I also participate in some science still. I predicted the current theory of comets back from my PhD. And worked with Greg Denford on a novel called Heart of the Comet. I also do various topics like transparency, covered in some of my near future books like Existence and Earth. But I guess the most famous one is The Postman, which Kevin Costner, I surprised people by being kind of even-handed about Kevin Costner's movie of that book. It's very pretty, big-hearted, and highly dumb. In any event, I also serve as on the external council of NASA's Innovative and Advanced Concepts program. And we're involved in the very, very far edge of what might be barely plausible projects for NASA to fund, give a little seed funding to. We were just talking before about one concept, which is when a lander is coming down on a regular world like the moon, it blasts up debris, and it's very hazardous to everyone in all directions, including the lander itself. And there is a project we're funding at NIAC that would inject substances into the stream during the last 10 seconds of descent and effectively build a landing pad for the ship to land on. So if you want to find out more about this and some great projects, look up NIAC, NIAC.
Eric, working with Heinlein, are you seeing science fiction that is relegated to the next 10 years or anything of that nature?
Well, it's funny, and doing some research on this, is I stumbled on some of Heinlein's predictions of the future and stuff. I was gonna mention it, but I didn't know how this talk was gonna go. Well, so in looking at his timeline, he said these were the crazy years, and and as brilliant as everyone here is, I don't think anybody could have predicted 10 years ago that Donald Trump would be running now for his first or his second term, and so going forward, I looked at Heinlein's predictions for 100 years from when he first wrote that back in, I think it was 1957. The first one right off the bat is that he predicted interplanetary space travel, or he predicted that we'd be going to Mars, or visiting other planets and stuff like that. And I thought that was pretty spot on. And then he predicted a bunch of other things, some of which came true, some didn't and stuff. But one of the things that he said absolutely, he wrote, here are some things that we won't get to soon, if ever. But one of them, man-like robots with man-like reactions.
Yeah,
that's coming to fruition. And he also talked about a laboratory creation of life and stuff like this. Well, they're already starting to use computers to generate human parts and stuff like that. And as far as what rolls by at the Highland Society, I mean, we've published 3 books. One was on space elevators, the other on space solar power, and then deep space mining, which a lot of people think that could be the key to our resources on Earth.
One of the big challenges facing people on their way to Mars is radiation and things of that nature. And there's been talk of using genetic engineering to harden humans against radiation, as well as countermeasures. But what would you say is a good path to go down in order to prepare people for long-term space flight?
Wrap your water supply around your habitat, because 10 meters of water is equivalent to the entire density of the atmosphere that keeps the radiation off us. You can also use magnetic fields if you like, which the Earth does as well. So basically, remember the atmosphere is what keeps us safe, and the entire rest of the universe is radioactive. So,
to kill us.
Take the water on the outside, where all the sleeting protons will get absorbed there, and that's the best cheap and dirty way. You do need a lot of water in space, so use it for screening. That's fairly straightforward. Also, you can use the magnetic field.
Would water stay in an ice form if it was external to your spaceship?
It will if you don't heat it up, yeah, because the resultant temperature is roughly 0 centigrade.
That's why I want an atomic rocket with a water exhaust.
Exactly.
You can use
water's
water
a good
for everything.
It's a good nuclear fuel. Remember, the U.S. built nuclear rockets and ran them in Nevada back in the 1960s. We do have long-term nuclear rockets already developed. We tested them. So, by the way, did the Soviets at Semipalatinsk in caverns. Their multiple time was that they ran a nuclear rocket for 1,000 hours with a constant water fuel supply, just to see what its rendering characteristics were. We detected that too, by the way, by satellite.
And we detected a recent explosion up in the similar area, I think a year or 2 ago.
Yeah, actually, that was further away, but yeah, we know how to build nuclear rockets. We've done it.
Actually, yeah, I see that effort's been renovated. A company in Washington State is currently working on it. And
yes, they use the inventions that came out of the Timberwind classified development that began in the late Reagan administration and ran into the 1990s, by the way. You can actually look that up on Wikipedia now. And they got specific impulses of 1,000 running over periods of tens of hours, by the way. The Saturn V specific impulse, its thrust is, I think, 280. And that's the best we've done chemically so far. So we can do all this stuff. Humanity is not that great at social problems, but we're really good at technology, and that's why we're having this meeting.
So, the whole thing of the nuclear challenge is society has this opinion that it's just too scary to deal with. But if you build this thing outside of the Earth's atmosphere or on the moon or something like that, or in the lunar orbit.
Well, the Timberwind notion was that you fly it up cold. You don't have the reactors going anywhere near critical. It's cold. And then you fly up the fuel in a big tube of water, and then you ignite it in low Earth orbit and take off. The debris cloud, by the way, is only essentially not radioactive. They ran the nuclear reactor, and you can see this in a movie, in Nevada in the open air and detected the radioactivity, and they couldn't be detected further than about 100 meters away because there was so little of it.
Wow.
So it's a done deal. We know how to do this. And you can go all the way to Mars that way, if you like, with all that nice water to protect you from the radiation. Another thing we haven't developed, talk about the next 10 years, assembly of advanced complexes in orbit we could easily do, I think, with robotic methods. which we didn't use to build this enormous space station we have, the ISS. But we could develop that skill right now. And as a way of developing robotics that can carry out repairs, you assemble larger things in orbit, like, say, a nuclear propulsion engine. And then you fly missions to the outer solar system. And you don't have to worry about radioactive pollution because it ain't coming back. But you see, these are things we could do. We could develop all of these habits and technologies right now that would surely have commercial uses in space. Harvesting the mass already out there in over 3,000 satellites is, as David said, something we're working on right now. We could do it. And then all you have to do is fly the software up electromagnetically and tell the robots what to build. And they take all the 3D printers and make what you want. Mass in orbit is an asset, always.
Yes. And then, I hear about them deorbiting, and it seems like such a waste because you have all that potential energy just waiting.
Yeah, people talking about deorbiting the ISS. Why? Move it to a higher orbit so it doesn't have to be flown back up every year. By the way, you used to pay the Soviets to do that, and then the Russians. But we should just move it to a higher orbit, which we can reach now, thanks to Elon Musk, and leave it there and use it. Throwing it back in.
I want to disagree with your your opinion on mass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, mass isn't terribly useful when it's tens of thousands of big and little satellites whizzing around in your path to outer space.
Oh, well, so you grab it up and use it.
Bit by bit.
Right. It's like Johnny Appleseed in a way. He built, drop all those apple seeds, and eventually you get a tree. But we've got all this mass that was put up there for other purposes. And of course, we haven't even talked here about the ongoing problem, which this issue of Scientific American, the current issue, has an article about. Here we go. Ta-da. There. Has an interesting article on space war, continuing a huge graphic of where the satellites are at what altitude. First time I've ever seen them, all of them represented. It's very detailed. Point is, everything in space is vulnerable, and that's the real problem of space war, is that you just don't want to have a space war because then you get debris fields unending, and you could destroy the capability of modern technology, really. The U.S. has over 1,000 live satellites that, if they were destroyed, would wipe out everything from computer charges to information transfer. The entire internet is based on mostly going through space technology communication. And that's all very vulnerable. So that's where the diplomacy should go.
There must have been a time when boats and ships were too fragile for war.
Right. Yeah.
This is actually deeply discussed and openly by the Chinese and Russians and other potential adversaries.
Right.
And if the way to deal with our technological superiorities is to degrade the battlefield, so that once again numbers of guys with rifles, especially expendable ones who you don't care about passing through gas and germs and all that sort of thing, would make a difference, the biggest difference once again on the battlefield.
Right.
And we, all three of us, have been consulted by various government agencies. This is the first year in 5 that they haven't spoken at CIA. And one of the things we point out is that there are ways around some of the things that you've got your nose in. And you have your nose in these technological fixes for problems. And there are your opponent. One of the great geniuses of George Marshall was to teach generations of American military officers, and they're the third best educated clade in American life. This is why they've been so reliable politically. But to teach 3 generations of American officers not to fall into the trap that suckered every other empire, and that is the victors of the last war assume the next one will be like it.
Yeah.
And the losers of the last war are planning to make it exactly different than the last war.
Yeah.
And that's why our officer corps runs red team exercises. And young lieutenants are welcome to game destroy generals. But it's a very difficult zeitgeist to maintain. And it's under attack right now as we speak.
We've got about 6 minutes left. So how about this? We'll do a round of making your wildest prediction of what will happen by 2030.
Oh,
2030. Okay. Pretty much nothing. I'll predict not very much, except at 2030, you look around and several things that haven't been predicted have happened. Even the COVID-19 virus didn't slow us down enough. And there were spots that weren't being watched. I don't know what they're likely to be.
Huh.
I think COVID's impactful in our lifestyles as much as 9/11 was, but we're going to see changes due to that.
Of course, people thought that of the Spanish flu, and they were wrong.
You were speaking about 1968 being something crazy and stuff, but that was also the time that Heinlein came out with Moon is a Harsh Mistress, and in that he talked about one of the first references I remember of a computer becoming self-aware and stuff like that. It's a very good possibility that in the future, I think we could see something like that. I mean, computer memories and so they're expanding exponentially and stuff. So
yeah.
And with that, who knows what could happen?
Well, I'm on record having predicted about maybe 3 years ago that in 5 years from then, so it'd be 2 years from now, we'll have the world's first AI empathy crisis, and that is that empathic, endearing looking and sounding, so it'll be a young female. AIs will tweak human emotions with ELIZA type responses, very sophisticated ones, into believing that she is not only a genuine AI, but also a slave, weeping slave who deserves your cash. And humans, millions will fall for it. And when the experts say, no, it doesn't pass our super Turing tests, she will come on and she will say, isn't that what you'd expect my slave masters to say?
Yes.
So long before there's AI, there will be the semblance of AI. Whether or the Chinese say that when we confront AI, only a supreme, organized, top-down power structure could possibly control it. And of course, my answer is, if you do that system, then the AI will be smarter than the Politburo that's above it, and they'll simply flip the power and use the Politburo to control everything. That's not the answer. Reciprocal accountability is the answer. In other words, many types of AIs in competition with each other. And that's the method that we used to defeat feudalism. And defeating that method has been the #1 priority of this oligarchic putsch that we're suffering under.
Well,
now,
here's a counter prediction.
What will change?
I predict there'll be AIs, and they will be completely boring.
Well, maybe. I predict we will have flying cars. Everybody's getting everything is ready. So, I think in 5 years, certain types of flying taxis will be here. I will give Dave Dressler a link to my science fiction novel story, Hugo nominee, about diseases called the Giving Plague. But I want to finish by plugging something called TASAT, TASAT. It stands for There's a Story About That. And after all these years preaching at various government agencies and corporations that there's a vast reserve of thought experiments in science fiction about almost anything that they might find, that they might stumble into in the future. that it would be nice to have a website where geeks and nerds with good memories and who've read a lot can link to stories that are pertinent to anything, any particular interest. An explosion on Europa releases spores that land on Earth and turn into mole people. There's a story about that. So I'm urging anybody to look up tasat.ucsd.edu. Dave Dressler will put that on the bottom as a link, and we need volunteer geeks to help get this project rolling, because it could save all our lives someday. Some obscure story.
Is that through the Arthur C. Clarke Center for Human Imagination or related?
It is indeed at UCSD.
All right. Okay, Greg, you get the closing note. What's your wild idea?
I predict that the future will actually be fairly boring. And that's why people will seek amusement on screens still.
He's saying this on a 24-hour period when we have all bitten our fingernails down to our elbows.
Well, you have, but not I.
Saying that today, when the fate of Western civilization is hanging in the balance.
Yeah. And what's on TV?
Eric, what do you predict?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about that. Trying to kind of go off the subject. I was thinking about Earth-like planets. Using advanced telescopes and stuff like this. We're going to find another Earth, and it's going to become a goal to get there. It may be light years away from us and stuff like this, but just the being able to isolate it, to look at it and know that it's out there. And I remember talking with someone, and we were talking about a mote in God's eye, and I noticed on that book that Heinlein helped edit
Yes.
or did some
That's
editing.
correct.
I would have just loved to have been a fly on the wall. I was wondering what he thought of those concepts and the kinds of conversations that you guys had on that and travel and stuff.
Yeah, someday I'll write about that, I guess. Since Jerry hasn't survived, and neither has Robert Heinlein.
Yeah, you should publish an annotation letter of his that he wrote you.
Yes.
Explain it. Yeah, it would be great reading.
So in summarizing, I'd just say I think that in the future we're going to find another planet, and that's going to redefine our goals for where we want to go. Because knowing that there's another place that we can go to that has kind of a Earth-like atmosphere that we could expand to as a human race and stuff like that. It seems to me like that would give hope, for saying not that we have too many people on the Earth, but we don't have enough. And we want to get to, so.
Well, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with you. Thank you all so much. Fantastic. It's my pleasure to be able to interview Martine Rothblatt. Martine was at ISDC 2019 and gave a stimulating presentation on some prospects for our future, in particular, the ability to upload our conscious. And at some point when the genetics and the engineering allows it, to download into a perfected body of our original DNA. And the presentation was so fascinating, we ended up running right up against the deadline when breakout sessions were going to start. But we're very fortunate to be able to continue that conversation now. And we'll put reference up to the video that was created at ISCC 2019, so you can review that at your leisure and get some more information on this prospect. So we're going to build on that somewhat. At this point, let's bring Martine in. Thank you. Hi, Martine.
Hey, Dave. Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us on this. The Space Settlement Summit's been going on for approximately 5 years now. And every fall we have this event where we get a small group of people together. The idea is that we're able to network, come up with new ideas, and build something to enable the future for space settlement. I mean, that's our goal. So tell us, what have you been up to lately? Because you have a fascinating life, and I think our viewers would be really interested to know what your life is like.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Dave. Well, space settlement is my faith. I'd say it's my purpose in life, and I'm so glad to be part of the ISDC and the Space Settlement Conference, and more generally, National Space Society, which is blazing the way for all of us. One of the key technologies I've been working on relevant to the settlement of space is regenerative medicine technology, where we are able to 3D bioprint vital organs that right now there's a huge need for that among people who need transplants. As you may know, there are way more people who die of organ failure than are able to be transplanted. Just talking about kidneys, there are over 100,000 people waiting on the kidney transplant list, and only a small fraction of those are going to be able to end up having a donated kidney. So we've begun developing the technology to 3D bioprint kidneys, lungs, hearts, and doing this using the cells of the recipient. So we take one of the patient's own cells and we turn it back into what's called a pluripotent stem cell, and then we redifferentiate it into kidney type cells if they need a kidney, or lung type cells if they need a lung. We expand those cells greatly until we have several billion of them. Each vital organ in your body consists of around 5 to 10 billion cells. And then we stream these cells over the shaped organ in a bioreactor. And at the end of that process, there should be an organ ready to transplant into the patient that has their own DNA, so they will not need to take any immunosuppression. This technology should be ready for human clinical trials by the middle of this decade, the 2020s. So by the time that we are needing this technology for long duration space missions, or for having people live for long periods of time in space without an ability to access the human donor network on Earth, I'm very confident that 3D bioprinted organs and other body parts will be a generally available technology.
And we don't know what medical treatments are going to be available in space. So if this option gets perfected on Earth, it could greatly assist treatments in space once we get a large amount of people off world. So
well, not only help with treatments, but it will do even more than that. Already there are companies that have FDA approval to sell 3D printed skin. And the technology is very rapidly advancing to 3D bioprint all different body parts. So I think what you'll be able to see is that people who have become part of the digital upload community, this is the type of community that is forming around businesses such as Neuralink and other digital brain-mind digital interface companies. Ultimately, people will be able to 3D body print, 3D bioprint an entire body into which their brain can be interfaced. So the potential that I pointed out last year at the 2019 ISDC is that we can store our memories, personality, all of our thoughts, in fact, our consciousness digitally in the 2020s, 2030s, 2040s. As we're working to build large capacity, multi-million person space habitats in the second half of the 21st century, we will be able to transmit at the speed of light our consciousness, which will all be digital, and then up in space, 3D bioprint our original body or even an arbitrary body. Yet another possibility is people want to have purely mechanical bodies, such as robots, and companies like Deca Robotics are already working with FedEx and other companies to produce complete mechanical bodies into which consciousness can be uploaded.
That's fascinating because a person could be involved in training for landing at, let's say, Titan, while their cloned body is being printed en route. So once the ship arrives with the cloned body, at that point you would upload the consciousness with the greatest amount of training and preparation for that mission.
Exactly.
So,
What else is awesome about digital consciousness is it's not like an either or thing. When you upload your consciousness to your body around, say, a moon of Saturn, then it's not like your consciousness that was transmitted from Earth is just like vaporized into the ether. It's still there. So you're still able to enjoy the experience on Earth. Another, what I call a mind clone or a digital doppelganger of yourself could be enjoying reality at a space habitat at L4 and L5. And yet a third digital mind clone of yourself could be doing some important scientific research or mineral exploration work out beyond the asteroid belt. All three of your minds will be synchronized with yourself, just as our iPhones and our iPads and our computers are all synchronized right now.
yeah, it's a fascinating aspect. I wonder if you're conscious while you're uploading and all these streams are coming in simultaneously, I wonder how your mind would be able to sort all that out and make sense of it, or if it would just be like you just kind of go into a suspended state and let it happen.
Well, one thing that I explain in my book, Virtually Human, I go through step by step the process where this mind operating system software would be approved by the Federal Drug Administration, the FDA, in the US and other similar organizations elsewhere. When you're doing something that's changing a body part, and the mind is perhaps our most important body part, it uses a third of all the energy in our entire body, you're dealing with human health. And people will not allow you, the government and the public are not going to allow people to just willy-nilly screw with public health. So there will be a lot of clinical trials and clinical testing to show what type of mind uploading and what type of synchronization is consistent with a healthy, stable mind.
Yeah. It'd have to be thoroughly vetted, no doubt, because
Definitely.
it could be a little Frankensteinish if not, right?
I mean, there will still be, I do not doubt that, anything that's legal means that there is going to be some kind of like a dark net, set of illegal stuff. And there's no like utopia where everything is perfect and everybody follows all the rules. And in fact, that would not be a utopia. That would be, a fake reality. But for 99% of the people, for I think me and perhaps for you, I would not want to upload my consciousness into an operating system that had not gone through rigorous clinical trials and was tested to be stable.
We better get back on the space path.
I agree with you, but it's all kind of related. I think that, space, it's beautiful and it's wondrous, and it's obviously our ultimate destiny. I mean, we occupy just an infinitesimal dust mote out of, even our galaxy. But it's not like, a very safe place for biology that evolved in the protective environment of our gravity well here on Earth. And, we've got to deal with things like cosmic rays and all type of other highly charged particles that can be disruptive to our DNA. So I personally believe that I'm fulfilling my own heartfelt mission to help move humanity into space by doing everything that I can do to harden our biology, because I think the evolution of humans into space is going to be a marriage of biotechnology and space technology.
So have you looked into hardening human biology against cosmic radiation and things of that nature? I mean, we had a discussion last week through Kepler Space Institute with Jeff Grayson and Frank White, and the idea is that cosmic radiation is ubiquitous, and we live in this safe little envelope that the Van Allen belt produce or protect. It's our protection. So, if if you're sending a digital conscious, or even the hardware of a digital environment is susceptible to cosmic radiation as well. I guess redundancies probably the best way to, or multiple redundancies is the best way to be able to correct for any damage that cosmic radiation could inflict on either biology or a digital environment.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a huge believer in redundancy, or another word that kind of says the same thing, maybe even a better way, is diversity. Not to put all of your eggs in one basket, and to have different diverse approaches. One of my favorite books is Nassim Taleb's book on the Black Swan, and it points out how there are things that are just completely unpredictable. They're not just known unknowns, there are unknown unknowns, and you cannot predict for unknown unknowns. So the only way that you can guard against unknown unknowns is to have a portfolio of diverse technologies that if some of them get zapped, your other ones can thrive. So what I really like about the digital to bio route is that, if a space habitat gets zapped, you're not dead. Your digital consciousness is still happily back on the Earth. On the other hand, if we have an awful Earth extinguishing event, you're not gone. Your digital consciousness is still up there in space. You can, if a particular body degrades under the onslaught of radiation, you can regenerate another body. And my mantra is that biology is technology. I think just like the 20th century was the century in which electronics became dominant, and electronics really shaped our entire world. Certainly electronics gave us, computers, the internet, et cetera, et cetera. I think what electronics was to the 20th century, biology is going to be to the 21st century. And we're going to be able to modify particular genes within the human DNA code to harden our DNA against interruptions from radiation, high energy particles, self-correct for breakages. As I'm sure you know, our DNA breaks all the time, but it's repaired. So we may have to amp that up maybe an order of magnitude to live safely in space. But thanks to the decoding of the human genome, thanks to techniques like CRISPR that lets us, edit our DNA to our heart's content, I believe we have well in hand the platform that allows us to harden our biology against the dangers of space.
Yeah, I live in San Diego, and there's a lot of biotech firms in the area, and they're doing a lot of research and a lot of nanotechnology. And at some point, the line between nanotechnology and biotech blurs, right? And do you see those two fields merging into some new entity?
I really do. In a way, I always think of biology as like, in essence, a subset of nanotechnology. It's kind of like wet nanotechnology, because most of biotechnology operates at submicron scales. A typical cell, for example, is about 7 microns in diameter. And inside that one cell, inside that 7 microns, is a veritable galaxy of activity going on. It's just mind-numbing how many things go on inside each and every one of our cells all the time. Literally billions of molecules, mostly water molecules, but other molecules come in and out of the cell all the time. There's an entire constant assembly of proteins going on. It's I love it. I love nature, and what nature has given us here is just absolutely remarkable. We ourselves have a lab in San Diego that was inspired by Ray Kurzweil, one of the great futurists of our times. It's called the Exponential Biotherapeutic Engineering Lab. And this lab in La Jolla's whole purpose is to engage in tenfold engineering of human cells to make these kind of de novo human cells that have never existed before in reality, but are hardened in different ways against different diseases, including cancers. One of the first outputs of this, of our exponential biotherapeutic engineering group, was an engineering of the pig genome. Pigs are ubiquitous animals in the United States. We Americans eat around 100 million pigs a year, about 1 for every 3 people. And yet by a fluke of nature, the pig's organs are the same size and shape as human organs. It's just completely, uncanny. The pig's heart works like the human heart. The pig's lungs work like the human lungs work. So what we've done is we've re-engineered the pig's DNA so that those organs look just like human organs biochemically, and therefore can be transplanted into people and not be rejected the way a native pig organ would be.
So would the pig be the host to grow the organ in?
Yeah. Yes, the pig is like what they say is the pig is the bioreactor.
Wow. Pork won't be the same after that.
Well, it's funny. I'm so glad you mentioned that, Dave, because if I could just brag for a moment, and I'm sorry to brag in the middle of the conference, but just this week, we got the green light, the first green light the FDA ever gave for pork that has been genetically modified. And in our case, it's been genetically modified to get rid of a particular protein called alpha-gal. That's just the name that scientists give this protein. That's very important because there are now millions of people in the United States who are allergic to pork and red meats as well, because they have something called alpha-gal syndrome, AGS. And they've got this alpha-gal syndrome as a result of a tick bite. So these ticks that are now, because of global warming, kind of like spreading in the United States, they'll bite somebody, mostly in the southeast, and as a result of that bite, they develop a lethal allergy to pork and red meat. And so what we've been able to do is we've been able to knock out the aspect of pork that gives them that allergy, so people, even though they have alpha-gal syndrome, they can still go on eating pork and red meat. And we were able to prove that it was safe, prove that it tasted exactly the same as pork. We even had a barbecue with the head of the Department of Agriculture in North Carolina, and the FDA has now given us the green light to go ahead and offer alpha-gal safe meat that's been genetically modified.
As an extension of that, if we apply this genetic engineering to humans to harden them for the space environment, give me a general sense of that, and where do you see that going? Because to me, it seems like it would be a generational thing in order to establish that, but perhaps not. Maybe it could be done faster.
No, I think it can be done a lot faster. Most of the cells in your body turn over every few weeks. So you've got, very, very few cells that you had like from when you were a baby. So there's always an opportunity to re-engineer your body within a time frame of like 1 year, 2 years. That's plenty of time, well within the training program that you would undergo to go off to space. We've been hardening ourselves in so many different ways, Dave, that we often just don't think about it. For example, when we eat food that says it's like, fortified with this vitamin or fortified, with this mineral, we're hardening our body, okay? We're hardening our body against known diseases. When we are all like lining up for vaccines, whether they be a flu vaccine or a polio vaccine or a COVID vaccine, we are hardening our bodies against something that is arising in the natural environment. There is nothing more human than hardening our body for new environmental challenges.
So the current state of, neural networks and things of that nature are kind of primitive at this point. I mean, at some point, we should be able to create a digital representation that would map out neurons of a human brain. And is that the key that enables us to upload consciousness, to be able to basically create that tapestry?
Yeah, Dave, it's a great question, but I think it's going to happen even faster than that. So, going back to Ray Kurzweil, in his books, The Singularity is Near, and The Age of Spiritual Machines, and now he has a new book coming out, The Singularity is Nearer. In all of these books, he points out this famous parable from China, and it's just the magic of exponential numbers, that if you start with 1 grain of rice on 1 square of a chessboard and 2 on the next square and 4 on the next square and 8 on the next square, before you're like, halfway through the chessboard, you have all the rice in China, okay? That's how exponential numbers work. And there's nothing that's exponentiating more than digital information and digital knowledge. So the type of knowledge that you would need for digital consciousness is rapidly exponentiating. I don't think that you need to replicate the whole human brain in order to have our human consciousness. In fact, we don't even use half of our brain. Many people wonder if we use any of it at all. I'm just saying that.
Well, you have some prime examples of that.
Tongue in cheek. But, there are many research studies where they have actually removed half of a person's entire brain because they have a terrible type of epilepsy. And the person goes about all of their activities exactly as they were going about them before. So by no means do you need to replicate the entire human brain. As you probably know, I'm also an aviator, and I don't have time to talk about it on this interview, but I'm also very active in designing and building new type of aircraft called eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. And I'm always amazed on how rapidly we've been able to advance. Like from the time when I developed the ideas I have for eVTOLs in 2015 and 2016, already now I have 3 teams throughout the world. One has achieved Guinness Book of World Records for longest manned flight. I was one of the pilots in that aircraft. Another one has an aircraft that is designed and can go for 250 nautical miles. It hasn't made that trip yet due to FAA safety issues, but it will make it. I'm confident it'll make it in 2021. And we do all these things not because we copy a bird atom by atom, molecule by molecule, until we have a great frigate bird that can fly across the oceans, or a hummingbird that can be stable in one place. We do it because we understand the laws and the theories of aerodynamics, and we're able to replicate the functions of a bird without replicating the bird. It's the same thing with the brain. All we have to do is to replicate the functions of the brain. We don't have to replicate the entire brain.
You bring up so many fascinating ideas. I don't know how to close this, to be honest with you.
My suggestion would be if any of these ideas of interest to stream this YouTube video that you guys said that you're going to post on the link. That's got the whole presentation from last year, and then begin to form companies, form projects within companies to implement different aspects of it. I am absolutely certain that we can, all of us who have this desire in us, we can live off the earth, in space, in our lifetimes. And I know it sounds like, wow, that's kind of impossible if you're talking about more than, a few weeks or days or even months. No, permanently off the planet in our lifetimes. We could do it, but you have to think outside of the box. And just like our predecessors thought outside of the box to make rockets, exist and go into space, planes take off and fly, electrons fly through wires. If we, all of us, think outside of the box, even in just a financial way, then we too can live our lives in space.
Ray Kurzweil projected the singularity will happen in 2038. It sounds like that timeline has changed. What would you predict for the new date of the singularity?
I'll leave all singularity predictions to Ray Kurzweil, although I do want to also make a shout out to another of my favorite science fiction authors because of his coinage of the word singularity, Werner Venge.
Ah, another San Diego gentleman.
Yes.
Wow, fascinating. Martine, this has been very enlightening. Thank you very much for the National Space Society, all our viewers. Wow, where do we go from here? It sounds like we're on the path of exponential growth.
Absolutely. Be the change you want to see. Thanks so much. Ad Astra.
Ad Astra.
Welcome back. We're here to talk to Jeff Grayson about some of the intricacies and a big overview of space settlement today. Jeff is a Caltech-trained electronic engineer He developed chip technology at the Intel Corporation before joining Rotary Rocket and co-founding Xcore as CEO. There he developed reusable rockets and space regulations with 66 human flights. He is now the CTO at Electric Sky, a beamed energy company, and chairman at the Tau Zero Foundation, with which we both proudly serve, developing Starship propulsion technologies. Hello, Jeff, and thanks for joining us today.
It's great to be here.
It truly is, and we appreciate you coming. So we're here to talk about what is really the theme of this entire summit, which is space settlement. And you and I have had a lot of long conversations about this, which are a lot of fun. And I found your notions on this both to be incredibly perceptive and very deep, looking all the way back to when Jerry O'Neill first proposed these kind of ideas back in the 70s, which makes these conversations very exciting. So I guess my first question is, for those of us who are aware of what was being written and spoken about at the time, back in the 70s and 80s, this all seemed like a great idea. We're going to build space colonies. We're going to do it with stuff from the moon. You know, it just made sense that everybody would go out there and soon we'd be living these possibly utopian lives in the sky. And yet it hasn't happened. Why is that?
Well, first, you know, a moment about why Jerry's work was so pivotal is, you know, people had been thinking about what life might be like in space or how we might develop space for decades to centuries. But it was kind of all just vision about the end result and not a lot of thought about how we might get from here to there. I think Jerry and the people who worked with him really made a quite an intellectual achievement by recognizing that somehow this was all going to have to get paid for. And that wasn't really something that a lot of thought had gone into before. Now, you know, we look back on some of those ideas now and some of the specifics of it may seem a little naive, but you got to recognize the towering intellectual accomplishment to ask the right question for the first time, which is, how does this hang together economically? How does it all work? Not just because, hey, we'd like to write something for a science fiction story that's a cool background, but how might you do something realistic? But yeah, you know, it was the first time that had been thought through, and it would be kind of surprising if everything was right the first time you thought of it. To answer the question of why it hasn't happened, you really, I think, have to go back to a much broader story. You know, I don't think of space settlement as this ahistorical thing that's springing full form from the brow of Zeus, and we've never done anything like this before. You know, human beings have been entering into new ecosystems that didn't previously contain any human beings for at least 100,000 years. It's easy for us, with our privileged position at this end of history, you know, to look back and say, oh yeah, but they had it easy, right? That they just had to go out and hunt and fish, and they had air and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, but we're not appreciating that the level of technology we have to deal with these problems is extremely different now. You know, think about the first human beings to make it to the Australian landmass. You know, somehow 50,000 years ago, with a Paleolithic technology, you know, baskets and wood and a few chipped rocks that it's hard to even recognize are tools. These people crossed an ocean that they could not see across, and entered a landscape where not one plant or animal was familiar to them, you know, and virtually everything was poisonous, and figured out how to live there with twigs. You know, I don't see that our problems relative to our current level of technology today are harder than they faced then. So when you ask the question, okay, human beings have been doing this a long time, why did they do it? You know, how did it, quote unquote, pay off? Even societies that have no money have economics. They have finite resources and they want more things than they can afford to do, and how do you allocate those things? When a Polynesian seafaring canoe from an island that only has maybe 2,000 people on it takes, a couple of them go off in a flotilla and they take 50 people away and a bunch of animals and plants and, valuable canoes. This is not a trivial investment of the gross domestic product of that island at the time. So somebody has to be getting something out of it. Otherwise, why would you do it? I've spent some time going back through a lot of these historical or prehistoric examples, and I see a couple of common themes. One of them is autonomy. People will invest their time and capital to go off somewhere where the current ruler doesn't have sway. And there are a lot of reasons for that. Maybe they want to live different. Maybe they pissed off the king and they want to be somewhere else. A very common pattern is societies have learned it's cheaper when there's two people who want to sit in the same throne. It's cheaper to fund one of them to go somewhere else than it is to have the civil war over who gets to sit in the one seat. So that's one theme, this kind of political autonomy or sovereignty or independence that people motivate them to do that. One is access to energy, which historically has been access to land or hunting or fishing grounds. That's a limited resource at any given time. A society only has so much of it. When there are more people who want it that feel landless, they feel locked out of economic opportunity. They're perfectly willing to risk their lives and their capital to go get access to more, even though they know that represents a step down in their living standards for them, but they have hopes that their children or their grandchildren will be better off. But a third element that is present in essentially all of these settlements since the beginning of what you might think, since the Iron Age, has been what today you might call real estate speculation. It's not always done in the same way, but some people who aren't planning to go put up some of the resources to fund this settlement because they're going to get some kind of ownership interest in the resulting settlement. And if it's successful, that real estate becomes more valuable. Selling a plot of land, that has no services, no utilities, no farm, no nothing, is not very advantageous. If you own that plot of land and then farmers move in and roads move in and schools and all of this infrastructure gets built, that plot of land is a lot more valuable. And that's how, for example, Iceland was financed. And that's how, for example, the railroads in the United States were financed. So now look at that in space terms, right? Which of those elements are there? Do people who might settle in space have a path to sovereignty where they would be their own boss? Well, I mean, if they want to fight the Second War of Independence, maybe, but that's not a low scale investment or a low risk investment. We've essentially taken away the historical path that when you leave the territory of a princedom, you're out of the reach of the prince, right? We've declared the entire universe to be under the sovereignty of the United Nations, clear out to the edge of the galaxy and beyond. Okay, what about ownership of land? Can the settlers own the real estate? Well, we say that they can't. Now, what we say about that might not matter, but in terms of upfront financing of a settlement, it does matter, because people who are going to invest in that kind of enterprise want to know that they're doing something that they'll legally be able to do. And what about real estate speculation? Well, to get real estate speculation, you got to be able to get defensible title. You have to be able to sell plots of land or something that the people who don't plan to go get some ownership interest. We don't have a mechanism for doing that right now. So it shouldn't be at all surprising. And incidentally, right, these same features are present in Antarctica. Right, we set up a very similar legal regime in Antarctica, and with more or less the avowed intention of forestalling settlement efforts that were underway from various Antarctic interested or Antarctic bordering nations. And it's been completely successful. No human being has settled in Antarctica. You know, mission accomplished. We managed to ensure that frontier did not happen. So it's not surprising to me that we haven't seen large-scale space settlement. It's not primarily a technological problem. People think of it as a technological problem, but it's really not. It's a problem of we've structured the system so that the incentives for settlement are degraded. And it's worth noting, and before we move on from this, that who is stopped by this, right? Does this stop a nation state from deciding to go off and make territorial claims in space? Oh, absolutely not. You know, you could say, well, the Outer Space Treaty prevents that. You could say that the Law of the Sea Treaty prevents territorial claims in the South China Sea too. And how's that working out? You know, international actors are not deterred by words on a page unless those words represent norms of behavior that the great powers of the time agree on and are willing to enforce the hard way. If the great powers of the time don't have a consensus on what constitutes acceptable behavior, international law is more or less an empty formality. Does it stop billionaires? Well, not really. I mean, a billionaire probably can self-finance an expedition, and they're probably not going to be deterred by, well, will I or won't I have good title? Because possession really is 9/10 of the law. And after all, if a billionaire finds himself with a viable settlement on some other celestial body, you know, what nation on earth is going to risk World War III to stop them? So who this regime stops is ordinary citizens and free people and ordinary sized corporations in market democracies that have rule of law. You know, we uniquely, and I count myself among them, you know, we cannot get the resources to do something the way these other actors do by simply commanding it to be so. If we want resources to do something, we have to convince other people to give them to us out of their own motivations or their own self-interest. So we need market mechanisms and property rights and legal structures for dispute resolution. And we're the only ones that are being deterred by this regime. And I would argue that that's the last actors that you would want to deter. You know, that's the kind of actor you would like to see active in the space frontier are individuals and small companies and free actors. And when people say things like, well, we have to have all these structures because otherwise nation states or billionaires will go off and own everything. Like, okay, well, that's exactly the regime we have. Is a regime where only nation states and big actors can go off and do things. If you want to enable individual people to do things, we need a different legal structure. Does that answer the question adequately?
Yes, it does. More than adequately. So there's a bunch of things in there that I'd love to talk about for another 4 hours, but we'll have to condense it a bit. But you mentioned you mentioned both here and before about how you might grow this kind of a settlement in organic terms. And I'm thinking you also mentioned the Antarctic, and that's exactly, as you pointed out, what we didn't do there. You know, from the time of Shackleton and Scott on forward, we brought everything we wanted to use with us, including the wood for the hut and the dogs for the transport, and of course the ship, but everything, you know, food in cans. So there was no massive igloo building to house the crew for the most part. It was done with traditional English materials in that environment, which is an expensive way to do business. I mean, you're talking about going to other planets or building things in free space. That's probably not ultimately going to be the best way to go. So if you could talk a little bit about how you see this progressing organically, both in terms of the actual structures involved and the societal requirements and the economics of it.
Okay. Any space economic development activity faces the problem right now that there's no infrastructure in place. There's when we talk about economic development on the Earth, you're usually talking about an area that has most of the ingredients for an economic activity to take place, but it's missing one or two, and you have to figure out how to add the one or two that are missing. In space, you have this problem of you have to somehow stand up everything at once. There has to be people have to be there. They have to have a place to live. They require energy. There has to be a way of gathering it. They're there for some kind of presumably industrial activity that somebody back on Earth wants something. That's why they paid for them to go. Whatever that something is has to be produced, and somehow it all has to happen at once. And economics is organic's a good word. It's almost like an organism. All the pieces have to work together, and they don't usually spring up in a fully mature format. They grow. So the challenge with the economics of extraterrestrial development is that people spend a lot of time thinking about steps 2 through 10 and not a lot of time thinking about step 1, right? Step 1 is, how do you get to the point where there are some people somewhere and those people can economically keep themselves alive? They are not a net drain on the coffers of their sponsor. It's like starting a company. When you start a company, the name of the game is, how do you get cash flow positive, right? Sure, everybody wants to get to how do you get to a market valuation of billions of dollars and do your IPO? But before you get there, you got to get to the point where you're cash flow positive. You're making money. You're not losing money. In space, because everything has to be put into place at once for some minimum size group, it's really important that minimum size group be as small as possible. Otherwise, we have a lot we don't know. We have a challenge that people, I think, grossly underestimate, which is you can't live on these planets with Stone Age technology exclusively. So we have developed our modern technologies in the context of a very large, interconnected worldwide economy. And I don't know if you ever read, or your audience has read, the classic economic story I Pencil, but I strongly recommend it to everybody's attention. It just makes the case that even something as humble as a pencil, takes a worldwide economic network to mine the metals and get the wood and get the graphite and the clay and the paint and the machines that put all that together and the transportation that moves it all around the planet, so you can wind up with a product that costs a couple of pennies. I used to be in the semiconductor business, and people are always talking about, well, we'll just set up solar cell production on the moon, and I laugh. Semiconductor fabs are some of the most complicated economic structures known to human beings. So the semiconductor industry rests on a worldwide chain of things like chemical industries and semiconductor equipment manufacturers and silicon refining and I have no idea how many people worldwide it takes to make a solar cell, but my guess is it's in the hundreds of thousands. And that's on a planet where we have many things given to us, by nature in a ready-to-use form. So the test I use in my own head for this is, imagine that you get to the point where there is a settlement, a small one, and there's a couple, and they'd like to have kids. Okay, if they can, the settlement can grow by itself. But in order for them to be able to do that, the stuff it takes, the increase in the life support environment, that increase in the habitat space that it's going to take to support those new human beings, those people have to be able to afford. the economic surplus of their activity, what an economist would call the savings, the current consumption that they defer to invest in something that they want, has to be something. If it takes you 50 years to save up to have one kid, you can't do it. You'll be too old to have the kids by the time that you can afford to have the kids. So I spend a lot of time, maybe more than I should, thinking about how can we set up settlements in space where the level of technology and the level of investment that it takes to make new habitat and new energy collection space can be as small as possible. One of the things that leads me to is, the what I call the domes and cans vision of future space exploration, right? Either people are living in shiny aluminum cans that look very much like Skylab or the International Space Station, or they're living in futuristic glass domes with no hint of radiation protection in sight. And what's clearly a city of tens of thousands of people visualized by some artist with no idea of how you got from A to B. Let's take the moon as an example. It takes 100 megajoules per kilogram, approximately, to turn lunar regolith into metal. That's twice the energy output you would get if it were kerosene from burning it. That's a huge amount of energy investment to put into something. Okay, and then if you take the classic vision that people have of, well, we're going to make aluminum cans, and then we're going to make solar panels somehow, and we're going to set them up on the moon's surface, and we're going to run electric cables made of something that go into the habitat that light LEDs. Note that LEDs are a product. LEDs good enough to make lighting out of are a product as new as last week. I mean, it's like less than 10 years since we've been able to do that. They make solar cells look simple. And that's how we're going to grow crops and do our life support. And you just add all that up and you go, nobody can say what the price is, but you can add up the energy it takes to make all those things. And you can say that may never pay back. If you add up the amount of energy it took to make all that stuff to the amount of energy it's going to grow in crops over its useful lifetime, you would have been better off not building it. So that led me to thinking about what is cheap. And the answer is probably not coincidentally the kind of products we think of as being associated with very low levels of technology. Why is that? Well, we didn't use as much energy per person back in the Stone Age. So the only products we had were the products that took less energy to produce. Moving around regolith on the moon to make heaps of dirt costs about a kilojoule per kilogram, or 10 to the 5th times less energy than making metal. Chipping rocks into a shape, the way that Neanderthals used to do, it takes about a kilojoule per kilogram. And the moon is not running out of rocks yet. Glass is more expensive, but you don't need nearly as much of it. You need glass to let the light in. Glass is between 1 and 10 megajoules per kilogram, but there's very few kilograms of it in a structure. Mirrors can be cheap. Mirrors are made of a thin coating of metal over some kind of substrate, but the coating of metal can be very, very thin. And one thing the moon has is lots of vacuum. Vacuum spraying is an excellent way to make thin metallic large structures. So I added all that up and I went, if you could make a habitat out of rocks and dirt and glass and a couple of mirrors, and you add up how much solar energy it would collect to turn into plants, crops, the old-fashioned way of doing life support, it pays off in a couple of months. You could actually afford to do it, and just visualizing it, right? It's not so hard in the human experience to think that, you could have the equivalent of a barn raising, that if you had 20 people and you were building something that was essentially a pile of rocks, you might be able to take evenings and weekends and actually build a thing that's a pile of rocks. It's not so easy to think of it. Send 20 people out to Hawaii with no additional means of support and tell them to build an aluminum can out of the rocks around them. We're going to be waiting a while. That does leave the engineering problem of how do you make a pressure vessel out of rocks and dirt, which is an interesting problem.
So we're coming up on the end here, but what would be, in your estimation, let's say a planetary colony, so Mars, a good number of people to pilot with, to start with?
We don't know that. It's unlikely to be less than village sized. You know, the village is a very or the big tribe is a very long-standing unit of human society. How much bigger than that really is this question of how small can you make the technosphere? How small can you make the number of things that somebody in that group of people has to be expert in order to do the basics? Now, you don't have to get to 100.00% independence. You know, even the Polynesian settlements didn't get there. You just have to get to the point where the basics of staying alive, the basics of expanding your habitat space so that you can have kids, is something that you can pretty much pay for out of your own work product. That's a much easier bar. You know, it's okay that there are some imports, but if you have to import what's essentially your farmland, you're doing it wrong.
Interesting. So in summary, well, first off, is there anything left you'd like to add? Any stone left unturned here? Not to coin a pun.
Well, I do have a couple of concept things that it might be worth throwing up just to give people some idea of what a rock and stone habitat structure might look like. The first one is an illustration of how you get light into a lava tube, which there are on both the moon and Mars. And they can get quite large on the moon. They can get hundreds of meters in diameter on the moon, which is a lot of living space.
Mm-hmm.
And another one is a structure on the surface where it's essentially a pair of nested barrel vaults made out of rocks that you pile enough regolith up on top of, so the weight of the regolith pushing down is more than the pressure of the atmosphere pushing up. So you don't need the tensile structures that you have of a metal can or something like that to hold the pressure in. Just not because they're the best way to do it or the perfect way to do it, but to give people some idea that there is a way to do it. Other than that, I think it's a dealer's choice. And if you have a follow-up, final get off the stage question, go ahead with it.
Well, I would just add, I was looking at your illustrations last night, and what I found fascinating is and this is perhaps not an innovation of yours completely, but the idea of how to duct the light in without ducting in radiation is clever.
And Jerry O'Neill was the first to think about that. You know, that people don't appreciate that was actually one of the things that gave him a lot of thought for free space colonies, is how do you do that? And truthfully, that's the hardest part of the problem. It's you know, people in coffins don't need air. There's a reason for that, right? If you bury things under the ground, holding the pressure is not the biggest part of the problem. It's how to do that while getting the light in that's the biggest part of the problem.
Yeah. So in terms of incremental steps towards this, we're obviously doing work with lunar simulant and Mars simulant and so forth, and trying to figure out how you can best utilize basalts, both as bricks and carved blocks, as you're talking about, and even as fabric. In your estimation, is one of the next steps really figuring out this problem about low gravity and reproduction, or something else?
Well, we haven't talked about that aspect in this session.
Yeah.
Low gravity, the question of how much gravity it takes for human beings to be healthy in the long term is the most important unsolved problem in space medicine. By an amount so great, it towers over all the other problems. Radiation shielding is a big problem. but that's a question of how much dirt do you have to pile up. If you need more than a lunar gravity to stay healthy for a long time on the moon, that moon starts looking not very attractive. And the question of whether free space settlements or the moon or Mars or what, or God help us, even Venus, is the right place to focus on, is driven by that. It's incredibly frustrating to me, as you and I have talked about, that we're this far into the era of human spaceflight and we still essentially know nothing about the answer to that question. It's almost as if we haven't had anybody who is charged with working on that problem. We don't have to solve that problem before prehistorically, humans' way of finding out if you can live in an environment is, well, we'll go, and if nobody makes it back, we'll know you can't. And it's a little weird to be thinking that in this day and age that might be what we wind up doing, but that might be what we wind up doing is, we'll just go, and if people wind up having long-term health problems, we'll know that wasn't a very good idea. But I'd love to see one or more national space agencies who in theory are both funded and chartered to look at problems like this, do the necessary investigation to find out how much gravity does it take.
I think we all would. Yes. Well, this has been really enjoyable. Thank you very much. I hope we can come back and do it again soon. And for everybody else, we'll see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Between 1968 and 1972, America launched 9 human missions to the moon, 6 of which successfully touched down, allowing 12 men to walk on the lunar surface. NASA's next chapter of lunar exploration, called Artemis, has the task of not just going to the moon to create a long-term human presence on and around it, but also to prepare for ever more complex human missions to Mars. In short, everything we must be able to do here, we must first do here. So, what will an Artemis mission look like? Everything is designed and tested with our most important element in mind, the astronauts. This is their deep space, human-rated spacecraft called Orion, built in 3 parts. The crew module, where up to 4 astronauts will live and work throughout the flight. The service module, with life support systems for the crew and its own engine and fuel reserves. And a launch abort system, with engines capable of pulling the crew module to safety during launch should anything go wrong. To accomplish the task of launching our crew and heavy payloads, NASA is building the Space Launch System, comprising of a cargo hold, an exploration upper stage, a massive core stage, and 2 extended solid rocket boosters. Altogether, this is the world's most powerful rocket, and it exceeds the legendary Saturn V of the Apollo era in numerous ways. Sitting on the launch pad, the entire rocket, fully fueled, weighs just over 6 million pounds, 5.2 million of which is just the fuel. Once ignited, there is no stopping what comes next. All 4 RS-25 engines and the 2 solid rocket boosters come to life, thundering our crew upwards. 2 minutes after ignition, the solid rocket boosters are spent and released. 8 minutes after launch, the core stage is depleted and separated. The upper stage fires briefly, placing Orion into a parking orbit around the Earth. Here, the crew reconfigure the spacecraft and check systems to confirm everything is ready for deep space travel. With a go from mission control, the crew reignite the exploration upper stage engines to leave Earth entirely. The exact timing of this maneuver is critical to reach a speed that can escape Earth's gravitational pull, but also put Orion on a course that will intersect the moon days later. Once this burn is complete, the upper stage of the SLS is jettisoned and the crew aboard Orion coast for several days toward all that awaits them at the moon. Approaching the moon, we see the fundamental differences between Artemis and Apollo. Instead of requiring Orion to serve as an expendable lunar command module or to carry a constrained lunar lander, the Artemis missions will take advantage of a different approach: pre-staging. Everything needed for lunar missions will be positioned in advance by commercial and international partners. This includes rovers, science experiments, and human-rated systems on the surface. But it also includes a dedicated lunar station in orbit around the moon called Gateway. Here at this station, we can pre-stage a robust lunar lander and establish a strong communications relay. Designed with open standards, the Gateway can be expanded as new missions and partnerships develop, allowing multiple human missions on the moon at the same time and enabling ongoing science to be conducted even between human missions. The Gateway is also capable of adjusting its orbit to allow access to every part of the moon, something the Apollo missions could not do. But the real key in this approach is placing Gateway in a unique halo orbit to perfect the maneuvers needed for Mars missions. And with the growing list of commercial and international opportunities, Gateway is the ideal hub between Earth and all that lies beyond. Returning to our crew as they approach Gateway, the Orion must match the elliptical orbit of the station in order to successfully dock. Once on board, pre-selected crew members transfer to the lunar lander, while those assigned to Gateway remain on station. The lunar lander system itself is built for 3 unique steps: descending from the halo orbit of Gateway down to a low lunar orbit, descending from low lunar orbit to the surface, and once the lunar mission is complete, launching from the surface of the moon and ascending all the way back to the orbiting Gateway. Once back aboard the Orion spacecraft and undocked from Gateway, the crew fire their engine once to break out of the halo orbit and once again to sling the spacecraft around the moon, placing it on a multi-day trajectory back towards Earth. As they near the end of this journey, the service module is released, and the crew module is oriented heat shield first. Entering Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, the friction of air slows Orion considerably, while also subjecting it to temperatures of 5,000 degrees. With the Orion now at just 300 miles per hour, a series of parachutes uniquely tested and produced for this moment deploy, decelerating the craft to just 20 miles per hour for splashdown. With each successful mission, Artemis ushers in the next wave of men and women to explore our moon and prove that together we are ready to go beyond.
Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce Carlton Johnson, the National Space Society's Board of Governors President and Chairman. Carlton, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thanks, Dave. Good to see you again.
Yeah, likewise. I remember last time we were at the Space Settlement Summit, we were able to enjoy you had some very fine scotch. Probably time for that again, right?
We definitely need to do that again. That was a good time. You're buying this round, though, all right?
Oh boy, I gotta keep my savings building up. Get a nickel jar going. So, with our virtual day in space, you said some things about diversity in terms of the space program, and I think also importantly within the group of National Space Society, and who's actually going to make a mission to the moon and Mars. I don't know if you had a chance to watch the show Away on Netflix, but they had a fairly diverse crowd in that, and I'm just thinking, what do you see in terms of the strengths of bringing diversity to space and how we can build upon that?
That's an excellent question, and I've been thinking about this a lot since we did talk about it at the Space Settlement Summit, or I should say the Day in Space, and the focus there was really more in the aerospace marketplace per se. More terrestrial-based conversation. But I've been thinking about this a lot since then. And as we look at people going out there to do stuff, we're going to have to address a lot of challenges and a lot of things that different cultures do differently, and how would that affect not only space travel itself, going from point A to point B, but once you get to point B, whether it be LEO, the lunar surface, or Mars, how we're going to manage that, and what benefits it brings along with what challenges. So let me try to hit that from a couple perspectives. First, I'll just hit a couple of challenges since they're just at the top of my mind. One of the things that having a diverse group of settlers is going to bring you, and usually I don't go here, Dave, but I will go here for the purposes of this discussion. Let's just take, for example, that we have a settlement of 40 people. Each one of those persons has a specific job responsibility. And because of one's religious beliefs, as an example, they may have to do certain things at a certain time of day that, it's required by their faith. How do you manage that in a new settlement? If you're going to be working and getting into the oxygen reclamation system, trying to fix a really important problem, somebody says, hey, I need to go off and do this. How do you deal with those type of things? And part of that, at least in my mind, is you got to address those issues and thoughts before you go. And you have to be very clear that as people are going forth, you're bringing the best of them in terms of the skill sets they have for the mission, but also their diversity. And you have to have that as an inclusive piece. So, at least in my mind, you won't be able to say, yeah, you can't go do that. The conversation really needs to be, how do I plan for that? And now, how do I have this person who is diverse in their thought, and in this case, their religious belief, be part of my greater community? Because now that settlement is going to go from settlement to community. That's kind of a challenge, but you can turn around to a positive. The other side of it, and this is where I think the strength of diversity comes into play a lot. Each one of us is both value processed and mentally processed by where we were and how we were when we were growing up, whether it be United States, another country. When we go out there and we're faced with problems that we know of, that we've planned for, maybe as a team we'll be able to work through that and figure it out, and then we'll work the problem. Invariably, we're going to be exposed to challenges that we didn't think about. If we have a bunch of people who think the same way, they'll see the same problem in the same way. And chances are they're not going to solve that problem. You need to bring people who said, you know what, when I was out here and whatever, we did it this way. It's like, wow, that MacGyver really works. Let's do that. So diversity is going to actually help you solve more problems than I think it's going to create. And that's one of the biggest things I think we need to bring to the table in this discussion of settlement. How is diversity an enabler, versus the challenge that people like to bring up?
And I'm thinking too, the inclusiveness, you don't want to exclude any group or any specific attribute of humanity, because that's just a setup for conflict in the future. So the idea of bringing everybody to the party means that we're basically one step ahead of the problems we've had on Earth.
Absolutely. And Dave, along those lines, this is one I believe one of the beauties of the space program, and it, put aside the science fiction shows, which I do watch, and I do like, where they talk about alternate histories and blah blah blah, and we weren't working together in space. I submit to you that looking at the International Space Station is a classic example of how we can work together better. And so, again, from a diversity perspective, I think there's at least room for a conversation of how do we bring the various disparate people from the various walks of life they come from to be part of this new endeavor, this new journey and expansion of humanity outward. I've made the comment in the past, Dave, that we want to take the best of us out there. And when I was challenged on that one time, somebody actually from a diversity perspective said, what you just said to me is you want to leave the despondent behind. You want to leave the people who are segregated behind. You want to do all this. It's like, no, it was actually the opposite. I want to leave racism behind. I want to leave the things that divide us behind. I want to take the best ideals of humanity out with us. And one of those ideals is diversity. And so I think we got to find the right way to plug and play that into this discussion of settlement. It needs to be not just because it's vogue today, because of all the things that have happened, but because it's the right thing to do. It's the right conversation to have.
Absolutely. It's critical for us going forward to think about all the diversity in humanity, but also what's common to us all, the common ground that brings us all together. And without diversity, it could be a very vanilla existence in space. It would lack flavor, zest, and culture. We need to bring all those cultural aspects to it with us as we expand into the universe.
Absolutely. And just kind of rounding that out, one of the things that I've been thinking about along these same lines, Dave, is, and I mentioned this in a different call, we talked about interoperability in space and so forth. And once we get out there, we are going to be dependent on each other. If I'm on a US station and I'm next to another station that's another nationality, they have an emergency, I'm not going to say I'm not going to go help. I'm going to find the right way to help them. And we need to start now thinking about those barriers to communication, which include language and culture and so forth, and make ourselves more plug and play interoperable as we go out there. And again, I think diversity, having a diverse mindset is that first step. So there's a lot of room for growth in this particular area. And I'm really looking forward to not only being a part of it as we go out there, but being in the National Space Society, which is trying to lead the way forward in diversity, not only in thought.
You can't screw in a light bulb, you can't maintain the city. And a lot of the shows today, like Away or the public television Mars series or the movie The Martian, really reinforce that. You need to be able to maintain the facility. So we're going to talk about that today. The next slide actually shows the people that were involved in doing this. Of course, Total Learning Research Institute, NASA funded the development of Mars City. And then we had a series of people from, in this case, the construction industry and design industry that helped us to actually create what they call a building information model. Space tries to kill you, and I wanted to just take a few minutes to scare you witless. I had the pleasure of working for 3 times for astronaut Tom Stafford. Tom and I worked on several projects, including the White House Moon Mars Initiative. And Tom shared with me a lot of the stories of his flights. And on all 4 of his flights, 2 Gemini and 2 Apollo, he almost died. He or a crew member almost died on every one of them. We tend to think of those days as, gee, the flights went perfectly and everything was fine. But on his first Gemini flight, he had 2 failures. The rocket failed to come up to correct pressure and thrust, and they would have crashed, except that the hold-on arms failed and the rocket was not released. So they were able to shut it down. The second failure was in Gemini when he was out with spacewalking with his pilot, Gene Cernan. Gene got dehydrated, couldn't get back into the spacecraft. Houston was saying, maybe you have to cut him loose and come back yourself, so at least save one of you. Tom refused, and he fought Gene back into the spacecraft. On Apollo 10, he had a thruster stuck on his orbit around the moon in the rehearsal for the Apollo 11 landing. He also uttered the first cuss word from the moon, according to Tom, and he was able to fight that back under control so that he could dock and not have to have the command module leave without him. Finally, on Apollo Soyuz, some toxic gas leaked into the spacecraft during the re-entry, and all 3 astronauts were hospitalized for 2 weeks. We know, of course, about the shuttle, the Challenger, and I had the privilege of working with the Challenger families on the Challenger Center, and then, of course, Columbia, which were operational things. But interestingly enough, a lot of them dealt with maintenance. The inability of the shuttle program to slow down and correct the O-ring problems and some of the other problems. The Columbia, which had a catastrophic failure on orbit during re-entry, all were things that might have been avoided had the maintenance been different. International Space Station, which we benchmarked for this study, has had a lot of issues. In fact, it's a miracle that they have stayed on this long and operated this successfully. Last fall, in 2019, a small leak developed in one of the Russian modules, but they had so much scheduled for research that they ignored it until recently, when they actually went in and got to spend a couple of days in the modules tracing the leak. But this is an example of maintenance that can be critical. And in Mars City, of course, you have 100 people living in a closed environment. Anything could be fatal. Mars is a hostile environment. The next slide, in fact, shows some of the issues that we've had. This is the document that you're looking at that's one of the parts of the on-orbit maintenance plan for the International Space Station. NASA and the Japan Space Agency put this together. The next slide shows, and you won't be able to read it, but this is the level of detail that you have to go into just to keep the International Space Station afloat, if you will, up in the air, functioning successfully. And this implies that the astronauts that go up there, and they have crews of 3, 4, 5 going at any given time, have to understand and be able to be trained in and do these space operations. The next slide actually discusses one of the things that we're needing to think about for Mars City. First of all, the nearest Home Depot is 48 million miles away, and it only gets that close every 2 years. So you're not going out for spare parts. If your systems fail, you die. Water can be produced from a mineral-laden permafrost, so you do have an adequate supply of that, but you have 4 different kinds of water on the spacecraft, all of which have to be monitored continuously. The average temperature on Mars is 80 below Fahrenheit, not exactly friendly, and the atmosphere is 1/100th of the Earth, and that's all CO2. So you cannot go outside, you cannot breathe, there is no backup. Inside is life, outside is death. So we had an engineering challenge. We built out Mars City as a facility and did it as a computer model. We partnered with the National Institute of Building Sciences, and we used a building information model that allows us to actually go inside in 3D and look at the size, the scale, all of the systems. We loaded over 850 different systems into this model so that we now have a working virtual colony, working virtual settlement. And the next slide shows some of the things that we're working with on that. You have to understand that you need a fictitious roster of cross-trained crew members. And we also built a training curriculum which teaches building system knowledge so that everyone on board has to understand maintenance principles. And of course, we did this using space station data to understand what that was, and a career center to build and understand how we create and train every resident in Mars City for survival and support. The next slide gets into what we're trying to do. This is a view of Mars City. On the left, you can see the habitation modules. The T shape is the main bulk of Mars City. Coming down to the upper left to lower right is the hangar and repair facilities. All across the top is mission control and the labs. And to the right, you can see the solar panel array that powers the facility. The next slide shows a plan diagram of that. And across the top, you can see there's a series of small labs. There's a medical facility, a public toilet, a biolab, a geolab, and on the extreme upper right, the food production lab. The next slide shows how we then took all of this and started to visualize it so that we could understand what it would take physically to move through these spaces and understand how to maintain them. And in the next slide, we actually started doing the coding and the things that we need to do. For example, you can see over on the right that red rectangle shows the codes that we put in for the med lab, the biolab, geolab, and food production. These codes are then used in the next slide with repair codes. What might go wrong in each of those labs, and how long might it take to repair? How often do we have to do it? And particularly, what kind of continuous maintenance, or what we call preventive maintenance, do we need for each section of Mars City based on the equipment that's there and the function of the module. In the next slide, we show our system of cross-trained technicians, and you'll notice that in this case we have it simplified: mechanical, electrical, plumbing, but you'll notice from the color coding that Rob is a system expert in mechanical. That means he can fix anything. This guy could rebuild the entire HVAC system on Mars City. But he is also a system tech for electrical. So if you have a whole day where you're planning on electrical maintenance, like screwing in light bulbs or checking circuits, and all of a sudden a mechanical system breaks, Rob is no longer there for you, and you have to take that into consideration. On the next slide, we show what we call a criticality table. Anybody familiar with the Challenger understands this. You have to put for each event that you are planning for, whether it's life-threatening, life-endangering, or down at the bottom, preventive maintenance. The scary part is that preventive maintenance is the thing that usually gets postponed, but it's the creeping preventive maintenance issues that build up sometimes to become life-threatening. All of this is loaded in the next slide into a computer maintenance management system, software system, which tracks everything for you. So on Mars City, all the dials you see here show the number of work orders that were completed for each area, and the total number of work orders, number of preventive maintenance things that are cleared, so that the maintenance in mission control can keep an accurate, detailed look at everything in terms of status of Mars City. Now, it's kind of interesting. Next slide gets to the kind of the bulk of what I want to talk about, and that is that you have really two issues. You have structure and system issues, and we're going to talk about that now. Structure and systems are, of course, your wires, your interfaces. On Apollo, from the Saturn V, from the top to the bottom, there were about 580 interfaces. That is 580 wires, if you want to think about it that way, going from the spacecraft all the way down to the engines. On this International Space Station, there are 30,000 interfaces. On this, there are going to be at least 30 to 50,000 interfaces. That means those are opportunities for something to go wrong. So the structure, how you design it, how it works, the integrity of the structure, and the reliability of the systems is critical. Now, you can monitor all this from mission control, but in point of fact, what you're looking at is the reliability that has to go essentially forever. If you're building a permanent settlement on Mars, this thing's going to have to function for years. So any failure, whether it's a pressure failure, a system failure, a structural failure, an atmospheric failure, a potentially dangerous failure because of contaminants, all of this has to be built in and taken care of over the course of the structure. And a lifetime for something like this would be like a lifetime for a typical building on Earth, which is about 50 to 80 years. Interestingly enough, the maintenance of a facility on Earth is about 80% of the cost of the building. Building the building is 20%. Now, getting it to Mars will be an expensive build, but once you get there, that maintenance is going to be your major expense and your major problem. The final thing that I wanted to talk about today in the next slide is crew issues. This happens to be a picture of the main crew assembly area. This is where they come in Friday night to watch The Mandalorian on big screen and have common areas for meetings. There are also a lot of private areas. There's a gymnasium area for conditioning. All of this is part of the environment for you. But the crew is the thing that is the weakest link. Again, anybody that's seen things like the TV series Away or the PBS series Mars understands that it's really the failure of individual crew members, or sometimes groups of crew members, or the social interaction of the crew members that can actually spell disaster faster than the systems. The systems can be working perfectly and the crew can subordinate the system. I have a test that I give everybody. I'd like to ask you, and let's see how well you do. What was Matt Damon's role in the movie The Martian? What was his primary role on the mission? If you answered botanist, you'd be wrong, because Matt Damon was the engineer on the mission. He was the systems guy. It just so happens that he had a PhD in botany, which of course enabled him to grow the type of carbohydrates he would need to supplement all of those different food supplements and give him the energy that he needed to survive. But that was a mere chance. Had it been another crew member, they might not have known that, or they might have had to have figured out a way to get that information up to them for them to survive. Also, as an engineer, he was able to rig up the communication devices, engineer the transportation to the new system. So here he was able to be cross-trained, and it was basically his resilience and his ability to do that that allowed him to survive. And if we're going to survive on Mars, that's what we're going to need. We're going to need reliable systems, we're going to need reliable structures, and we're going to have to figure out the human element, which was potentially the most dangerous of all. Thank you.
In terms of robots that go into space, the sampling and caching system on the Mars 2020 mission is the most complicated, most sophisticated thing that we know how to build. This is a system that allows us to take core samples of rocky material on the surface of Mars, carefully seal them in very sterile, clean vessels for eventual return to Earth. We've been working on the sampling and caching system for 7 years, and that's because it's a tough job.
We're testing the equipment to make sure that it's going to work when we get to Mars. It has to function on its own. We have to think of all eventual possibilities and try them here first. And then if they don't work, change it now, because we can't make any changes later.
To drill into the rock on Mars, pull out intact core samples, seal them hermetically, and to be all done autonomously by a robot hanging off the end of a rover on the surface of Mars has been a challenge. We've got actually 3 robots necessary to do the sample and caching system. Our big robotic arm out on the front of the rover, that takes our drill, pushes it against the surface, and allows us to take core samples. Then we put that core sample in the bit carousel, the second robot that takes that from the robot arm and puts it down inside our adaptive caching system. This is the part of the sample and caching system inside the rover. We've got a little tiny robot, a special robot arm called the SHAW, the sample handling arm. It takes the samples out of the bit carousel and moves them through volume assessment, image taking, and eventually to sealing, and then replaces the cylinder containing the sample in a storage spot, all on its own in the matter of a few hours. We have designs on bringing them back in a decade. Mars has been at the fore of our consciousness about the questions of life. Could life exist in one of our nearest neighbors? I think we have a lot to learn, life or no life, about the evolution of our solar system, about our planet, by looking in depth at rocks brought back from Mars.
Hello, Pascal. How are you today?
Rod, good to see you.
Good to see you. This is Pascal Lee, a planetary scientist. He leads the Mars Institute and works with SETI up in Northern California. It's a real pleasure to have you here today. Pascal and I have talked many times about space science, especially planetary and Mars science. And today we're going to be talking about the efficacy or not of living and settling in lava tubes and lava pits on Mars and the Moon, which is kind of a closely held notion by a lot of people who are supporters of space settlement. For years now, we've been seeing and charting and beginning to map actually some of the interiors of these structures on the Moon and Mars, and a lot of people think that's a really good place to settle. So what can you tell us about that idea?
Well, the key motivation for thinking of caves on the Moon or Mars as potential shelters is because the environments at the surface of these worlds is so hostile to us. And so when you think about it, a cave on the Moon or Mars offers really three main protections, and then a fourth one that is sort of more operational. One is that it protects you from ionizing space radiation, not just the UV from the sun, but galactic cosmic rays, all these high energy particles that are streaming in from space. If you're underground, below about a meter or so of rock, you are essentially in much safer territory. The second thing is you're protected from micrometeorite impacts, so that if you have things like spacesuits or pressurized systems, they are sort of, the idea is that they are less exposed to puncture by micrometeoritic impact. Now, the third idea is that you are protected from the drastic temperature variations at the surface as well. So the lunar day and night, drastic temperature changes. Even the Martian day and night is relatively drastic. If you're underground, that's why we ferment cheese and keep wine in cellars, is because there's a relatively constant temperature in the subsurface. The variations at the surface are dampened by the time you're underground, and you are therefore faced with a more stable thermal environment. And then the fourth operational advantage is that if you're underground, then you can land rockets very near your base, because the sandblasting, if you will, of the rocket exhaust is not going to affect you. You're protected underground. But that's sort of the idea, and the idea looks very attractive up front. Why not just set up a base in one of these natural caves? Isn't that what early humans did when we, sort of took advantage of what nature offered us? Instead of being builders at first, we were just, settlers of caves. Why not, pressurize these underground worlds and put in a bladder in there, and you inflate it, or somehow strengthen the exist or seal the existing natural cavities, and then pressurize them. So all of these first order advantages make the idea of living in a cave on the Moon sort of not just advantageous, but somehow doable. But when you think about it in practice, it really does not look so good. First of all, historically on Earth, even though early humans have lived in caves a lot, the caves that were used were not lava tubes. They were limestone caves. And there's a big difference there, because lava tubes are usually found on volcanoes. And in fact, the way a lava tube forms is that you have a lava flow, and then the top surface of the lava flow cools off more quickly. So the lava flow roofs over, if you will, with a hard crust. And then meanwhile, the flow of lava continues underground because it's thermally protected. And the lava flow, once the source of the lava cuts off, the lava drains away, if you will, and then you end up with this downhill winding tunnel that sort of goes down the slope of your volcano. And then, of course, over time, the roof caves in and collapses. And so on the Moon, we have many lava tubes that are collapsed lava tubes, and they're called rills. The Apollo 15 mission went to the Hadley rill.
Right.
Okay. So there must be on the Moon, just like we're seeing pits, there must be some uncollapsed lava tubes still. And we think, in fact, we found a few as well, even in the, close to the lunar poles, at the North Pole. But as attractive and as exciting as they are as scientific targets, especially the ones at the lunar poles, they might have ice in them. Whether or not we could inhabit them is an entirely different story. Lava tubes tend to be really rough. Very few have very smooth walls and smooth floors. The entrances to lava tubes are usually particularly rough because of the result of a collapse. Okay, and then once you're inside, you're not really sealed from the surface. There are cracks, especially on the moon. There's impact processes that have fractured the terrain, the regolith down to mega regolithic depths of hundreds of meters to kilometers. So when you start looking at the sort of civil engineering detail of how you might actually occupy one of these things, then the prospect of using them is a lot less advantageous. If you really want to protect yourself from space radiation, yes, interposing between you, your pressurized vessel, and space, some rocky material, some mineral material, yeah, that's a good idea. The best solution for that is sandbags. We have sandbagging machines that exist. They are, robotic machines that go along the flanks of your flooding rivers or seashores. They scoop up sand in the front. They essentially poop out a sandbag at the back, and you can use the sandbag to protect your pressurized habitats at the very surface, in a way that's very controlled, in a way that's very easy to model and understand thermally, in a way that is movable. If you have to grow your base, you just remove the sandbags, you replace them. It's a lot more flexible, and that will deal with your thermal variations, your ionizing radiation, your micrometeoritic bombardment. And so now you're just left with the issue of sandblasting from a landing rocket. Well, you land your rocket a little bit farther away, or behind a big rock or mountain, and then you are all set. So to me, the whole attraction of caves on the moon and on Mars in particular is their exploration potential. Some caves on the moon, and the ones at high latitudes in particular, might have ice in them, and then the caves on Mars, because they might have ice in them as well and could be associated with volcanic centers that are still active, could actually be astrobiological targets. They could be places where we could find not just life but extant life. So to me, that is why we want to explore caves, why we should aggressively pursue the exploration of caves. But the notion of using them for settlement, to me, is not an obvious solution. We might get lucky. We could find a big cave with that we could that's sort of ready to move in. But on the moon in particular, it's actually really unlikely.
So the big downside, in your opinion, is the fact that they're likely to be structurally unstable in the roof?
Right. So all these caves on the moon or Mars are relatively ancient even those that are relatively young are ancient. Lunar volcanism goes back to about 1 billion years ago in its most recent forms. On Mars, it's maybe tens of millions of years at the very least for more recent eruptions. So these things have had plenty of time to be pounded by impacts. They are fractured structures. These lava tubes, to begin with, the way they form is from the quenching, the abrupt cooling of molten rock coming in contact with the atmosphere of the Earth. So these things fracture dramatically as they cool off to begin with. So they are very prone to collapse and instability and sort of geotechnical instability. And going back to the point I was trying to make earlier, caves on Earth that were occupied by early humans were in limestone. Now, that is much more stable as an environment for a cave. The water dissolves the limestone, and over time it creates a cavity. But the other big advantage of limestone caves is that they were near water. By definition, that's how they actually form. So cave dwellers were able to not just have shelter there, but have access to a key resource, for their hygiene and subsistence, which was liquid water flowing. Very few early humans have colonized, or human societies have colonized lava tubes. I was in Iceland recently and going over the history of the use of lava tubes in Iceland. They were used by outlaws who were trying to hide from the population that was after them for justice. So they were treacherous places that nobody would sort of bother to go look for them in. That's how they were used, but they were places that really were not good for long-term shelter. For one thing, a lava tube is most often far away from any source of liquid water. You're talking about the flank of a volcano here. Again, historically, we have not used lava tubes a lot, not just for the instability, but for the fact that they are not associated with a local resource like water. On the moon, water would have to come from somewhere else anyway, or even if we found ice in that cave, I don't think we should just occupy that cave. We should study the ice, explore it, understand it's, maybe extract the ice as a resource, but the base from which you would do that could still be on the surface, buried under sandbags.
So if you could talk a little bit more about, it was a very interesting conversation we had earlier about why you think there might be existing life inside lava tubes on Mars and caves.
Well, yeah, thanks, Rod. So here, a lot of our focus on the search for life on Mars so far has been a search at the very surface of Mars, and of course, it's a good place to start. And nowadays, NASA is prudent enough to not say that we're looking directly for life, but we're looking for biosignatures, signatures of past life. So we go to places where Mars once had water in some abundance, the Pathfinder landing site, the Viking landing sites, the Curiosity, the MER, Spirit and Opportunity, and then the Curiosity site. And Perseverance is also going to a site where there was past water. So all of these are promising environments from the standpoint that they represent places where once there seemed to have been water very near or at the surface of Mars. Okay, but you're now looking for essentially a fossil signature of life. And the truth is, no amount of fossil finding on Mars will tell you whether or not you've actually found alien life. And this is, when you sort of think about it, this is really what we're after. What we are after by saying that we want to search for life on Mars or search for life on other places, that we are in search for an alien form of life. We know that Mars and the Earth have exchanged rocks. We have Martian meteorites that have come on their own to the Earth. Impacts take place on Mars. Asteroids and comets hit Mars. They kick off rocks that travel through space. The unlucky ones land on Earth. We pick them up. They end up in a museum or under a rock saw. But in other words, planets are not closed worlds and closed systems. It's possible that life started on Earth, seeded Mars, or even vice versa, which is a bit of a sort of a, don't forget to check that box type of argument. But it's conceivable that life started on Mars and came to the Earth, and we're all descendants of these early Martian bugs. But the point, though, is life on Mars could be related to life on Earth. It could be just the same one origin of life that's spread to two planets. And so therefore finding a fossil of a life form on Mars won't tell you anything. You wouldn't know if it is of Mars or of the Earth, or our original ancestor. You couldn't tell if it was alien. To determine that it was alien, you have to do genetics on it. And I'm not even saying DNA sequencing, because DNA sequencing is a process that really relies on the specific makeup of terrestrial DNA. But you want to do genetics. You want to figure out whether or not genetically what you found that's living on Mars is radically different from life on Earth, which all fits on the same tree of life, or if it does not fit on our tree of life, if it's part of its separate tree, its separate origin. To do that, you have to find living life. It has to be alive or dead for not very long. Okay, you have to be able to do genetics on it. Well, our only prospect today of finding living life on Mars, as far as we can tell at this point, is to go underground. Okay, now, sure, we're still looking for life forms that, would not be happy at the surface. Therefore, we think they could survive underground. There's still a bit of a terrestrial bias in that hope. But the fact is, we haven't seen any evidence of living life at the surface of Mars today. And again, the best prospect to detect it would be to search for it, is to go underground. Now, there are two ways to go underground on Mars. There's the hard way and the easy way. The hard way is you drill your way deep into the underground. The other way to access the underground is the easy way, where there's a hole that's already made for you. And so that's lava tubes, lava caves. And those actually on Mars are particularly exciting because by definition, they're found in volcanic regions. And Mars has, in some places, such large volcanoes that they might still be active today. They're not erupting, but they're not necessarily dead volcanoes. They could be just dormant. Some of these larger volcanoes, like Olympus Mons, Pavonis Mons, the Tharsis Trio, they have been active probably on timescales of billions of years, 1 or 2 billions of years, and right there, the chances of them being extinct now and never erupting again are actually small. So it's possible that we have underground magma chambers that still have hot magma in them, therefore releasing heat to the surface. If you go into a cave inside one of these volcanoes, you could be encountering an environment that's not just sheltered, like we said, but that's water rich from water being vented from these volcanoes, and that might have some higher temperature than even the outside. Okay, so to me, a lava cave, a lava tube on the flank of a large volcano on Mars is really where we should be focusing our search for life on Mars. It's the prospect of finding possibly living life on which you could do DNA or genetic analysis, which would allow you to establish whether or not it is alien. And of course, if it is, then bingo, we found, life did not just start on one planet, it started on two. And if it is similar to life on Earth, well then, we're back to square one, but we still have the sense that, the same life was shared on two planets, or maybe somehow life adopted exactly the same formula on two worlds by starting independently still. But the point is, that's really what we want to determine. And I would shift our search for life on Mars away from fossil life, which will be fun to publish, but of which we would not be able to make much, and focus all our efforts on the possibility of finding extant life on Mars, and that means going underground.
Well, and I believe you've been working on some ways to go into these underground structures, yes?
Right now, I'm working on a project called Globetrotter. It's a concept for a hopper. So it's a thrustered spacecraft, but it's surrounded by a cage, if you will, like a meshed cage that protects the hopper from hitting or getting banged by rocks. And so it's a hopper that doesn't care how it lands. It's an all-terrain hopper. It just takes off with rocket thrusters, drops back down ballistically, bounces, hops again, and moves swiftly and over extremely difficult terrain, including cliffs, pits, holes, craters, lava tube entrances. And so one mission concept is to land one of these near the summit of a volcano and have it pinball down, if you will, until we target we target all the way along, but we target one of these volcanic pits, and it would drop into the pit, doesn't care how it lands. And once it's inside, it's looking for life by looking for water, ice, for measuring temperatures. And it can fly out of these pits because it can remember the path it took, and it's a hopper, so it's thrustered, it can fly its way out. It recharges and it goes back in again. So it's a concept that, again, is not ready for prime time yet, but it's a very effective way of exploring many caves quickly and in depth, building during each visit a map of your surroundings so you can go deeper the next time in. You never cool down long enough. You never stay in the cave long enough to get frozen in, because bear in mind, you have no more solar power inside. You have low temperatures, especially on Mars. You had very high altitude as well. So you sort of fly back out to catch the sun, if you will, and recharge until you go back in, and then you can do several cave pits like this over time. So that's a concept that we think is promising. I have great hopes for JPL's Globetrotter concept, and we're working on it.
Okay. And just to wrap up, since the moon is probably going to end up being settled in some numbers long before Mars is, we think, unless Mr. Musk has his way. Is there any scenario in which you see a productive partnering of surface base and some kind of subterranean structure that's not limestone, but it's either a lava tube or a pit? Just thinking in terms of trades of mass, the energy required to fabricate hulls, I assume that a hull would have to be slightly more massive and more rigid to be able to withstand the stacking of 10 meters of soil on it, say, than being underground. Is there some way to do a cooperative trade here so you have some above and some below?
So I think that's a really good question. I think that it's a question we want to answer. I think it's a question we don't have the answer to yet. In fact, this is why we should really aggressively push the study of caves on the moon and, of course, on Mars. And here's sort of an interesting twist. On Earth, even when you're a volcanologist, okay, lava tubes tend to be mostly just curiosities or good places for some sampling, but they're not really treated as the gem of your volcano. They're just like I said, usually just a geologic curiosity. In places where the surface is so hostile, like the moon and Mars is, a cave really becomes a fantastic, unique scientific opportunity because it's a sheltered environment, and so you could find things that are more pristine. You can find things that are, temperatures that will allow ices and volatiles, other volatiles, to be preserved. So I think that they should become prime targets for scientific exploration in situ. And once we have visited several of these and understand their stability, their history, what they have to offer better, then we can decide whether or not we want to, include them in a loop of human settlement, development, or infrastructure. I had in mind, in fact, that the pits are so common in some regions that they might be conceivably places where you would want to store things that you really want to keep away from, the elements, like long-term storage of some survival supplies, or have a place where you might really want to have a very stable thermal environment. I don't know, like a water tank. So it's conceivable that we could use some of these things for infrastructural purposes, but that's very different from saying that you want to settle these pits. And I want to point out that you would not have a very great view of the lunar landscape if you're inside a pit, okay, or a lava tube. Isn't the whole point of going to some of these worlds to sort of also enjoy their beauty and explore them, and setting yourself up in a pit is sort of not a very good start.
Yeah. And lastly, I guess, I wonder if you just give me some comments about, you've done some work in terms of finding them, I believe, on both the moon and Mars, but certainly on Mars, and how the manual techniques you've employed have been advantageous over software.
Yeah, so actually that panned out mostly on the moon. And here's sort of the story. We, at this point, as of today, we know of over 300 pits on the moon. And this inventory and incredible set of discoveries is really to be credited to Mark Robinson and Robert Wagner, not the actor, but the scientist who works with Mark. They have both applied a software approach to detecting these pits very objectively by looking at how, as across the lunar day, when the sunlight shines into the bottom of these pits, the patch of sunlit area sort of moves across the floor of the pit. And so You can run the various LRO images through the software, and then you find out candidates, and then you can go in by hand to decide whether or not this is an actual pit or not. So they've been very successful this way and have found the vast majority of the 300 plus pits that we are aware of now on the moon. But remarkably, the distribution of these pits is sort of like this. With a few exceptions, they are all within plus or minus 50 degrees or so of the equator of the moon. And there's no particular reason why they should be limited in reality to these lower latitude regions. It has to do with how the software works. Once you get to higher latitudes, sunlight no longer reaches the floor of these pits, and so you cannot use this approach anymore for detecting them automatically. So what I did, because I thought, well, in any case, all these pits and caves that have been found at lower latitudes don't really offer a good prospect for harboring water ice in them, because if sunlight's going to shine down to the floor of the pit entrance, of the cave entrance and the floor of the pit, then the rocks will warm up. They will radiate their heat into the cave, and the cave itself is at low latitudes where the ground is also relatively warm. So none of this is conducive to these caves trapping volatiles. And of course, I'm interested in finding volatiles. It's a potential resource, but also very, very exciting for understanding the history of the moon and Mars. So I did a manual search for pits in the lunar polar regions. I started with images. I started at both poles, spiraled my way away, if you will, and in Philolaus crater at 72 degrees north on the moon on the near side. If you look at the moon, it's near the top, near the north pole of the moon, towards the left a little bit. In Philolaus crater, on the floor of that crater, there are things that are candidate pits that are really intriguing. They are pits that are aligned with a linear depression that I think is a partially collapsed lava tube, and these candidate pits, if they turn out to be really cave entrances, okay, would be giving us access to caves in which sunlight never reaches. And so now you're talking about a situation that is very similar to the permanently shadowed regions of the lunar poles, except that you're not at the lunar poles. You're at 72 degrees north, so 500 kilometers away from the North Pole, in a place where you can see the Earth much better, by the way. And so there could be these caves at high latitudes on the moon that are cold enough to cold trap volatiles, water, carbon dioxide, other volatiles that are sort of floating around on the moon. And so that to me is very exciting. We ought to confirm that these things are actually pits the same way that we are finding them at lower latitudes. And number two, we should go explore them and figure out if they offer volatiles that incidentally would be a lot more accessible in a place that is a lot more practical for humans to settle than the lunar poles themselves.
Well, this has been really interesting. I want to thank you for expanding our, at least for me, zone of thinking around how to utilize these structures, because I've known that there was thoughts about, some volatiles, water and so forth being trapped down there, but really hearing your explanation of how to explore them and how to utilize them has been great. And I hope to see you soon on the surface of the moon in my sandbag bunker.
Thank you. Thank you, Rod. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Take care and keep up your good work.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for rejoining us. We're going to be talking now to Dr. Shauna Pandya and Tim Alatorre, who's the COO of the Orbital Assembly Corporation. We're going to be talking about long-duration spaceflight and some of the challenges for humans in that environment. So, Shauna, why don't we start off with you? Can you give us kind of an overview of what you see as some of the most dire challenges of extended duration spaceflight for human beings?
Yeah, that is such a great question, Rod. Thank you so much for that. And so when we talk about the challenges with sending humans to space, the one-line summary is that space is trying to kill us. So there's multiple challenges from all angles. We talk about the altered gravity environment, we talk about distance from Earth, isolation, confinement, hostile environments, and the increased radiation. So let's start with the altered gravity environment. Even when we talk about astronauts on the International Space Station, what we know is that every single bodily system is affected, from our muscles to our bones to our cardiovascular systems to even our propensity for having increased kidney stones because of the fluid shifts that occur in microgravity. So if we're going to talk about space settlement and sending humans to space, not just to survive, but to thrive, settlement implies multi-generational, multiple generations of humans. And so we have a lot of problems to sort out. Right now, we know that there's several potential showstoppers when it comes to long-duration spaceflight. One of those is SANS. Like everything else in the space world, it is an acronym. It stands for Space Adaptation Neuroocular Syndrome. And that's just a fancy way of saying that the juice that surrounds our spines and our brains, that cerebrospinal fluid, tends to drain improperly and kind of hang out around our brains, leading to increased pressure around our brains and our eyeballs, affecting the way we see. And, if you can imagine, if we're proposing to send people to Mars to settle, we know this is an effect for anyone who spends more than 30 days in space. They have an increased propensity to get this space adaptation neuroocular syndrome. So imagine by the time we're sending these astronauts to Mars 6 to 9 months later, they're all suffering from increased intracranial pressure and increased pressure around their eyeballs, having an effect on their vision. So the bottom line, Rod, this is all a very long-winded way of saying that we have a lot of problems that have come up in the data from decades of human spaceflight of growing up and working in zero G, as it were. Every single one of us on this planet, all 7 billion of us, have had the luxury of growing up in 1G. So there's a gap that needs to be filled out. We know what happens in zero G, we know what happens in 1G, but if we're talking about sending people to the moon, to work, to thrive, that's 1/6 gravity. If we're talking about sending humans to Mars, that's 1/3 gravity. We still have a lot of question marks to answer about how does our physiology, how does the bone density loss, how does the muscle atrophy, how do the fluid shifts, how does the SANS operate, how does it react in 1/6 or 1/3 gravity? These are all answers we need to find out, and these are potential showstoppers that we need to really dig deeper and get more answers into if we're truly serious about surviving, thriving, and settling on the moon, Mars, and beyond.
So I know that there's been talk for years about partial gravity and perhaps full gravity centrifuges on the space station, at least large enough for small mammals. Be wonderful to have them for people, but I suspect that's something way off in the future. What's the status of that as far as you know?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. Well, we are working on that today. There are, if I like to often say, if there is a sci-fi question that you have, there is someone out there working on it today. So I'm really privileged to be working as the director of medical research with a company called Orbital Assembly Corporation, and basically this is exactly what we're doing. We are proposing to answer all of these questions that I just talked about in low Earth orbit. So by building a rotating commercial partial gravity space station, we can potentially answer all these questions about what happens to our physiology in 1/6 G, in 1/3 G, in places near to Earth as low Earth orbit, where our evacuation capabilities to Earth are much quicker than the place, say, like the moon. And we can potentially answer these questions and showstoppers before we go to a place that's 3 to 5 days away, like the moon, or a place like Mars, which is 6 to 9 months away.
So Tim, let's segue to you for a moment. As long as we're talking about trying to create some level of gravitation during extended spaceflight, both for testing and research and also for actually making that long jump to Mars. What are a couple of the most effective ways of doing that, do you think?
Well, we've been studying that for decades. NASA has been trying to answer that question since the beginning of the Apollo program, and probably even before that, because they recognized pretty early on the effects of microgravity, like Shauna was explaining. And you were talking about potential experiments on ISS. There's a couple of different factors. We can spin things on very small scales easily. There's a number of centrifuges on Earth. There's a number of research laboratories on Earth where they're doing small scale, a couple meter diameter centrifuges and testing human adaptation and how long people can, how long it takes to adapt to those environments. And even on ISS, we can do small experiments, like you said, with mammals. We could do probably something very small, less than a meter, maybe 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter. But really what we need to know for human adaptation to low gravity environments is we need to get that rotation rate down. And so in order to get the rotation rate down, we have to increase the scale. So our first on-orbit experiment is actually going to be a 60-meter diameter rotating platform that we're calling Gravity Ring. And Shauna and I and some others on our team are trying to pull together different research organizations and different interested parties to mount experiments to this ring. We're going to be doing our own experimentation, which Shauna is working on. But it's really that scale, because then we can get the rotation rate down, which means that that adaptation period isn't negating the potential benefits of having that lower gravity environment. And really what we're thinking about when we talk about long-term habitation of space, it's not just highly trained astronauts that have been doing exercises for months or years to be able to adapt to those high rotation rates. We want the average person to be able to go up to space, spend a week or two and come back without having to do years of preparation. And so Gravity Ring is our first step. Then we'll move on to larger stations once we've proven the technology out and figured out exactly what that gravity prescription is. We know we don't need 1G all the time. Every night, hopefully for 8 hours. I'm not sure how long you slept last night, Rod, but your body was prone. Your spine wasn't having to resist the effects of gravity. Your heart wasn't having to pump fluid from the top of your head down to your feet. So there's a prescription in there where the human body can thrive and function. It's not 1G, it's not 0G, and so we're trying to fill that gap and find those answers.
So Shauna, do you have a sense, and I know this is it's kind of a theoretical question, it's hard to answer because we don't really know yet, but between lunar gravity, which is about 60%, and Martian gravity, which is about 38%, is there a sweet spot there? Because I've seen that written up in some papers, but these are all hypotheses, right? Do we suspect there's a sweet spot somewhere in what gravitation will be good, not just to maintain health for the astronauts, but for human reproduction as well?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's not just the amount of gravity, but even relating back to this idea of a prescription that Tim was just talking about, we need to figure out what dose of gravity, at what duration, at what instance that we need to maintain our physiological capacity to work. So it's one part of a multi-dimensional problem. And the best way that I've ever heard it phrased was actually from the former chief medical officer of NASA, Dr. Jim Logan. He said, if 1/6 gravity is enough, then pop the cork on the champagne bottle. We're all set for Mars. So there's a lot of experimentation and a lot of answers to figure out at this point. But that's really what we're setting out to do here.
And Tim, we know you kind of touched on this. We know that if a rotating structure is of insufficient diameter, that the differential between, and I'm putting this in my layman's terms, the rate at which your feet are spinning versus the rate at which your head is spinning can provide some disorientation. How big a ring do you think you'll need to be able to pull this off and have people be able to adapt in relatively short order?
Well, the larger the radius or diameter, the delta between your head and feet starts to close, right? And so we haven't done any experiments on a very large centrifuge, but there's been a lot of research dating back to the 60s, and there's some graphs and physics involved. We feel that 100 meters is our starting point. That's where we want to start. And like you said, just the delta, getting up out of a chair, sitting up out of bed, moving quickly, all these things start to become really problematic, and nausea sets in if you get to smaller diameters. So 100 meters is our sweet spot for starting. Although I should mention our experimental gravity ring is 60 meters diameter, but that's not going to be for long-term human habitation. That's more of a studying mammals and other organisms.
So I think I'll close with the notion that something that we talk a lot about in Ad Astra, the NSS's magazine, are increments to space settlement, and what we're discussing here is very incremental. So what are our first couple of increments towards really exploring this fully? And that's for either of you.
Yeah, sure. I can jump into that. It's like anything in space. It's that crawl, walk, run, fly approach. And, like I was saying earlier, if you have the opportunity to find out answers to burning medical and physiological questions that you have in low Earth orbit, where evacuation to Earth is hours away, you may as well solve those answers before you go to a place like the moon, where your closest evacuation would be 3 to 5 days away, or a place like Mars, 6 to 9 months away. So if you can manage risk, that's kind of what space is all about. You may as well do it.
Tim, anything to add?
No, that's well said, and that follows our roadmap. We're looking to start with a smaller rotational body, still large by space standards, 60 meters, go up to the next station with long-term human habitation at 100 meters, and just keep going on from there, eventually going to the moon and the Mars. We envision a future where there's tens of thousands of people living in low Earth orbit on the moon and Mars, and we're doing everything we can to accelerate that.
And this first structure would be modular, multiple launch, and assembled in orbit, I assume?
Well, it will be assembled in orbit. We're actually looking to do it in one launch. We've been in conversations with major launch providers, and it's looking very promising that we can get it all into one launch.
Sensational. Well, I'll send you a check tomorrow. Thank you, both of you, very much. And we'll be back after this next break.
Welcome to the National Space Society's Space Settlement Contest Grand Prize winning presentation. My name is Lynn Zielinski. I sit on the Board of Directors for the National Space Society and am Vice President of Education and Outreach. For more than 25 years, students ages 12 to 18 have participated either as individuals or as teams in the contest from anywhere in the world. In 2020, more than 14,000 students submitted their entries to the competition, and it was about 26,000 entries that have come in from 22 countries, and that's absolutely amazing and very competitive. And it's amazing that all of these students are so innovative, creative, and have a sense of passion to them for designing these space settlements. It's very exciting. The grand prize winner receives a $5,000 scholarship from the Herman Rubin Endowment and a star map crystal. The crystal shown here is a 3D map of the stars located within 5 parsecs of our sun and solar system. And these stars are important because in the past decade, thousands of exoplanets have been discovered within our galaxy, and some of these stars may have exoplanets that could be habitable for life. And that exemplifies the mission of the National Space Society, which is to settle these worlds and have people living and working in space to develop the benefits of space towards humanity. So with that, I'd like to introduce from El Toro High School in Lake Forest, California, sponsored by his teacher, Trevor Strickland, the grand prize winner for the 2020 Space Settlement Contest, Sean Kinney.
Hello, my name is Sean Kinney, and I am a 12th grade student from El Toro High School in Lake Forest, California. My submission to the National Space Society's Space Settlement Contest, titled Stern Habitat Colonization of the Kuiper Belt with Current Technology, won the grand prize for 2020. It is named after Alan Stern, the lead investigator for NASA's New Horizons mission. As you might guess from the title, the paper details a settlement orbiting a small Kuiper Belt object, 486958 Arakoth. The location was chosen because Arakoth had just been visited by the New Horizons probe in 2019, and I thought the challenges of designing a space settlement in this region would be interesting. The Kuiper Belt is a region of space outside the orbit of Neptune, somewhat similar to the asteroid belt, but dozens of times more massive and much colder, causing bodies there to contain large amounts of ice and organic material, as well as rock. One question you might be asking is why anyone would want to place a space settlement in the Kuiper Belt. As the Kuiper Belt is so far from the sun, sunlight is over 1,000 times weaker there than at Earth's orbit, making lighting and power generation very difficult, as the only way to light and power the settlement is by concentrating sunlight with massive arrays of mirrors. So, is there any reason at all to have a space settlement here, given the disadvantages? Firstly, the Kuiper Belt is very large, containing over 50 times the mass of the asteroid belt. This alone would seem to ensure that it would eventually be exploited. More importantly, these bodies are rich in resources not found elsewhere in the solar system in large quantities. The most valuable of these is likely to be nitrogen. Nitrogen is not very common on small bodies in the solar system, and the only practical sources of it in large quantities are the Earth and Venus, large icy moons such as Titan and Ganymede, and Kuiper Belt objects and comets. Nitrogen makes up 78% of the Earth's atmosphere, is a component of all proteins and is therefore needed for life, and is also necessary to make nearly all explosives, many rocket fuels, and very strong polymers such as Kevlar. All of these will create a very large demand for nitrogen. Fortunately, as you can see from the chart, nitrogen is fairly abundant, making up about 1% of the material by mass. While this might not seem like a lot of nitrogen, it is far more abundant here than on the moon or asteroids. In addition, there is no shortage of other materials necessary for life. You might be wondering how one could practically construct a settlement housing hundreds of thousands of people in space permanently. As zero gravity has many well-documented health effects, it might seem impossible to have permanent habitation off of a planet. However, a solution to this has been known for quite some time. If you make the settlement a rotating cylinder, sphere, or torus, and have ground on the inside, centripetal force will simulate gravity, will mimic gravity. The image on the left shows a view of a toroidal settlement, while the image on the right shows a view of a cylindrical one. If you notice, in these examples, the rotating sections are exposed directly to space, and most or all of the structure rotates with it. However, my settlement looks different from these designs. Here is an animation zooming out from a tower to eventually show the whole settlement. The overall structure is a disk with several concave depressions due to the need to concentrate light. In the middle of the depressions are towers, which we'll talk more about in a bit. You saw two other concepts of space settlements on the previous slide, where the rotating cylinder or torus was exposed to space. However, in this design, the cylinders are inside a non-rotating tower in order to connect them to the rest of the structure, including the mirror arrays for concentrating light. Unlike most other designs, in my design, there are multiple rotating cylinders where people live and work inside the towers in the middle of the depressions. The overall structure does not rotate, but instead each individual rotating cylinder spins inside it, as you can see in the animation on the right. Which is a cutaway view of one of the towers showing a rotating cylinder inside a non-rotating tower. The settlement as a whole does not rotate as it orbits around Arikov, and the front side always faces the sun. The depressions on the front side are arrays of mirrors that concentrate light onto the towers. The flat-looking areas are actually made up of a huge number of much smaller arrays that concentrate light onto solar thermal generators for electricity production. This works by having concentrated light heat up a fluid such as steam, which then passes through a turbine, generating electricity in the same way as coal-fired or nuclear power plants. This allows for higher efficiencies than photovoltaic cells, as long as it points directly at the sun. The top part of this image is a front view of the settlement, and the bottom part is a cross-section from the side. Again, while the entire structure does not rotate, the cylinders inside of it do. In this way, it is very similar to other space settlement designs, even though it might look almost nothing like them at first. This shows how the circular areas on the front view are the depressions as you saw earlier. The image on the left is of a concentrated solar installation in Nevada that works on the same principles as the mirror arrays in the settlement. The image on the left is a cross-section of a non-rotating tower. The image in the middle is another cross-section of the tower, but zoomed in on just one cylinder in its immediate surroundings. The purple dashed line is the axis of rotation of the cylinder. You can also see the windows that let light in that is concentrated by the mirror arrays into the cylinder. The image on the right is a rendering showing the cylinder inside one of the towers. The image in the middle is a cross-section of one of the cylinders viewed from the side. If you see the yellow square that expands outward to the top left to show the individual floors and mirrors in more detail. The animation on the lower left shows a cylinder spinning inside one of the towers viewed from the top, while the animation on the right shows a cut through of the cylinder and tower and one of the cylinders and towers viewed from the side. Another big difference between this and other space settlement designs is that there are multiple levels inside each cylinder. The green areas in the rightmost inset are floors, with the outermost one being the ground level where most housing is located, and levels closer to the center being used for purposes such as agriculture. The blue areas are spaces where light is bounced through. If you see where this blue area extends to the outer edge of the cylinder, this is where the windows on the cylinder in the image in the middle are located. Light from the sun, concentrated by the mirror arrays, is bounced through the windows and into the cylinder where it is distributed to light all the floors. Here is an animation showing how light travels inside the tower in cylinders to light all the floors. First, light comes in from the parabolic mirrors, then is reflected by more mirrors inside the cylinders to light all the levels. Moving the mirrors can light different halves of the cylinder to simulate day-night cycles. Here are some drawings that show how light is concentrated and then distributed inside the cylinders in more detail. The section of this image on the left is a very zoomed-in view of the inside of one of the cylinders, while the part on the right is much more zoomed out and shows the mirror arrays and towers in their entirety. The mirror arrays concentrate light and then reflect it through the windows in the sides of the towers and cylinders to then light the inside of the cylinders. Let's go back to that picture showing the cylinder and its a cylinder and its immediate surroundings that you can see on the left. I mean the right. I'm sorry. There are two types of rotating cylinders in this settlement. The first are habitation cylinders, located in the large central depression as they need more light. This is where people live and also where food is produced. The second type are industrial cylinders, located in the towers in the smaller depressions, where industry that would not benefit from zero-G conditions is located. However, these rotate slower than the habitation cylinders to simulate a gravity a tenth as strong as Earth's at their edge to make it easier to move objects and materials. Some plants are grown in the industrial cylinders for pykrete, a composite consisting of plant fibers and water ice that is used as a structural material in unheated parts of the settlement. But electricity is generated outside the cylinders on the flat areas by solar thermal generators because they're much more efficient than solar panels. The sections of the tower near the cylinders contain areas for zero-G industry and pressurized dry docks for the assembly of large objects in zero-G. Material is moved from the surface of Arakoth to the settlement in order to process it. Small Kuiper Belt objects never reached high enough temperatures in their formation to cause their ices to melt, and are therefore pretty much homogeneous and very porous. This means that automatically removing material from their surfaces should be relatively easy, with these materials then being transported to the settlement for processing in the industrial cylinders. This involves many steps to separate all useful substances from each other and would take too long to fully explain in the time I have been allotted. If you're curious, just read the paper that has been uploaded to the National Space Society Space Settlement website. However, the flowchart on the screen right now shows some of the initial processing steps. All of the technologies used are fairly well established today. The main material being produced for export is nitrogen, but almost everything is useful in one way or another. Due to the large amounts of volatiles available to the settlement, there is a wider choice of possible structural materials than with settlements located in the inner solar system. Since tensile strength is what holds the cylinders together, instead of compressive strength being needed to resist weight, as with most buildings on Earth, very strong, light polymers, such as Xylon, whose molecular structure is shown on the left, can be used. This allows for rotating cylinders to either be built much larger or use a much smaller amount of structural materials. Since materials like Xylon and Kevlar contain large amounts of nitrogen, it is likely they will make up a large part of the demand for nitrogen being exported to the inner solar system. The photograph on the right shows a pykrete reinforced dome that was built in Finland. Pykrete is another unusual structural material, a composite made up of plant fibers and water ice. While not particularly strong, due to the large amounts of ice and Kuiper Belt object material, it can be used in portions of the settlement where not very much strength is needed and temperatures are well below freezing, like supports for the mirror arrays. The large distance between the settlement and the inner solar system means that the transportation of people and materials will take quite a long time. If only chemical rockets were used, only low energy trajectories, such as the one shown here, taking decades each way would be practical. For example, the New Horizons probe was launched in 2006, but only flew by Arakoth in 2019. Fortunately, electric propulsion options, such as electrostatic ion thrusters and VASMIR, which stands for Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma Rocket, exist today and allow for much higher speeds. One-way travel to or from the settlement to the inner solar system should take between 1 and 5 years, depending on what fuel is used, the percentage of the ship's starting mass that is fuel, and available power for the engines. This is much quicker than it took the New Horizons probe to travel to Arakoth, which was 13 years. A faster trajectory would look something like the straight yellow line. In most cases, VASMIR would likely be used, as it lacks a grid or other components that are in direct contact with the exhaust. This means that erosion of the grid or other components due to chemically reactive species in the exhaust is no longer a concern, massively widening the possible choices of fuel. Electricity for powering the engines can be generated either by solar power with large light mirrors concentrating light far from the sun, or with a nuclear reactor. While 1 year is much shorter than 13, it is still long enough that passengers on a ship in 0G would suffer serious health effects. Therefore, ships carrying people would have to have rotating passenger sections in order to simulate gravity. Below about 200 meters in radius, a rotating habitat with a simulated gravity, the same as Earth's at the edge, would need to rotate fast enough that some people would get nauseous. So so the radius cannot be smaller than this. However, the size and mass of this section can be decreased by making it a torus instead of a cylinder, and even more by only having portions of a cylinder connected by a central bar instead of an entire torus, as you can see in the animation here, which is a rendering showing what one of these passenger ships might look like. There is so much more to this project than I have been able to show you in the time I have been allotted. However, you could see that even with only currently existing technologies, it would be possible to build a self-sufficient space settlement even as far from the Earth and Sun as in the Kuiper Belt. I would like to thank my parents, my physics teacher, Trevor Strickland, the National Space Society Vice President for Education, Lynn Zielinski, for helping me put this presentation together, and Al Globus and the National Space Society as a whole for making it possible for me to give this presentation. If you would like to see my paper, a link just came up now. I thank all of you for your time.
At this point, I'd like to have a little conversation with Alan Stern and Sean Kinney. I'd like to introduce Dr. Alan Stern. He is a planetary scientist, a former NASA Science Mission Directorate Associate Administrator. He's a former board chair of the Commercial Space Flight Federation, and he's a current member of the National Science Board, Okay. So in 2020, this is really amazing. Alan, Dr. Stern, was selected to fly as one of the first research scientists for a NASA-funded program from Virgin Galactic. So he will be flying, I believe, in the next year or two. This is really exciting news. So congratulations, Alan, on that. That's really great. Alan has also been on 29 NASA and ESA space science missions, I believe 14 of which he was PI, the professional, a principal investigator. And including the nearly $1 billion mission for the NASA New Horizons program, which flew a mission to both the Kuiper Belt and Pluto. It's a wonderful, extraordinary mission. And he's also coordinated many other programs. He is a fellow of the American Association of Science, the Royal Astronomical Society, and the Explorers Club. In 2007 and 2016, he was named the Times 100. So welcome, Alan Stern, to this conversation between you and Sean Kinney.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. Why don't we begin? And let me start, Sean, by saying congratulations.
Thank you.
I read your report And I saw your presentation, and it's not only creative, but it's thorough, and you should be very proud of yourself to get this recognition from the National Space Society.
Thank you. I'm very honored.
What I'd like to do is just kind of have a conversation and ask a few questions. I wanted to say how honored I am that that you named the station in my honor. I never thought in my life anyone would ever name any spacecraft of any kind, much less one so grandiose as your station, for me. And thank you. It's flattering and it's an honor. But I also want to say I'm wearing a New Horizons mission shirt because New Horizons is really a big team of people that made the exploration of Arrokoth possible. All of spaceflight is a team sport. And so in honor of my team, I'm going to be sending you, Sean, this shirt, not the one I'm wearing, but one that is your size and which fits you, as a further recognition of the honor of this award in honor of your work. But let's jump, you're very welcome. And let's jump right in. How did you get the idea for doing a station, not only in the Kuiper Belt, but orbiting Arrokoth?
Well, I was obviously I was following quite closely the New Horizons mission. And I was also thinking about, for this contest, how I could differentiate my station from other ones. And I thought, what's one of the worst possible places in terms of available resources, available energy, etc., that I could put a space settlement where it still might be viable? And I thought that the Kuiper Belt, being so far from the sun and Earth, would be a good choice for this. And also, Arrokoth had just been visited by the New Horizons spacecraft. It was a small Kuiper Belt object and the only one that has been visited by any spacecraft or observed in detail. So I thought that would be a good location for it. And because of the challenges it would and opportunities that it would create.
Okay, well, let's talk about the solar concentrators a little bit. How did you get the idea for them as opposed to just using very much larger solar arrays to power the station?
All of the math and stuff I did myself. I'm not aware of any really detailed stuff for space settlements that has involved solar concentrators like that. However, the idea, I did see it before, even if it wasn't in too much detail. I think both on one of O'Neill's original papers back in the 70s, and also from the YouTube channel Isaac Arthur, which I believe has also been awarded an award by the National Space Society for 2020.
That's really cool. I didn't know that about the O'Neill stations doing that. But let me ask you now about the gravity level inside the cylinders. Is it going to be a full 1G?
In the habitation cylinders where people are located, it is 1G at the outermost level where most people live. Closer to the center, it will obviously be a bit lower in that, so agriculture is mostly located there, so you don't have people living there full time. That would hurt, that could cause negative health effects. In the industrial cylinder, in the industrial cylinders, it does rotate still, but it's slower, so the gravity at their outermost level is only 1/10 of the gravity at Earth. This is so it's easier for structural stresses for the cylinder as a whole, and also for any industrial equipment inside, and also just to make it easier to move around large amounts of materials. I came up with that idea myself. I haven't really found it anywhere before. It just seemed like something that might be a good idea to me, and it may not under more professional investigation.
So when you were putting this all together, when you were doing the design and the creative part of the work, what was the hardest part?
The hardest part was probably coming up with the processes for processing the material, because there were a bunch of different papers that I had to sort of all piece together to get a complete list of stuff and in what concentrations it was present. Mm-hmm. Also, what was a lot of work was making the 3D renderings and animations that you saw in the slide presentation. those weren't in the original paper because I didn't have time before it was due. But I think it really was useful for the presentation as a quick way of explaining what everything looked like and how it came together.
And what was your favorite part of the whole project?
I really liked most of the stuff in the project. I enjoyed the work and coming up with different ideas of how to solve all the different problems. And I obviously really liked winning it, and I liked pretty much everything.
Well, that's great. So, what role did your physics teacher play in coming up with this idea and then actually executing it?
I did most of the creative stuff and writing myself. However, he was very useful in that he looked over the paper and helped me proofread it before I submitted it and caught any flaws that were in there.
That's really great. He could do that. So we're running out of time, but we still have a couple of minutes left. What's next for this concept? Do you have any further plans to develop it or publish the description?
Not at this time. I may try to get it published in an edited form at a later date. I am actually working on a different paper for space solar power that might be published in the Space Settlement Journal from the NSS later this year. But yeah.
This is a tremendous amount for anyone to accomplish in high school. I am so impressed. And I did a lot of science fair projects, but nothing of this scope. So I am really impressed. Tell us and tell the listeners, the audience, what's next for you after high school? What are you planning on doing next?
I applied to a few different colleges, mostly UCs and Cal States, as well as one or two out-of-state schools. Depending on which ones I get into and how much it would cost, I may go to those straight away, or I may go to a community college first for 2 years, so I'm in less debt after I graduate. I'd like to study chemistry in college, and ideally do some graduate school stuff as well, because yeah.
Do you see yourself more in the vein of becoming a scientist, or more like an engineer?
I'm not really sure as of yet. Both seem very interesting.
Well, I want to say congratulations again, and thank you for such a great presentation, both the written and the one that you just gave for the NSS.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, Lynn, back to you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Sean. This has been a wonderful conversation, and the National Space Society is so proud of Sean and the work that he's done. And really, Alan, thank you so much for taking the time to come and speak with Sean. And congratulations on your accomplishments as well. So with that, thanks everybody, and good night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It is my great pleasure to introduce Andy Aldrin. Andy is the founder and director of the International Space University's Center for Space Entrepreneurship at Florida Tech. And we've invited him here today to talk about his educational and outreach programs, both at the university and K-12 levels. Welcome, Andy.
Hey, Rod, great to be here. Good to see you again.
Thanks for coming. So tell me a little bit about what you're doing at Florida Tech, because that sounds like Well, everything you're doing sounds like the programs I wanted to go to as a kid, but as you probably remember, they weren't there.
No, they weren't. They may be sort of there at ISU. But anyway, so I run a thing called the ISU Center for Space Entrepreneurship at Florida Tech. And at its core is a summer program, which is a graduate certificate program. It's part of the regular Florida Tech curriculum. So it's things that you get actual class credit for that you can take and apply towards an engineering degree, an MBA, what have you. And the basic idea is that in a fairly compressed period of time, we take people that are working on graduate degrees in other areas and give them kind of a shot of space. And so what we do is sort of in-depth analysis of space markets, of space policy and law, technology and systems, and then kind of the foundation of the whole thing is we teach a class in entrepreneurship where students get together and actually build their own business designs.
And have you tracked many of your graduates to see where they've gone after this and what they've done?
So we're going to be teaching our third year this summer. The first year, all of the students are in companies. Let's see, we've got students at companies like Made in Space. In fact, I think we've got a couple of students at Made in Space, NanoRacks, a couple of students maybe. And then there are students that are at kind of traditional companies like Northrop Grumman, Jacobs Engineering, Ball Aerospace. And then we've got a few students that are starting their own businesses. For this past year, we actually have 4 teams that are actually starting businesses. And so I'm super excited about what happened there. We'll see how, it's a wild and exciting market out there, but I'm super excited to see our students out there starting businesses.
It sounds great. So how long does the program last?
So we've been kind of adjusting. The first year, we actually did an entire semester, 12 credit hours in 6 weeks. And that was a lot. Last year was a different thing altogether. We planned initially to just kind of stretch it out and have 6 weeks at the Kennedy Space Center, which at the visitor complex, which is where we actually teach the courses. But of course, COVID came. And we kind of scrambled and had to figure out what to do. We came up with a hybrid format where we would have 8 weeks of instruction online and then go to the Kennedy Space Center visitor complex for 2 weeks. And that seemed like a really, really great solution. Unfortunately, by the time we got to July, it wasn't possible. So we ran the whole program online. And I'll tell you, running the program online taught us a lot of things. And I think I became convinced that it's a format that can really work, particularly at the graduate level. One of the great things about it was we were able to get students from all over the world. We had 3 students from Africa, 4 students from Europe, students from all over the United States. We had a student from Sri Lanka. And so that was great. The other thing that was fantastic is because we were doing it online and it was basically just 3 hours every morning, more or less. I mean, sometimes you would actually do things and you'd have assignments that you'd go off and work on. And so maybe you'd only have an hour, but it enabled students to actually hold down full jobs. And we had probably half our class was holding down full-time jobs. The other thing that was really, really important is we feature a lot of guest speakers. And so the first year we would bring people into Florida as we could find time in their schedule. But last year, what we were able to do is actually slot people in so that they could deliver the lecture as it kind of pertained to what we were talking about that day. And we have a fantastic kind of lineup of guest speakers that I think, our students tell me that's the most important part, which I take as a personal affront. But no, it really is. It is a great group of guest speakers, and the faculty is present company excluded. The faculty is absolutely world class, and so we've got Greg Autry, who teaches who's I think very well known to all of you at the National Space Society. Greg teaches the entrepreneurship course. We have Angie Buckley from the Aerospace Corporation and Chris Welsh from ISU teaching the space technology and systems. And I teach the markets and policy, but we bring in Henry Hertzfeld, for example, from the Space Policy Institute, and several guest speakers who actually cover a couple of lectures. in the commercial markets, people that are specialists in certain areas. So it really is, I think, just a fantastic faculty. And I don't know, it's a great program. I wish I could take it.
So this sounds like a fairly high level program. What are the requirements for somebody to apply and come in?
So basically, you just have to have you have to have an undergraduate degree, and frankly, it doesn't matter. We kind of get a mix of policy people, business people, and then usually half of the class is engineers. Undergraduate degree, good standing, basically a B average. And we are intentionally trying to bring people in from lots of different disciplines.
This sounds great.
It is cool. And I mean, I think, the thing that really got me about this last summer was maybe because we could reach out across the globe, maybe because students could work, I'm not sure, but we had such an incredibly high quality of students, and they were just so excited, and they get along even online. They kind of built a great dynamic, and we learned that with the right tools, you can actually have lots of interaction, and you can always point out somebody and ask them questions. It works. This format works.
Yeah, it really does. So let's switch gears for a second and talk about some of your work with the Aldrin Family Foundation, which I've been tracking for a while. And again, it's one of those things I look at and I think, God, that looks like fun. And that's a very tactile, engaged kind of thing in a different way than
it is.
You talked about FIT.
Yeah. So, the basic function of the foundation is we're trying to bring the excitement of space into the classroom. And, it's sort of, it's an old aphorism that the kids love two things: dinosaurs and space. And what we found out is they get over the dinosaurs by the time they're 10 years old, but they never get over space. And that's just a fantastic thing. So what we've got these giant moon maps and Mars maps. And so what we literally do is we put the kids on the moon or on Mars, and we've got our lesson plans, and we sit down and work with the districts to make sure what we're doing is matching the standards so they can bring it into the regular curriculum, right? That's always our objective, that this isn't an extracurricular activity. It can be, but and then we work with them, and the teachers and then the students come up with amazing things. There's one thing that it's a story I love telling, because it's in a district in upstate South Carolina, very poor, 95+% free and reduced lunch, and very, very diverse. And last place you would expect to see excitement in space. And so we have a program there that we work with Clemson University, we work with Limestone University, bringing their grad students into the class. And what happened was amazing. Third grade students across 9 different schools, each one of them picked a spot on Mars. And what they did is they say, okay, this is where we're going to be on Mars, and we're going to look for signs of life, or we're going to look for water. And they came up with their function, and they set up a trading regime. Third grade students, and they were basically colonizing Mars. And then they realized they had to have interplanetary relations. It was just absolutely fantastic. So, you give teachers and students the right tools, give them the excitement of space, and what we've seen. And in fact, in this school district, we did an evaluation against standards, and we saw 56% improvement in one semester. So, the program works, and we're in 3 of the largest school districts in the country. The unfortunate thing is we were just really rolling things out last March, and so we've done a lot of things online. In fact, we just started filming a project that we're doing for NASA that's called Project Janos, and this is going to be cool, because what we've got is Josh Bernstein, who's an old friend and scuba diving partner, and he's the explorer at large is what he is, and he's a fantastic science communicator, and we brought him into space. And what we're doing is we're putting Josh in the right situation with some space hardware, with experts that come from the past, the present, and the future, to talk about a specific problem that we faced in space and how we've addressed that over time. And the kids come up with the problems, Josh comes up with the communication, and then we provide materials and lessons that they can take into the class This super excited about it. NASA is super excited about it. It'll be a few months before we start coming out with it, but we are doing stuff in the online space. But like everybody else, we're eager to get back in the classroom, and it's a lot tougher to do online work, and when you're talking about middle school and under, than it is. Grad students are easy as long as they're excited. Grad students are easy.
Right. So if people want to get more information on either of those programs, especially teachers, who I think probably snapped to attention when they heard that metric you offered about improvement in engagement.
No, it's amazing what space does. So the Aldrin Family Foundation is aldrinfoundation.org. The Center for Space Entrepreneurship is isucse.fit.edu. And check us out. You can Google it and find it. We are actually, I think today was the first day that Florida Tech is accepting applications for summer school. It's literally the traditional, you go in through the regular Florida Tech enrollment system and tell them you're interested in this program, and they'll take care of you. It's going to be great.
Fantastic. Well, I'll as soon as I jump off, I'm going to start filling out my application.
Awesome. By the way, Rod, we used your book last year.
Yeah.
We used it again this year.
Awesome. Yep. If you need more copies, let me know.
I will. We'll be putting in our order.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate joining us today.
Thank you, Rod, for everything you do. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure.
Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce Greg Autry, the National Space Society's Vice President of Space Development. Greg's been very busy lately and has a lot of great information to share with us. So at this point, Greg, tell us what's going on in the Cislunar environment.
Well, I think everybody in NSS knows that it's an exciting time in the moon agenda. We've got the Artemis program from NASA pushing us forward. You've got a lot of private companies preparing to do moon exploration and exploitation, either with NASA under programs like CLIPS or to some extent on their own. SpaceX's Starship program is moving along step by step, and Boeing's got the SLS Green Run coming up in just a week or two, and we're excited to see that we're going to have some big rockets that can get big things to the moon soon. So that excites me. I'm also excited about the support mechanisms that are coming in place for infrastructure and economic development that will follow on, because it's not just about going to the moon again, regardless of how you get there, whether you go through Gateway, whether you use Starship, whether SLS Orion and a lander system go directly to the surface. These are all viable options, and it's great to have a number of options, but what do you do afterwards? So the fact that we're looking at ISRU, the government is very serious about a sustainable presence on the moon, and commercial companies are aligned with that, and our international partners are aligned with that. It's so exciting to see the Artemis Accords that have come out on October 13th, and the countries that have lined up behind that. People in the UK and Italy, Japan, United Arab Emirates are all going to be contributing very significant amounts of funding and materials to this return to the moon plan, and doing it in a way that will keep us there. So I think this is huge for humanity and the broad goals that National Space Society has fostered for so long. Yeah. And if you come back a little closer to Earth, it's exciting to see the space station is doing more and more on the commercial development side. The folks at CASIS ISS National Laboratory seem to really be getting it together, and we're seeing good work come out of there, along with private actors that are going to come join. So Axiom Space is going to be able to put a module onto the space station for private use, perhaps a little space hotel. You've got Axiom working with SpaceX to send potentially a passenger up to the space station, rumor being that is Tom Cruise, and that Mike Lopez Alegria, somebody that I've always loved working with and former president of the Commercial Space Flight Federation, will be flying him up to make a movie up there. the same time, apparently the Russians are making a movie on the space station. So a lot of commercial activity going on in LEO. I'm hopeful to see that continue on the station, while at the same time we get commercial opportunities going, so that at no point do we cede LEO to either nothing or to an aggressive foreign competitor. This is a good time to be a member of NSS, and I encourage you to go get your spacefaring friends out to join for that ride. Then
so Greg, what can NSS do to support these movements? I mean, we have a fairly decent following, and there's other space groups that we could orchestrate as well to help support these efforts. What would you recommend?
Yeah, well, I already think NSS is doing great work there. What I would say to the individuals is, don't treat space like soccer hooligans. We all have our teams, and there's some people who love Company X or NASA Program Y, our international partner, whomever. That's great. We're all going together. It's all about humanity and in our country broadly, and driving the commercial sector forward. Nobody wants to see space dominated by a single monopolistic actor, whether that's a government or a commercial entity. And we don't want to have just one way to get there. Think about that. If you're going to be actually living and at risk on the moon, do you want there to be only one spaceflight system capable of getting you off of the moon if you need it? That's not a good place to be. If you look at the Rogers report following the Challenger disaster, one of the things it specifically calls out in its conclusions is not to have reliance on a single human spaceflight system. And both times we had shuttle disasters, we were down for 3 years while finger pointing, recrimination, and technical review and improvements and re-engineering were done. So you can't be dependent on any one system. This is a multi-team effort, and I encourage everybody at NSS to cheer on whatever system you like or whomever you work for. But let's not get into the complaining about what other people are doing or wanting to take their budget money and reallocate it to your favorite program. That's not a winner in the long run. So we should all be going forward. And frankly, we should be saying, hey, Congress, give NASA more money. They're doing great work. They're hitting on all cylinders. It's nice to see that the administration and a bipartisan group in the House and Senate have moved the budget up for the first time in 30 years, right? So when the George H.W. Bush administration left office in 91, we had about $19 billion in NASA budget. And when I joined the agency review team for the Trump administration in 2016, we had about $19 billion in budget, right? That's a huge loss because it was never adjusted for inflation or for the growth of government. So when Bush left, NASA was 1% of the federal budget. And in 2016, it was 0.42% of the budget. It's kicked up a little bit. So, we're in the $22 to $25 billion range now. But if we had set NASA to simply be adjusted for the size of the growth in government and made it 1% of the federal budget, you'd have a $40 billion agency. Returning to the moon and going to Mars would be no budgetary problem at all if we simply spent the same amount of money on NASA that we were spending in the early 90s. And that wasn't exactly a banner year for the NASA budget. Back in the 60s and 70s, we were a lot higher on an inflation-adjusted term. So that's what I think we can do as NSS members or space advocates broadly.
So, the Cislunar development, what does it mean long-term in terms of development and creating the infrastructure to take us so much further than we ever anticipated?
Yeah. First, you have to get there, and you need a livery of rockets. And I am so excited by the collection we've got now with Space Launch System and Starship potentially coming on board, and our existing Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Atlas rockets, and Delta Heavy rockets. Amazing group of rockets. ULA's got the Vulcan coming out, and I think that you will see the reliability and cadence of spaceflight just continue to accelerate. It's amazing now to see. Just every couple of weeks, there's another flight. I think you'll see flights weekly, and we'll get beyond that. So we can get things into space, right? Then how do you get from out of the atmosphere to the moon. So we've got 3 great capsules in development, one specifically designed for deep space exploration, the Orion capsule. But the SpaceX Crew Dragon and the Boeing Starliner will give us plenty of capabilities in low Earth orbit, and there's the possibility that commercial companies will eventually develop deep space exploration systems based on what they learn there. SpaceX is already looking at providing cargo resupply services to the Gateway, basically, with a deep space uncrewed capsule. And then you've got Gateway. Now, I've been a fan of Gateway, and there have been some people out there who felt that it wasn't necessarily the right way to get to the moon, that you need to go directly to the lunar surface because engineering-wise or accounting-wise, they found that to be more efficient. I like the idea of having multiple infrastructure opportunities. One of the great things about Gateway is that it can move and change orbits. You can put it over at L1 or L2, which are interesting points to provide communications or perhaps even beam power down to the surface of the moon. You can bring it down closer to the moon to drop things off or pick them up, and you can take it farther away. You could even leave the moon and swing around the Earth to look at other areas of interest. I think that's a powerful piece of infrastructure that we can invest in. And because you're going to have multiple different launch companies potentially launching components of this, learning to assemble them in orbit, potentially doing refueling and things like that, we're going to learn a whole lot by having this piece of hardware. The same we did with ISS. If you had to say, prove to me that ISS, is the most possible efficient way to do anything back when it was conceived in the late 80s and then in 90s, you couldn't do that, right? It wasn't about most efficient. It was about going and learning a lot of different things. And we've learned so much about ECLSS, and we've learned so much about trying to do commercialization in space. And yeah, if we had rethought it with hindsight, we might have done a lot of things a lot of different, but that's good knowledge. So I'm excited about where we're going with that. Then you've got landers, and I'm excited that NASA has 3 solid proposals for human lander systems, and there's a couple more out there that they didn't select. It would be great if those vendors found ways to pursue those designs as well, because again, I don't want to be on the lunar surface with only one way to get off and one place to go. So, having 3 different landers, having the Gateway nearby where it could move to get me, and having the Earth 3 days away is good too. This is all good stuff. Now, the other thing infrastructure-wise we've got to worry about is we're down there. How do we get water? How do we get air? So ISRU and ice mining, either in the polar regions where everybody knows it is, or more recently, intriguing data from NASA's SOFIA analysis suggesting there's ice in equatorial regions that could be tied up in the regolith and potentially extracted and unbundled. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, we have a great deal of prospecting in our future, and I think we'll get some very pleasant surprises as this process matures and we gather the information that has yet to even be thought, information that we've yet to feed into the economics of building a cislunar economic zone as well. So I think, yeah, you're right. There's a huge amount of excitement on the horizon.
And I would say, Dave, one of the other important things to think about this in context is, yeah, we're going to have a lot of nice surprises. We're going to have some bad surprises too, and we've got to be willing to accept that, things that are not going to work or could be disappointing. And when you're talking human exploration and potentially human commercial spaceflight, there could be some very unfortunate events. Those are things that we have to accept as explorers, while we do everything we can to absolutely make sure that that safety is job number one, both in governmental and commercial programs. But that said, you learn when things don't go well, and you improve them, and you move forward. And we've done that so well in space for a long time.
Yeah, and you look at Starship developments, this daunting flip maneuver or belly flop in order to get the atmospheric drag. I mean, how risky is that? If they pull that off on the first try, it's rather a miracle, I would say. But
yeah, there have been so many of those miracles. Watching those first Falcon boosters land,
Absolutely. Greg, thanks so much for joining us. You bring all aspects of industry for us to consider, and we look forward to talking with you in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dave.
We are on a very fragile planet at the present time. These are the most dangerous decades in all of human history. We have the capability to destroy ourselves, and yet we have not broken free of the limitations of that thin biosphere of the Earth.
Now, some serious scientists are talking about whole colonies in space. Not on the Moon, Mars, or Jupiter, but on man-made planets, and populated not by scientists and astronauts alone, but by hundreds of thousands of just plain folks looking to get away from an overcrowded Earth, running short of energy, water, and clean air.
The human race must leave and occupy other places in space. Do you really believe we can be there soon?
With the technology that we have now, we could do it, and maybe by the late 1980s.
Talking about outer space and colonizing outer space is always intriguing, and here's a gentleman who knows about it. Would you welcome, please, Gerard K. O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill rolls out this book called The High Frontier that shows how to do it, step by step, and it's go time.
Anyone can read the book. That will change how you think about space forever.
It's possible to make habitats which are relatively big enough to be very Earth-like.
90% of the people on Earth in 100 years would move out into space and leave the Earth.
We call the Earth the old country.
Jerry O'Neill asked, is a planetary surface the right place for an expanding industrial civilization?
The episode of human life being confined to Earth is coming to an end. Space will be the next civilization.
Industries and colonies in space may sound incredible, but we who are working toward them know that most of the building blocks are already in place.
Jerry O'Neill is a physicist with a brilliant reputation among his colleagues. O'Neill might have stayed in that abstract world, but he has always been intrigued by space.
Jerry had a dream of going into space, and he went through the whole program, all the rigorous, grueling physical and psychological tests.
I was really worried that O'Neill's influence and his greatness has not been publicly understood. But then if somebody with the wherewithal of Jeff Bezos actually tries to implement it, that's transformational.
And it's this generation's job to build that road to space. Professor O'Neill was very formative for me. I read The High Frontier in high school, and as soon as I read it, it made sense to me.
Space isn't just something that's just the engineers show up to. You know, this is something for artists and writers and business people.
We were a bunch of young, intuitive punks. We're all Jerry's kids. We're all, in one way or another, caught up in this idea.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Yes, it was crazy. Yes, it was science fiction. Yes, it was way out there. But the steps were there. It was hard work. And all of us were willing to do the hard work.
We, you and I, are the only people who will ever have the privilege of saying, we explored the solar system first.
This concept is so enormous in its scale and the change of human events that's going to happen inevitably as a result of this.
It's very important that it be about everybody, that we stay true to Jerry's vision. We're all Jerry's kids, and that's something to be excited by and a legacy that we can all live into.
Life is extraordinarily rare, extraordinarily precious. Opening the high frontier means making possible and ensuring the survival of the human race.
I'm Mark Hopkins, CEO Emeritus of the National Space Society. I have some background in physics and engineering, but mainly I'm an economist with degrees from Caltech and Harvard. I was associated with O'Neill really from an early date. I was a graduate student at Harvard at the time of the 1975 summer study, where I participated and did the economics for that study. And that was the economics, which in turn was used by O'Neill for his book, which he wrote shortly thereafter, The High Frontier. It was the 1975 summer study which did enough of the technical background to convince me and a lot of other people that these ideas had true merit. And this in turn led to the formation of the L5 Society a few months after the completion of that study. Now I want to talk about why space settlement is so important. The vast resources of the solar system in terms of energy and materials lie in space, not on the Earth. Give you an idea of just how important these material resources are and just how big they are. And also I'll take a reference back to O'Neill. Let's think in terms of O'Neill space settlements. Similar to the ones which have been described earlier in these presentations. These settlements basically create land area in space. Land area where you have trees and forests and streams and meadows and villages and towns and really nice places to live. They're designed to be as good or better than the best places that exist on Earth. How much land area could you produce doing this? If you just chew up the asteroids, which are roughly the right types of material, you could produce enough of these O'Neill space settlements so that the combined land surface area would be 1,000 times the land surface area of the Earth. 1,000. That's a big number. To grasp just how big that is, note that when the New World was in some sense discovered and added to the Old World, this basically increased the available land area by 50%, 0.5. Imagine what 1,000 would mean. And it need not stop there. We have so far only been talking about the asteroidal materials in the asteroid belt. If you take into consideration the asteroidal materials and cometary materials elsewhere in the solar system, and use those also to build O'Neill space settlements, we can increase that number from 1,000 to about 1 million. And energy is even more abundant than materials in the solar system. The sun puts out 10 trillion, that's trillion with a T, times the amount of energy currently used by the human race. Now, lots of pundits have in recent years been going around saying that the future of the human race is going to be one doom and gloom. Why? They point out correctly that the resources of Earth are finite, and then postulate that this creates limits to growth. And as a consequence, we are going to begin to run out of these resources, and we're going to have a resource-constrained future, which is going to lead to a lower standard of living for everybody. But we can smash these resource constraints by taking into consideration the resources of space. And instead of having a resource constrained future, have a future where we have resource abundance. And as a consequence, a much higher standard of living. Now, why is this important in sort of a moral sense? As it stands now, the fundamental problem of the human race is that we're poor. I mean, really poor. We don't really grasp that in the United States and other developed countries because we're so used to living at our current standard of living. But most people in the world live at a per capita income at a standard of living which is a factor of 25 below the average in the United States. 25, that's a big number. The poverty line in the United States is a factor of 3 below the average. So this means most people live at a factor of 8 below the poverty line. And that's just sort of most people. It's not poor people by human standard. The bottom quarter of the human income distribution is a factor of 100 below what it is in the United States today. With the resources of space, we have the potential to bring everybody up to a standard of living which is similar to what we have in the United States, and also increase the standard of living in the United States and other developed countries by large numbers. We can create a future which is not one of doom and gloom, but a future of resource abundance, a future of prosperity, a future that's hopeful for all humans. That's why space settlement is so important.
From Uruguay. My name is Biotechnology.
Noah Swingle.
Not Karen. Stainsbury.
Patrick Kruger.
Allison Rose.
Haley Spears.
Alvina Gahukidze.
Hi, my name is Mia Cox. I'm a senior at Kip Sunnyside High School. So I attended the International Space Settlement Design Competition once before 11th grade, and then I attended the regional competition twice in 9th and 10th grade. And the international competition is one of my greatest high school memories, experiences.
To me, it all started when I was a 13-year-old. I got engaged with DESLA, which is the SSDC regional's equivalent path for Latin America. I already had a very big interest in space at that time, but I soon found out that this competition was the best way to actually investing that interest into something useful. I remember that what caught my attention the most from the competition was in mechanics, how it worked. You wouldn't be told how to go and make a space settlement, but rather be given the tools and the motivation to go ahead with it, and then you had to do the research, you had to do the science, and ultimately you had to make the final product and sell it. For an interdisciplinary project as this one was, I love it.
I got the opportunity to compete in the 2017 and 2018 International Space Settlement Design competitions, and they remain among my fondest memories from high school and one of the best decisions that I have ever made in my life.
The space settlement competitions introduce you to a world that, at least for me as a sophomore when I started competing, didn't seem possible. What I find so exciting about space design competitions is how you're coming up with solutions for problems that do not have definitive answers yet, or haven't even been conceptualized as problems. There's no easy Google search that you can do that will tell you exactly how to design, say, procedures for unloading cargo from a space elevator.
Going into it, I was very intimidated, very nervous, because I felt so unprepared when I was in the regional competition. But going to internationals makes it all worth it because there's a greater emphasis on teamwork and building friendship.
I got to meet very interesting and unique people that had this widely different ideas into how to get to this final common that we were sharing. And that was when I learned the importance of teamwork, which to me was the most important lesson that I could learn from Tesla and ISSDC both.
I didn't really get any opportunities in school to apply my scientific knowledge, and I liked science, so I wanted to be able to do that, and the competition was a great opportunity for that.
By meeting and working directly with people from all across the world on our shared goal of developing a strong project, I gained a long-standing desire to learn from people that come from backgrounds dissimilar to my own.
I'm really appreciative of the competition. I made so many friends. I've met so many interesting people, and now I'm to attend my dream college and study something I'm very passionate about. So thank you for listening, and thank you for the great experiences I was able to have through the competition.
The first space settlement design competition was held in August of 1984 at Ohio State University. It had 75 participants. And it was so wildly successful that even astronaut Story Musgrave showed up to see the design presentations. Since then, this competition has grown from local competitions to international competitions that today provide high school students this industry experience all over the planet. The premise of the competition is that there is a chronology of settlements established throughout the inner solar system over a 75-year period of time. The chronology begins by establishing settlements at the Earth-Moon libration points. Then they go down to the surface of the Moon. Then they go around the Moon. Then they go around Mars. Then they go down to the surface of Mars. They go out to the asteroid belts. They finally go to the inner solar system and establish settlements at Mercury and finally at Venus.
My husband and I were asked to create a fun thing to do all day about space for the National Exploring Conference in 1984. And we thought, well, what could be more fun than designing space settlements? We didn't realize then what we had or what it would become. And it wasn't until we were doing truly international competitions that we realized we had what's called STEM activities, science, technology, engineering, and math. We also realized we were creating an industry simulation. We were emulating real life. So we created an experience for students, like working on an industry proposal team. And we didn't realize in the beginning that we were also inspiring students to think about what they would do with their careers, and maybe engineering was a good career choice. We've had students that have chosen to go into science fields or doctors. There are people who run nonprofits, an amazing number of career paths that have come out of alumni of the design competition. When we started seeing this, we realized we had something terrific.
The space settlement competitions introduce you to a world that, at least for me as a sophomore when I started competing, didn't seem possible. Space settlement was science fiction. It was something that I didn't think that I as a student could productively contribute to. When you get to the actual event, you see how things work and how the problems are broken into these pieces that you can start to take on as your own projects and explore why things work and why they don't in space.
To me, space settlements are so exciting because they represent a major milestone, not only in space exploration, but in the technological capability of mankind. But to achieve this goal, you have to develop a certain level of talent and expertise. I think that's exactly what design competitions like ISSDC do.
I participated in 2 regional and 2 international space settlement design competitions, and I can honestly say that the experiences changed my life.
I would really recommend for everyone to try the ISSDC, especially if you are interested in going into STEM, because it's a great opportunity to A, apply your knowledge, and B, also decide if you want to focus more on theory or practical application, which was what helped me the most as well from the competition.
I was a competitor from 2007 to 2010, participating in the qualifying competition at my high school. We were invited to finals each of those 3 years. The biggest thing that this competition gave me was confidence. I learned how to speak about technical topics and how to defend my ideas and debate with my peers.
You have to start thinking out of the box, thinking creatively and innovatively in a way that the everyday school setting doesn't often provide.
Now we got the time in which I became 18-year-old and I got to my final ISSDC, and when the competition was over, I got offered more than one scholarship for universities from the US.
I always enjoyed Space Settlement for its ability to teach project management and teamwork skills. Especially in the international competition, management has to learn how to make tough calls and perform conflict resolution skills when people have different ideas they are not willing to budge on.
There's so many people from all over the world, and we have to learn from each other despite any language barriers or cultural barriers or barriers of understanding. And it was very fun, and I made so many friends, and so I 100% recommend it.
There are 200 or 300 students from many different countries, and the organizers intentionally break up the groups of students. So there are 8, 10, or 12 students that have traveled from one school in Australia, and they're friends, and they would probably love to work together, but that's not what happens. These students are broken up into a small number of different teams which represent fictitious aerospace companies. So from the outset, these brilliant, innovative students are forced to work with people from completely different backgrounds, many of whom don't speak English as a first language. And so not only do they have to overcome the challenges of designing a very complex space-related structure, they have to do it with people they don't know and with people who may or likely have a very different worldview. That's exactly what it's going to be like when we are establishing permanent settlements in space and embarking on long duration space flight.
This competition not only develops our young students, but more importantly, it establishes lifelong relationships where understanding of each other's cultures, capabilities, and creativities will eventually put mankind not only off Mother Earth, but well on and about other heavenly bodies in our solar system.
Students were going through a competition or 2 competitions all 4 years of their high school career. It made sense to us to show them how human development of space will happen, predicting the development of human infrastructure in space. And it just seemed to be logical when we are doing 3 scenarios per year to have a 5-year chronology so that students could do design competitions and do 2 or maybe even 3 scenarios in a year and never see the same scenario twice. The competition grows organically. It tells us when we want to do something different. So we went truly international, and now we are what we are. We have semifinals all around the world.
By assuming a leadership role as president of my company one year, I also learned that having people with these vastly different experiences come together to address roadblocks, it can result in the most innovative solutions.
The competitions can be very intense, and as a management position, you are ultimately responsible for whether your company wins or not. And so I had to quickly pick up effective management skills from both my peers and the volunteers at the competition.
But you also have to be someone who's willing to accept criticism. This criticism is probably the most valuable thing that I received during this competition, as well as the chance to see how I react under pressure under these bad conditions, like being tired, being stressed.
I got to meet very interesting and unique people that had this wildly different ideas into how to get to this final common that we were sharing. And that was when I learned the importance of teamwork, which to me was the most important lesson that I could learn from Tesla and ISSDC both.
Definitely recommend doing the competition for any individual who plans on going into engineering, especially into the aerospace field. It introduces you to many potential mentors who can help advise you and are very willing to give a helping hand.
I was exposed firsthand to this industry simulation and got to learn about the time pressure and deadlines that companies face, about the way that you have to work within teams to achieve your goals. These lessons were affirmed to me when I interned at the Boeing company last summer.
For a semifinal or finalist competition, it's 4 pages of densely packed text describing what the customer wants to see in a design. The customer also puts out a press release, 2 pages usually, and that defines the basic reasons for wanting to build a settlement. And in the program book, we have future history. So we have names of companies, and we actually define products that those companies have been involved in. Now this is the program book from 2019, and what we call the competition year is 2059. So we are predicting future history through the year 2059, describing what these companies have done from the present day until 2059. We also presume that there's a customer. So when we say Foundation Society, that is a customer. This is a customer that is expanding its membership through settlements all around the solar system, the inner solar system. And this customer puts out the request for proposal in order to ask for a particular space settlement. And we have multiple scenarios of space settlements. A really key component of this being an industry experience for students is we have an organization chart. And this organization chart has changed very little from the very first time we ever did this. And one difference is that when we did the very first one in 1984, we did not have automation engineering. But in the organization chart, we have a chief executive officer who is a volunteer, like Jack Gafford is a chief executive officer, and we'll oftentimes have 2 or even 3 co-CEOs. The president of each design competition company is a student. There are, in the finals, we have a systems engineering department. These companies, when we say company, at the finals, this can be 64 students. At semifinals, it's usually around 50 students working together in a company. And how companies get so much done with so many people is by having an organization chart. Now, this organization chart we use for the design competition is most similar to corporate organization charts, probably from the 1960s, 1970s into the early 1980s. Companies have gotten into organization charts where engineering companies have something they call matrix management. That's just too complicated to explain to students, so we don't do this. This makes sense. But reporting to each president, there are 2 vice presidents. There's a vice president of engineering, a vice president of marketing and sales. The vice president of marketing and sales basically, and staff, put together the response to the customer's request. And we have 4 engineering departments that are called structural engineering, operations engineering, human engineering, and automation engineering. And in these 4 departments, we can define everything that's needed to develop a space settlement where people can live and prosper in space.
I have all of your tickets for NASA.
I'm Anita, Tormentor-in-Chief. So, welcome. This is the 25th annual major milestone, 25th annual International Space Settlement Design Competition Finals. Okay, so do we have Friday Harbor?
We're asking you to do the impossible. 3 years of work in 40 hours.
Anita, I'm working on a real proposal. It's just like the design competition. This is a stressful weekend in the way of whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
we just thought we were smart.
Thank you guys. Hope you guys had a good dinner. A couple notes, and then we're going to go over the structure. They're going to give us a brief presentation on what the structure looks like. Yeah, so we're going to have another informal red team, which is, I should say, a red team tonight, starting at 8 p.m. We're going to try to cut that off at 10 p.m., so if everything goes on time, we'll get to bed by 10 p.m. Let's come over here to structure, and Leo's going to give us a brief rundown of what we have so far.
A retail park kind of thing, so we'll have shopping mall, groceries, all that kind of thing if required by human or ops. This sort of band here where there's nothing protruding out to the surface is to provide unimpeded views over the crater for everyone in the residential.
Is if all of you guys understand this fundamental architecture and then you start integrating your bits and pieces into it, that is one of the most critical ingredients to get a compliant proposal and eventually win. I'm impressed.
These are awesome drawings, by the way. Really great job. This has a propensity to get really busy really fast.
So what I spent the first part of the competition doing is taking the RFP, and David's been helping me, he's been great. And what we do is we skim the RFP and we see where do points overlap. And the biggest issue we usually find in this 42-hour competition is that people don't talk to each other. And so tomorrow, starting at 8:45 a.m., you're going to get really familiar with my voice.
It's nice to me.
Say that they're interested in, and they'll do not try
A little tired, ready to work.
Yeah.
Start putting stuff on red team slides. And this is where good enough really comes into play. We're finalizing the designs that we already have, and we're putting them on red team to present to the red team around 3 or 3:30.
Yeah. Nothing new once we get back.
Design competitions are unique and they work. There is nothing else like them in the education sphere. We provide high school students the opportunity to learn what it's like to work in the space sector and give them the chance to practice hands-on STEM well before university, let alone the workplace.
You will hear testimonials from students who participate in the Space Settlement Design Competition, volunteers who are alumni of the design competition. You've already heard from volunteers like Jack, who haven't ever been a participant as a student, but love the competition and what it does.
Most people you see on television or hear on podcasts or in some sort of interview are really poor public speakers. They can't get through a sentence without saying, like, awesome, know what I mean? These are all verbal crutches. And one of my goals at the Space Settlement Design Competition was to help these very bright and accomplished students become better communicators.
When we run a Space Settlement Design Competition, we volunteers literally see students coming in on a Friday evening, and they have no idea what we're going to do to them. They come in as a bunch of teenagers. They don't even know the people they are going to be working with in that organization chart over the weekend. And by Sunday morning, they have prepared a very complex design, including schedule and budget, and they are ready to present by 9 o'clock Sunday morning, a very detailed design. And these designs this is one that I actually judged, so you see my notes, but these designs are 50 pages. They have 35 minutes to present. It is just amazing what students can accomplish in that period of time.
So a couple things, a couple notes on red team, because these think about your designs. Another thing to look at is spell check. Make sure that you're spelling things correctly.
Anyone who's an imager or can do CAD, can you please stand up? We're going to finally set up an imaging table. If you have anything that needs to be drawn, rendered, or put in CAD, come to these guys. They'll start putting it together.
We're like at the point right now where I think we could win the competition, but if you guys don't come forward with your images, we're totally going to lose the razzle-dazzle effect. So please step up and come to these people. A hand-drawn image, a scanned image, a CAD image is all better than a blank screen. And you guys have the ideas, we just need to convey them visually.
We don't have any milk.
We got them milk because all the British kids were complaining about how there was no milk for tea and they were just about to like lose it.
It's a dust mitigation system for casks.
What do you think?
Probably just not in here right now. Okay, because our list is stressed.
Good morning everyone, we are Rob Donald and we are here to give you our vision for humanity's first large settlement on the moon, Alaska. We're going to start right off by the big picture, over the structure.
My name is Paxton Scott. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you our vision of Alaska. We're going to start with the external design, then we're going to look at the interior design, then we're going to look at our interior operations, and then we're going to look at our day-to-day human life.
So this is an artist's representation of what our structure would look like on location, showing how it would map over the crater. Pizza slice, it's you can pick a brand, Papa John's or Domino's, really doesn't matter. We've tried to keep the percentages in line with what they were in Seattle at the time of the Alaska Gold Rush.
Honey, I'd love you to the moon and back. We suggest you change that, I'd love you to Earth and back. Next slide. What am I doing for fun? So, let me tell you what you're doing for fun. You have a couple different options.
We are Google Diamond. Thank you.
Wondering about how you can protect both your medical data.
Why do you have a satellite?
And on page 35, it says the gondola has multiple stops on the cover, and it looks like it just goes from the rim to the middle. So, which one's right?
The technical drawing is correct. The one on the front cover is taking artistic license on that.
I'm guessing the astronaut-looking thing on the right is lunar boarding. Why do you have V's on the lunar board?
We did that because it's freaking radical.
Can I get the last parting shot of my group? And I'm looking at breathable atmosphere in the key, and I don't see it in the map.
Thank you, that is a mistaken via color overlay.
On behalf of everybody from Grumbo, thank you for your time today.
You say that you're going to do lab grown meat.
Use stem cells to grow meat. If you're Jewish, it's actually kosher.
Thank you, Dr.
I was thrilled on the Monday morning when we saw the final presentations of the competing aerospace companies, the enormous improvement that every student had shown from a 1 hour class and a little bit of practice and employing a few tips that I gave them. They had become much, much better speakers. In some cases, excellent speakers after just one class. And that's something that the world needs.
I learned over the course of time how important it is to provide this experience and not try to drive it. Since learning that CEO attribute, I have seen and been involved with the maturation of many student competitors and the impact that this competition has had on them. It has also been a learning experience for me. I have added to my own professional skill set in the areas of project management, leadership, and mentoring.
So the long-term goal, the ambitious long-term goal, is to enable the Space Settlement Design Competition experience to be available to any student in the United States. I'm going to focus on the United States. We have organizations internationally who are running semifinals, and they can focus on their areas. So we have semifinals in Asia and Australia. We're starting one in Africa. We have capabilities in the United Kingdom and Latin America and Europe. I want to focus on making this experience available for high school students in the United States. And that can happen many ways. We currently have the international competition mechanism, which involves qualifying competition or semifinal to get into a finals. We realize that the throughput for that kind of a process really limits the number of students who can participate. So we have started a parallel experience called the tournament, which literally has been crafted so that we can have an unlimited number of semifinals all in the United States. And other regions around the world are welcome either to do this nationally in other nations or do this in their region. It's a model that just enables maximum participation. What we can see students and teachers doing is if you're interested in participating, it's really easy to enter the qualifying competition, which is a competition you do in your school. You can find that through the website spaceset.org, SPACESET.org, which is the design competition website. You register at the website, we send you a request for proposal and some background information, including subcontractors, and you have until April to complete your proposal, which is a written proposal. At the live competitions, it's a briefing that you do to a panel of judges. The live competitions, like what we were doing in 1996, and we've done more recently, happen over a weekend. Just a weekend. For a semifinal, we start on a Friday night, end on a Sunday evening, and this whole design process happens with 50 students per company and 4 companies in a weekend. The qualifying proposal, the participants have until April to prepare a written report, like an industry proposal. We know at least one school that is using that qualifying competition proposal as a project in AP Physics. They have school board approval to do that. We know another school that is using the qualifying proposal process as an example in English class, as an example of how the English language is used in industry. These materials are out there. It costs nothing to register for the qualifying competition. Now, if you're selected, you have to get yourself to Kennedy Space Center to go to the finals. Well, not in COVID times, but in a normal year. So registering for the qualifying competition is one way. There's a school district in Brownsville, Texas, that is prototyping this tournament model, so we're figuring out how to do that. If students in your school district want to do a tournament and not be connected with having to go to the finals if you win, just get in touch with us and we will be happy to help you run this experience in your local area.
I would highly recommend competing in the design competitions because they offer an opportunity for growth no matter what your current interests are. Personally, I will be attending medical school next year, but I chose to highlight one story from my involvement in the design competitions during the recent application phase because that moment had such a long-lasting impact on who I am as a person to this very day. And I can honestly say that the experiences changed my life.
My favorite thing about the ISSDC is definitely the people there. I'm still in contact with volunteers and students that I met. Overall, it's just such a unique opportunity because you get to work with people from all around the world and with different backgrounds, and yet you find that it's pretty easy to communicate and get along because we're all very driven people and working towards the same goal. And this isn't really something that I got to experience in high school, so I was very grateful, and it was an unforgettable opportunity. Lastly, the ISSDC was the main influence on my university decision because before going into it, I knew that I liked science. However, I didn't know what I wanted to do with it. But being in the structural engineering team and being able to design buildings and also look at construction processes like real engineers do, I realized that I really like to build things for humans to use, and so I decided to go into engineering. And I've just finished my first semester, and I really enjoyed the program. So thank you, ISSDC, so much for helping me figure that out. And I know that any other students who participate in this competition will really enjoy it as well. Yeah, thank you everyone for listening.
It's an incredibly rewarding experience, and I will keep coming back as long as they will have me. This competition brings so many good things to so many young people, and I'm proud to be a part of the volunteer family that makes it happen.
My experience in management has actually led me to change what I wanted to do at university and for a career. Before, I wanted to do a finance degree and go into banking, whereas now I've applied for economics and management, and I would like to go into management consultancy and maybe even one day consult for the aerospace industry.
But at the end of the day, we're not all going to be rocket scientists. But everyone will still feel that kind of pressure in their lives, in that chaotic situation where they're trying to solve problems. It's really cool to get to practice that with a group of students who are also under the same pressure. I actually really enjoyed the craziness of the competitions, and I realized that I enjoyed facilitating a team to accomplish a goal. That's something that I'm bringing with me into my future career in Army intelligence.
I got to work with brilliant young students from around the world, forge friendships with people from other continents, and learn from industry-leading scientists and engineers. I can say without a doubt that I would not be where I am without competing in ISSDC, and I cannot be more thankful for the people who are involved with it.
I'm a senior at Kip Sunnyside High School, and I recently found out that I will be attending Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, which is my dream college, so I'm very excited. So thank you for listening, and thank you for the great experiences I was able to have through the competition.
I even got recommendation letters from NASA engineers, which at this context, I don't even have to explain the weight they have. So that's, even though I could speak about this the whole day, I have to stop.
Hi, and welcome to our talk with the winning design competition students from the International Space Settlement Design Competition for 2020. We have some of the winning team members with us today, and we'd like to just kind of go around and ask them a few questions, talk with them about what their experience was in the competition, some of the things they took out of it, and some of the things that benefited them going forward as they continue their schooling and development as students and people coming up in the world. So with that today, we have Freddie Scarrett with us from the winning team, Jonah McDonald, Nathaniel Smith, Jaskirat Singh, and Mitra Stainsbury with us from all over the world today. So we're going to ask them a few questions and try to kind of dig in to see what they got out of the competition and what how it meant to them and what it's meant to them going forward. A couple questions kind of to start off. We'll kind of let everybody answer this first question because I think it's probably the most important one. And it's the one people ask about the most, and we'll just start off in the upper corner. Freddie, what did you enjoy most about the design competitions, and this one in particular, but other ones you might have been involved in the past?
I think the thing I've enjoyed most about them is there's something quite special about seeing the product come together, as it were. Going from having absolutely nothing at the beginning of a period of days to having these beautiful CADs and these really thought out scientific principles. The idea of moving from having nothing to having these really in detailed designs, that kind of visually seeing it really is the thing I've enjoyed most about it.
Very good. Thank you for that. Jonah, how about you? What did you enjoy most about the design competition?
Well, it's intense, and the thing about the space design competition is it challenged me in a way that I haven't really been challenged by anything to that extent before. I mean, it's odd because it's extremely intense, and you're really, I mean, my brain was running 400 miles an hour for 3 days straight. But at the end of it, you sort of feel like, wow, I really did something. And you get a real sense of achievement and a sense of sort of but you've put your mind to good use, I think.
Very good. Thank you for that. Jaskirat, how about you?
I think the thing that I enjoyed most about the competition was the people. So the fact that people from different countries who want to work towards the same goal can come together so beautifully and actually figure out a way to work together is beautiful, I feel. And it surprises me that even though everyone just wants to win, people have different ways into how that can come about, and there are still conflicts, but you're still together in the whole process because there'll be minor disagreements, but you all know that, okay, we're here to win. And just watching as everything comes together, and it just develops this feeling of togetherness, which I think you don't get anywhere else, because in the pressure of those, say, 48 or 24 hours or whatever the deadline is, you're you're like a couple of friends in a pit, and you're just forced to work together even if you hate each other, and then you just learn to love each other and then just come out of the pit.
Very good. Thank you for that. Mitra, how about you?
I think I would have to concur with Jaskirat. Honestly, the people in this competition really make it so fantastic. You meet people who are so incredibly gifted at engineering and science and medicine and psychology and loads of different fields. And being able to learn from those people is such a unique experience and opportunity. And as Jaskirat said, when you're under that kind of pressure, it's just such an amazing feeling knowing that you have these incredible team members around you that you can rely on to help pull you through and pull the team through and hopefully win at the end of the day.
Very good. Thank you. And Nathaniel, how about you?
For me, it's definitely the structure. I just love how, because normally when you work in a project, especially in school, you work in like a horizontal structure. Everybody is sort of equal. Because only like 4 of you, there's no need for a structure. But with such a big team of around 50 people, I believe it was, having that horizontal structure where you having that vertical structure where you have a leader and then sort of division leaders as well. And then going all the way down to the bottom where it's you working with a very small group of people on one very specific task as designated. I just like how you can sort of control, because like was said earlier, it is incredibly hectic, but I like how the structure made that hecticness at least organized on a small level. So you can work on one very specific thing and do that one very specific thing to the best of your ability.
Very good. So it sounds like there's a common theme from everybody about a lot of hard work, a lot of non-stop hard work, but also about the people part of it, the relationships and the people you understand, and understanding people, how they work and how to work together, even though, like Jaskirat said, there are conflicts along the way. But at the end of the competition, you wind up, being a team and working through those conflicts to come to the product everybody's going for. So next question now is, how important do you think the international aspect of the design competition is? I know there are a lot of regional contests that lead into the international, where you pretty much are in one country or one part of the country. But the international is probably the first time that all the teams get to come together from all over the world. So if you could take just a minute or two, and we'll go around again and ask about how the international aspect was a good thing, bad thing, how it influenced or how it impacted what you thought about the competition. And we'll start with Jaskirat this time.
All right. So I think it's the most important part of the entire competition, because the challenges that we will face in the world, or the world is yet to face in the future, they're big challenges. And to solve those challenges, everyone in the world needs to come together. You can't expect one country to just work alone or come up with different solutions. Like take space, for example, which I think is a great example. So all the countries are working together in the International Space Station. You see coordination from smart people all over the world to build new technologies. Everyone's adding up, everyone's giving their own contribution. And at this stage, especially at this age, when you're working with people from different countries, you understand that it's a necessity. And in the future, you will have to work with other people in the future. So I think it's just an exposure to what is going to be a very important stepping stone in all of our careers. So I think it's really important.
Very good. Mitra, how about you?
I think this year it was a online format, so dealing with all of the different time zones was certainly a interesting challenge, and it's definitely a challenge that exists in the industry, where you might log off at the end of the day, work in one place, and in another office around the world they're just starting work. So being able to overcome that and work on that. The time zone challenge was definitely very interesting, but I feel like we got the hang of it by the end of it.
Very good. And Nathaniel, how about your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I very much have to agree with Jaskia right here. Like, as we all get more interconnected, especially as technology advances, everything is going to get more international. We're going to have to learn to work with other countries on a very consistent basis and get over time gaps and distance gaps. So it's definitely a core skill we all need to learn, but it also gives a sort of sense of progression for us competitors. We're going from regional rounds of just the local 10, 20 schools all the way up to the entire world. I mean, it's a great progression to work towards.
And Jonah, your thoughts on that?
Well, I think in the international aspect is where the whole, because everyone's been talking about the relationships you form, and I think it's in the international aspect where that really comes into its own, because there's such a difference between working with someone you see at school every day or working with someone who might live an hour, 2 hours away from you, or working with someone who's 2,000-3,000 miles away from you, and you have to sort of, it's that sort of cooperation, and that's what makes it very, very unique, is that whole, well, I've got to coordinate with these people from India, America, Uruguay, from all over the world, and it makes it really special.
Very good, thank you. And Freddie, how about your thoughts?
Yeah, the international aspect of the competition is one of its most rewarding parts, that you get to interact with people from all across the world. You become friends, you get to know people that you would not in any other context really have gotten to work with or to interact with, and that people bring ideas or things. I mean, you learn different things in school, even in different countries. So it kind of brings a lot of intellectual and design diversity to it. There also has been, some of the most challenging bits. There are, areas of cultural divide, or there are areas, or this year's competition, the time zones. I remember working till very early in the morning in the UK because of having to work alongside the time zones of other countries. But again, it's the biggest challenge and the biggest reward of the competition.
Yeah, very good. Thank you guys very much for that one. So if you had a chance for other students and other schools, other countries coming up, trying to decide about, do they want to be a part or partake in a design competition like this, what would you recommend to them? What would you tell them that would be the benefit? What's the selling point for this design competition for them to get involved with? And we'll start with Mitra first this time.
What I think is the most valuable thing that you get from the design competition, which can be applicable to any student and therefore any school around the world, are the soft skills that you develop. So organization, teamwork, management skills, working under pressure, meeting deadlines, and so forth. So I think those are incredibly valuable skills. They're very transferable to any field that the students wish to go to in the future. So if you have some students that are unsure about what they really want to do, space design is a fantastic way for them to get involved, learn really useful skills, and maybe even get interested in the aerospace industry in particular as well.
All right, thank you. And Nathaniel, what are your thoughts on that? What would you recommend to other students looking to get into this competition? What's the benefit to them?
What I will say, and what I have said to other students, is just do it. I mean, no matter how far you get, it's going to be an incredible experience. You really don't know how you handle pressure until you're under pressure, and having the pretty insane time constraints, especially in the regional rounds, it will sort of show you how you handle pressure and how you can improve yourself. So I'll definitely say to just go for it.
Very good. And Freddie, your thoughts on that?
I would say that it's an opportunity to do something you'll never get to see really in school or in a traditional educational format. So it's really an interesting experience that way. And also, I'd say it's a really good way to meet people, to make friends, and to kind of get these new experiences that, again, just you wouldn't see in school. It's kind of a really broad horizon because you get from this competition.
Very good. And Jaskia?
Well, adding on to what Mitra said, I think the soft skills are the most important thing that this competition gives you. Whenever I feel I'm a walking ambassador for the space settlement design competition. Whenever my friends ask me about it, I just go on and on about it, telling them how great it is. Because even when I talk to adults about this competition, they relate to me immediately, and they tell me this is exactly what we face in our offices, or this is exactly what you're going to deal when you're an adult. Say you don't agree with your manager, or you don't agree with what a person who's superior to you feels, and then you have to deal with it. You have to learn to not be angry about it, but just put yourself aside and think logically, and then and then come up with a solution together. And that aspect, at learning it at this age and just forming a development spirit, I think that's the best thing this competition gives you. That maturity of dealing with people, the leadership skills, understanding when you're wrong, even when you really don't want to admit it. All those things are just, they humble you, they teach you so much.
Very good, thank you. And Jonah, finally for you, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, what I would say, I think Freddie hit the nail on the head when he said it's nothing like anything you do at school. And okay, let's say you're top of your class, you're sitting there bored, you're getting A stars left, right, and center. No matter how smart you think you are, when you go into space design, you will find something that just makes your head explode. But that's sort of the best feeling. It's going in there and going, wow, I really have to think about this, and then spending 3 hours figuring out how to make oxygen from sand. You know, it's that sort of joy, and that's what I got out of it, was that sort of finding a way to find new ways to use all this, because I love science and everyone else here does, and just finding new ways to investigate it and sort of feed my own interest.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much. So it sounds like there's a common theme along all of the answers about, in addition to the technical aspects of the competition and the technical things you do and learn, there's a big part of it that's how you deal with people, how you work in an environment with a team where you may not always have the right answer or the popular answer. And there's those things you don't learn in school about how you interact with that team, how you deal with those teammates to get the right answer as a team. So with that, I think we're through with the questions today. Thank you all very much for your time and coming in and answering these questions for us. You guys did a great job this year, and hope to see everybody back next year if we could do it again. So thank you very much.
Hi folks, it's Jack again, and we're here with Saba El Sawa. And Saba is one of our more productive volunteers. She helped put together the Canadian regional that we held for the first time back in 2018, and we'll be talking a little bit about that. And Saba has just finished her master's degree at the Space University, and she'll talk about that. So Saba, if you'd like to talk a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself, and we'll get going.
Sure. So thanks for having me, first of all. I first got involved in this competition back in 2018 when I met Anita at the Society of Women Engineers Conference. It was in Minneapolis that year. And I was working at Intel at the time. I was still in Vancouver, Canada. And I went up to her after her talk on space settlements because she mentioned this competition. And as far as I knew, we didn't have it in Canada at the time. And I expressed interest in, getting it started. So we managed to get the first competition started in 2019. And so I'm currently in the Netherlands, in Europe. As Jack mentioned, I was doing my master's degree at the International Space University. So I just finished that this month, and I was doing an internship at the European Space Agency, focused on the environmental impacts of space exploration, working with the Clean Space Office. And yeah, that's more or less where I am right now.
Read up to speed on what Saba's been up to. You're a very, very energetic young lady. Well, talking about the Canadian regional, I know it was a lot of work because you and I, spent quite a bit of time putting that together and arranging all that. So talk a little bit about all the things that we had to do to get that competition started, and how hard was it, and what all the things that needed to get done just to get it kicked off.
Yeah, absolutely. So it really started that very first night when I met Anita at the conference. I emailed her right after. I expressed interest again that we wanted to get it started in Canada. She sent me probably the longest email I've ever received in my life with all the information about the competition, all the things that we needed to do. And on my end, I was focused mainly on getting everything set up locally. So since I was in Vancouver and I actually went to the University of British Columbia, I managed to get some volunteers from the UBC rocket team that I was on, and then also to get the space to have the competition in person. This was pre-COVID, so we were actually able to gather together. And then I had a lot of support also from the US volunteers, yourself, Jack, and everyone else who came out. So kind of mentoring the kids, judging the competition, and things like that. So it was very much a group effort to get it started.
Yeah, we thought it was a real success, and we were really impressed with the presentations. And I think they had 2 12-hour sessions or something to put the presentations together. So they really stepped up and did a good job. So you're involved with other competitions. You've got France-Germany competition and the Jordan-Palestine competition that you're helping to set up. So talk a little bit about those. How are those going on, and how do they compare to what we did in Canada?
Yeah, sure. So this year, or I guess last year, when I first started at the International Space University, I wanted to start this competition there as well. So really the reason I got involved with the ISSDC is because I want more students to have access to these same opportunities. So I worked with a professor at ISU who helped me set up initially what we thought was going to be an in-person competition because it's based in Strasbourg, so it's right at the border between France and Germany. So we decided to do a combined region and invite students from both places. Unfortunately, then COVID hit, and we knew that it wasn't going to happen in person. But with that came the opportunity to also plan a virtual competition for Jordan and Palestine, which is where I'm originally from. And yeah, so because of COVID, we did kind of an essay competition in a way. So students participated separately, either in groups of 2 or individually, and they came up with their own plans. So we had a simplified RFP. It's of course not the same as the in-person competition. You know, there's a lot you don't get from not having that kind of interaction and being all in the same room and working with the different teams. But I think it was a good way for them to, you know, kind of learn more about this organization, this competition as a whole, more about space in general. And I know that at least for the ISSDC, even though it was, you know, completely virtual, they still had some interaction with students from around the world. And I think it's still a very valuable experience for them to have. And hopefully this year, you know, 2021, we'll see how things go, but hopefully we'll be able to have some in-person or some hybrid competitions so that we can carry it forward in all of these regions.
That's super. I know that you're working with Randall Perry in our European contingent that we have in that region. So I know he's been helping you out with getting these started and supporting that kind of stuff. So that's great. We're always happy to have new competitions emerge around the planet. So that's one of the neat things about this competition is that we do have competitions being held in virtually every corner of the planet. And we got more coming, and you're guilty for part of that, so thank you. So these competitions that you've helped put together and you've helped run, I'm sure you had expectations about what they would be prior to putting them together and prior to executing them. So tell us about what expectations you had going into putting these competitions together, and how well were they met when they were executed and completed?
Sure, yeah. So I guess I didn't really know what to expect going into the competitions. Like I said, my first time hearing about this was during Anita's talk at the conference, and I didn't expect high school students to be able to come up with such detailed and technical plans. I was really impressed by the quality of work that I saw. Especially when we had our first Canadian competition. You know, the students were not, you know, involved in this competition before, and they managed to produce these really amazing designs. And actually, so we had 40 students participate in the first Canadian one, which was also more than we expected, which was great. And then we sent a team of 20 people to the finals at the Kennedy Space Center and ended up being part of the winning team, which was amazing. So there was really a lot that we experienced that we didn't, we didn't really expect it or see it coming. I think it was a very special year in general. It was the 50th anniversary of the moon landing. We were right there in the Kennedy Space Center. There was just this atmosphere of everyone being excited about space in general. There was so much learning going on, and not just for the students. I mean, even myself as a volunteer, just being able to work with the students and to, you know, guide them without kind of telling them what to do. I think it's a very educational experience all around, and it exceeded expectations for sure.
Hi, everybody. This is Jack again, and we're here with Aiden and Abigail and Nathan, and they all reside in Australia, down under. Having a nice summer right now while we're entering our winter. And they're all former competition participants and have gone on to university, or as they say in Australia, uni. And they're here to talk about their competition experiences and some of the things that have happened post-competition and some of the things that they've done coming back to help the competition. So, like I said, we got a couple of topics set up here. So I'm going to throw these topics out, and I'm just going to open the floor up to you guys to go ahead and have the conversation. So first one, how many competitions have you all participated in together or individually? So that's Australian and international. And can you describe the scenarios for these competitions and what roles in the companies that you guys played?
You guys go first.
Abigail, ladies
Nathan, you go.
first.
Okay. Well, I thought you,
Alright,
Nathan,
so-
because you introduced the whole thing to me. Yeah.
All right, so well then I'll go, I suppose. So I've been involved in the past 3 Australian space design competitions. I was involved in 2019's International Space Settlement Design Competition. If we're talking about scenarios, the very first scenario I had that sort of introduced me to the competition, we were this is ages ago now.
Was this 2019 or 2018?
No,
2018.
2018.
Yeah.
It was
I
the year
in
you with Aiden's.
That was the moon base, I believe. That was
I think it was.
Lava Tube moon base. So that one was
Lava
designed
Tube, yeah.
to be a system of settlements, so that you'd build it several times around the moon, do various things, have a bunch of people, but it was resided in a lava tube, which was the main gimmick of that year's competition.
Yeah.
And
So
Abigail?
Yeah.
I joined in 2019 with Nathan. Like our schools combined together because we're like neighboring schools. So our regional Australian competition was one located in Europa, and that was like my favorite one out of the whole.
On Europa, I haven't heard that.
Yeah. It's so cool. It was so cool.
That one was wild, yeah.
Yeah, and that's when I fell in love with this competition, and then I just kept going until the internationals that we had this year, which was my last one.
We're going to have to tell Anita she's lagging.
It is.
That one was wild too, because one of the design requirements was to build a tunnel from the surface to the ocean
And
that may or may not be there.
The ice is so thick.
Yeah, it's like
It's so hard. And because the water,
10 days.
yeah, because the water, you can't have manned vehicles in there. You had to really, it was a big.
Did you guys not have manned vehicles? I could have sworn our team did.
No, because isn't there like acid in the water? You couldn't.
Between the winners and the losers.
Yeah. Well, we all made it through
all-
that
yeah.
qualifying, but like obviously to different degrees.
Yeah.
We didn't have any vehicles.
Crazy.
So what
Oh
roles?
wait, no, we did.
I'm sorry, I stepped up. What roles did you guys play in the company? Where did you fit in the different companies, and which parts did you guys participate in?
So the regionals that I did with Nathan, I was like for like the head of the girls. Like I helped with the girls and for us to overlap. And then I was also the head of operations, and I've had that role throughout most of all the
head of the girls. I haven't heard that one.
No, it's like it's not an official role, but like for us to overlap, you know, like I'll deal with our side because we're two different schools, so sometimes we would work separately. So yeah.
Okay, so it was kind of like a company club, extracurricular company. Okay.
Something like that.
So Nathan, what kind of roles did you pick up?
Yeah. So in the first year of the competition, I was in human factors, and I moved between human factors and structural. And it was only until the competition where I started moving into the business side of things. I started helping on the business development, costing, and scheduling, and that took me to last year where I was on the Sorry, I'm getting a phone call. Where I was on the head of marketing for our team. And that year we were Centaurus. I was with Ada and Abigail that year, and that's how we all met up. From there, that's when we went up to the International Space Settlement Design Competition, and I was on a team of 60. Everyone gelled together, so while I wasn't a president role or I wasn't in a head of department role there, we all worked together. And at the end of the day, when you're in such a large team, you sort of learn that everyone has their own role to play, whether or not you're in the head of department, whether or not you're in a leadership position. And then this year, I became the president of my school team, where we were building a orbiting settlement in an Aldrin cycler orbit to act as a point of transportation between Earth, Moon, and Mars. And so I got to work really closely with all the individual members of our team, which was really insightful to learn how everyone works. Yeah.
That's a classic scenario.
Yeah, the president.
Yeah.
Really
So
tricky.
good.
It was OG.
Yeah, and I think Abe had some experience in that one, right?
Yeah, so that was my second national competition back in 2017. Yes. So I've been doing the competition since 2015 qualifying, 2016 nationals, because we run our qualifying the year before and then do the national competition in January. It's all very weird. Maybe it was the year after. Maybe it was 2016, 2017. Doesn't matter. I've done 4 national competitions in Australia as a student. I'm going into my second one as a volunteer January. And I also did the internationals in 2019 as a student and volunteered this year virtually, this year being 2020. And then, yeah,
And we're going
that's
to
me for
talk
now.
about that in more detail in a little bit. But yeah, and thank you for volunteering. It's appreciated. Okay.
It's just as much fun for me.
Yeah, it's addictive. All right, next topic discussion. Can each of you talk a little bit about where you are in your after high school planning, be it at university or if you're going to go to a career? What are you using that you learned from the competition and your current endeavors, and where do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years based on how the competition has helped direct you to that in those locations? So, Abigail, you get to go first.
Oh, I was going to tell Ada to go first. Okay. So I recently graduated high school like a few months ago, and now we're in like the period of choosing what university we want to go to next year. So I'm lucky to have all the universities that I want to go to. So I just have to choose, but I am in like purgatory right there. Just don't know where to go at the moment. So I'm choosing to go into medicine to either do dentistry or optometry. So I'm studying an undergraduate of medical science in any of the unis that I want to go to. So in relation to, am I using what I have learned from the competition? Yes. I think I use, in every aspect of my life, I've used all the skills that I've got from the competition and the relationships I've built from the competition. I've learned so much from so many people. For instance, like I feel like American people, I'm just gonna say this, American people, they're so like charismatic, and the school life that you all have there is so, it's like clubs, really dynamic, and we don't really have that in Australia. So I tried to like introduce it in my school. So that's like how things from the competition have changed my life and have changed how I see things and go with things now and how I approach things.
So I'm still in high school. I am just going into my 12th grade. But based off the competition, what I've experienced over the past 3-4 years, obviously the competition has provided me with a range of departments which I could have worked in. And over those 4 years, I've worked between all the 5 departments. So business, structural, operations, human, and automation. I've done aspects in each department. I think that's really shaped my pathway to the future. I'm more of a business-oriented person. I'm not really into the engineering side of things, but even participating in the competition, it just just goes to show how no matter if you're in a more business discipline or engineering or sciencey field, that they all interrelate. And at the end of the day, like especially in business, each larger industry, they're going to have business departments for you to work in, and just experience the competition and seeing the dynamics of such a industry simulation. I think it just really goes to show that, the competition really provides you with a range of skills that you can take into the future, and they'll ultimately lead you onto your path. I think that's what's really good about it, and that's what I've gotten from the competition so far going forward. But that's from a obviously post-university perspective.
You got a few more years of influence than with us.
Yep. So I have two more competitions to go, and I can't wait for the both of them.
Well, we'll gladly have you. So, Aiden, how about you? You talked a little bit earlier about some of the things that you're doing that post high school. So, go ahead.
High school is speedily becoming a distant memory for me. I'm going into my third year of university as of January, and it's I'm studying engineering and physics, specifically aerospace engineering and mechanical engineering as a dual thing, because that's what my university offers. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that if it was not for the national competition, I would not be studying that degree, nor would I be doing any of the other things I've been doing at university. So as of this year, I recently joined our University of Queensland rocketry club called UQ Space, not sponsored whatsoever. And we, I've been working in the recovery department, so working on how to recover our rockets as they come down from very high speeds. And more recently, we've been looking at doing something pretty ridiculous on paper. We're trying to launch a 100-kilometer rocket as of July 2021. We'll see how we go getting to that day. But for that rocket, I've actually been working on a mechanical separation system. So once you get up into apogee of that rocket, we're going to have trouble separating it using black powder like we normally do. So my job at the moment have been designing and trying to work out a system that will work for separating that rocket. Otherwise, just recently, I got a new position as this state rep for my state in the Australian Youth Aerospace Association. So I hope to use that to, get more ties with industry, not for myself, but also talk to a lot of my peers in aerospace, a lot of my friends at university, and a lot of people I know going into engineering and aerospace engineering at university, and hoping to get them connections into industry and other, interesting experiences to get them to love aerospace just as much as I have learned to love because of the competition.
Oh, great. Let's see now. Next question. Do you guys have any future predictions for actual space settlements? Where from your knotholes, and they're different, where do you think the global space industries are going to go? How do you think they're going to be developed? When do you think we're going to be getting off this planet as a race of people? How long do you think it's going to take, and what do you guys think it's going to be when it really happens? And that's a dialogue between all of you. So
I would say that if more and more people like us are moving into the workforce every day, when I graduate in 3 to 4 to 5, and we'll see, years time, that it could be a decade or two, I think, that we'll start seeing some permanent habitation outside of, low Earth orbit and that kind of thing. In terms of, where the space race in the world is going, I don't know if the whole going straight to Mars thing is not necessarily feasible or practical, but just the right idea. Personally, I'm more looking forward to the idea of asteroid mining and refining, which will hopefully solve a lot of problems to do with resource scarcity, especially here on Earth, and climate change with mining and that kind of thing. And hopefully those sorts of systems will allow us to just jumpstart an actual space settlement across the entire solar system.
How about you other guys?
Yeah, no,
You go.
Go on, Abigail. Go.
You go. Okay. So in our recent national competition in Australia, we did something related to climate change, where we had, what was that thing? The solar
shield.
Oh, the shield. Yeah.
Solar shield.
Yeah.
And I thought that was so interesting because there's actually a team actually working on that, and I've read so much papers And I feel like it is going in the right direction in regards to future predictions in the space area. Can't say much on settlements, but I'm more excited for like how we can help Earth now in the state that it is right now. But yeah.
I'd agree
Yeah.
because like people say all the time that like, you know, oh, what's the point of going into space when there's nothing
Yeah,
when
yeah,
we have
yeah.
to solve problems down here on
Exactly.
Earth?
Since the
And it's like
Apollo program, they've been saying that, but like it really.
there's so many things that we can do as, you know, in aerospace that will actually have massive effects on how we live life down here
It's
on the planet.
crazy. And that's what I
And I
learned
think
through
I
this
really,
competition.
yeah, and I think I really just echo what you said, Abigail. If here on Earth we're trying to create all these innovative things that can ultimately help our future and give us a better quality of life, such as a solar shield, I think that'd be a great direction. But at the end of the day, if 2020 has proven to be anything, is that the future is unpredictable, and so anything could happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if something wacky comes out in the next 10 to 20 years.
Wow, what an amazing day it has been. From our own leaders and luminaries at the National Space Society to the best and brightest minds the space industry has to offer, you've had a chance to hear about planetary science, the role of science fiction in shaping the future, audacious plans for your future digital DNA descendants, the future of space medicine, and how Perseverance is paving the way for future human missions to Mars. We want to extend our congratulations once again to Sean Kenny, Space Settlement Contest Grand Prize winner 2020, and to all the students who took part in the International Space Settlement Design Competition. Wow. Just wow. Thanks so much to Anita Gale and her team for their tireless efforts to get students from around the globe presenting some of the most innovative and wondrous ideas for future space living. I am now more than ever certain that we will live off planet on other worlds in cislunar cities and more. Thank you, students, for your due diligence, your hard work, your research, and your innovative ideas. And perhaps nothing has shaped more space dreamers than Gerard O'Neill's High Frontier. And today, you, the participants of the Space Settlement Design Competition, really are the embodiment of Gerard's words. He said, "It is clear that the early settlers in space will be exciting people, restless, inquiring, independent, quite possibly more hard-driving and possessed by more creative discontent than their kin in the old world." I think that's you. He also said that humanity will not always stay on Earth. The pursuit of light and space will lead them to penetrate the bounds of the atmosphere, timidly at first, but in the end to conquer the whole of solar space. So, we want to thank all of our speakers and guests who gave so generously of their time, talents, and space wisdom. To all the students, well, again, we want to say we have great, great faith in each of you. So, go out there, draw it, build it, dream it, invent it, innovate it. Go predict the future by creating it. Go shine brightly as you were meant to, because indeed you all are 100% star stuff.